Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, oh, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker as the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy atrazine.
Sorry. Oh man. I had to get all my water and stuff. My 2 cans of Waterloo and my half a scoop of pre-workout water and my giant glass of water. My camera's still a little high. Actually, I think my seat's a little high. All right, now let me fix that. Whoa, close up of that big, beautiful face. I appreciate it. I wouldn't necessarily consider my face to be a big, beautiful face, but, you know, we're working on it. All right, let's see. There we go. Wait. How is that worse?
There we go. Oh no. Oh no. It's wider than normal. It's not. We'll get used to it in a second. Just give me a moment. It's a couple different things. We will get the camera cleaned up. I thought I had it good before this, but let's see. I just moved positions a little bit. How white do you want it, boys? Kidding. Let's see. There we go. And then let me... I think black might be a little bit too dark with my current lighting situation. So, put on something a little lighter. Does anyone find it weird that Steven Crowder and Alex Jones act gay to make fun of gays? Little sis just saying. I know you meant sus. It's okay. I think, I don't know. Acting gay is, there's not a lot of good studies on this, but what we do know is that, like, masculine environments are really gay. Like, that's just reality, right? Like, if you know anyone in like the Cav Scouts or the Marines or like really masculine places, they're gay as fuck. There's something about a bunch of straight dudes getting together that gets real gay. Either gay or race, both. Teaching all my friends about anarcho-capitalism, they seem to like it. Hopefully they will adopt its philosophy. The more that I'm an anarcho-capitalist, the more, it's going to sound controversial. Whatever. I don't stray away from, you know me, guys. I piss off everybody. I've made enemies of everyone. There's a reason I've interviewed a bunch of famous people and been on famous people's shows and I'm not famous. Because I don't play well. I don't play nice. I speak truth. And so what I would say is this, is that anarcho-capitalism is really, really important. I'm not sure that it's the best place to start. Like as much as I think anarcho-capitalism must be the default philosophy of the world, I don't know that starting as an ANCAP is correct. Start with free will and contracts? No, I think you need to start with objectivism. I think you need to destroy Christianity and you need to destroy consequentialism in your mind before you can really fully adopt and understand anarcho-capitalism. Because when I find that when people are Christians first, ANCAP second, the ANCAP philosophy goes out the window the moment something rustles their jimmy about religion. And I think things like Christianity, because of its altruistic tendencies, ultimately leads to socialism. I don't think you can be, I think the concept that you're your brother's keeper and the concept that you're a collective and a community has to be destroyed. Like, you need pure individualism. Because what I'm seeing too much is people converting to ANCAP and then very quickly becoming post-libs and becoming like fascists. As much as I hate the lefties for saying that there's a pipeline from ANCAP libertarian space to fascism, there actually is, I think. I'll accept second thought in the commies, but it's not for the reason that they think. It's not because there's something particular about anarcho-capitalism that leads you to fascism. It's that in order to truly adopt anarcho-capitalism, you need to be an individualist. You really need to understand that greed is good. You need to understand individualism. And so, like, if someone wants to become an ANCAP, like, I'm all for it. And I'm going to preach anarcho-capitalism. But I think what's more important is a philosophy of individualism, a philosophy of greed, a philosophy of understanding those things. Because then once you really get that, ANCAP just follows. You don't actually need to teach anybody anarcho-capitalism if they're truly an individualist. They'll kind of fall into it. Hey, what's up, Ghost Recon? Better call out all the bots on the panel. I'm pounding that queso streak. I haven't eaten today. I mean, that's not true. I had protein shake when I got back from the gym, which is like 1 tablespoon of raw organic unfiltered honey, scoop of protein, scoop of collagen, scoop of creatine, milk, and all that together is like almost 400 calories, 52 grams of protein, and like 40 grams of carbs. So, I mean, it's like kind of a meal replacement, but I haven't eaten like a meal. So I grabbed a piece of cheese because stream was starting. Like, I cut my neck shaving. Like, I was in a bit of a rush today. I got behind on one thing, and it's just, as an ADHD person, once you're behind on one thing, it all piles up. Who do I think is a better artist, Kendrick or Drake? I mean, obviously I'm going to say Kendrick. I don't really think there's an argument to be had that Drake is better as an artist. Drake sells more. Drake's more palatable. Drake's got more bops. I'll say that. As much as I prefer Kendrick, like, my favorite Kendrick songs are going to be songs where he's featured, because he has like an insane verse where he goes hard, but whereas like you can put Drake on and just kind of like drive and do whatever, but nothing Drake says is of substance, and nothing Drake really says is going to like outlast generations as anything other than nostalgia, right? Like there's, you know, like there's plenty of 80s music you can listen to, but when you listen to Rush 2112, that's a piece of art for like a whole set of reasons, right? And like that is something that could be put in a time capsule and people can discover and learn about how Rush felt about I mean, obviously Rush are, it's a weird example I gave because they're objectivists, but they're like the only objectivist band ever, but it's just what popped in my head, probably because we were talking about objectivism and whatnot. But like, yeah, so like I think Kendrick is a better artist, but I think Kendrick's voice kind of annoys me sometimes. Like he sounds like an insanely hard rapper holding his nose. Drake is Kid Cudi, sans talent. I could see that. Scott, do you think consequentialism is a false status, keep falling to remain in belief of it? I think consequentialism is correct. I just think consequentialism is wrong when it goes against formal logic. So there are things we can know in formal logic, which I would say is like argumentation ethics, as an example, private property rights, etc. Right? And so I think objectivism is a consequentialist philosophy for the most part. So I would say that I don't think that that consequentialism is wrong per se. Consequentialism is wrong when it attempts to justify things that we know to be wrong, right? But I would say that the right has no concept of philosophy, like at all. And the left's philosophy is one that has been ingrained into them, not one that they understand either. So we have a dearth of philosophical knowledge within Western society. Like most people do not understand basic philosophy. Even people that have degrees in philosophy somehow manage to not have a basic understanding of philosophy because we have been ingrained with like a status quo philosophy of liberalism, I guess, utilitarianism, that is ultimately destroying our society. Yeah, I mean, the right used to have, so like you see it with some of like the Christ-pilled people. They have an understanding of philosophy, right? Like Jim Bob, you know, as much as I disagree with him and I think he's full of shit on certain things, I respect him because he has enough philosophical knowledge to have the conversations that we need to have. Right? Like Jim Bob is a great example of like the right actually understanding philosophy because they wanted to learn Christian ethics and they wanted to defend Christian ethics and they didn't want to just defend it with because God said so. And so they learned their philosophy through apologetics, which I think a lot of people nowadays in the online politics space learn philosophy through apologetics if they learn it ever. Like, I'll be honest, I've a big chunk of what I know has been through needing to defend beliefs I already had. It's not like I came to every single solitary understanding through intellectual rigor. Some of it I was like, I need to defend this. I believe it, but I don't really have a good, foundation for it. And I do challenge my beliefs more than most people. Give me shit for it all you want, but I'm constantly revisiting my ideas in a way that I don't think most people are. I do respect objectivism, though I think Rand's philosophy makes more sense than not. Derek Johnson, I don't understand that because you're saying you respect objectivism, but you think objectivism makes more, like, I don't get it. The two aren't contradictory. Objectivism is the philosophy of Ayn Rand. I don't understand. Maybe I'm missing something or misreading it. I think I'm more of a Kantian than an objectivist. Yeah, I think Kant is... I think Kant might get a little bit too much hate, but I don't like Kant. I'm not a Kantian. I think people misattribute a lot of like ire and bad philosophy to Kant and Hegel. Kant more so than I think Hegel probably deserves the hate that he gets, though Hegel is really just a mystic that said a bunch of bullshit and said it so well that smart people think that he's a genius. But really, really smart people realize that he's just a mystic full of shit. Though I'm a Christian, I respect objectivism. There are many things Rand is right about. Yeah, I think, yeah, you just gotta... Hey, thanks for the membership. I appreciate it. But Hoppe is a Kantian, right? I don't know. I mean, I've heard people say that, right? I don't know what axioms he's borrowing from Kant, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't see it. I hear people say that, but like, I'm not seeing where that connection is, right? Like, I'm not really seeing the one-to-one there. Like, categorical imperative, maybe, in terms of like the way Hoppe views fraud. Like, I see that, but like, does that really make someone a Kantian? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't really see the philosophy of Kant speaking through Hoppe. How about that? Right? Like, when I hear lefties and I hear that I can hear Malthus, I can hear Marx, I can hear Weber, I can hear the philosophers speaking through them. I think Hoppe is distinguished enough to the point where, like, maybe he borrowed some ideas, but they're his ideas. Hey, Rudy, thank you. Rudy's always chilling in the Discord, guys. So if you're not in the Discord, hold on, let me make sure the chat bot is set up. Actually, now that I think about it, because it's been a while, so it probably isn't. That way I can make sure it'll give you the Discord, because Rudy's always in the Discord. Yeah, I'm not in. Let me log in with Twitch. All right. Let me go to the CloudBot. All right, CloudBot's on now. All right, it should just be word protection and link protection. All right. Let me test it now. Hey, SoundCloud. Fucking Streamlabs. What's up? Is it blocking the link from? Is it blocking its own link? Hold on. Oh, why is it not showing up? Commands. Yeah, Discord's in there. Why is it not doing anything? CloudBot's being weird. I'll just grab a link. It is what it is. It doesn't like YouTube as much as it likes Twitch. How was my time with the kids? I've just been sick, dude. I didn't spend a bunch of time with the kids. Like that's happening this weekend. I'm getting them for 2 weeks. I'll be making some YouTube. I got super sick. If you were in the Discord, you would see that I got super sick. Well, not super sick. It's just the seasons change. I wanted to do more. I wanted to live stream. I almost did Saturday, but I needed my voice to recover. But anyways, there's the Discord link. Yeah, hang in there. Rudy's always chilling in there in the middle of the day. Like when I'm doing other stuff, I'm like, yo, who's in there? Oh, it's Rudy. I also need to brush my beard. I forgot that I put beard balm in and fluffed it up and then didn't brush it back down. I'm gonna end up with a crazy beard if I don't put it back down soon. Dude. Wait, what happened? Where's Rudy? I remember you didn't want my emotional support. Yeah, dude, smash that like button. I appreciate that. Yeah. There's double the concurrent viewers than there are likes on this video right now. Come on. You can't be doing that to me. It means half of you are watching without even giving a like. How dare you? How dare you, sir? Nobody wants an emotional support Discord user? I mean, you know. What if they hate watch though? Then give me a dislike, because YouTube likes engagement. Go ahead. If you're hate watching, go ahead and give me a dislike. All right. I want that engagement. People think you need a high like ratio. YouTube doesn't give a fuck about likes. Likes is just a form of engagement. They want you to click a button. They want you to be engaged with the content. Because if you're engaged with the content, that means that you're more likely to stay on the platform. Because that's really what they're worried about. I think, so I've looked at the research that is happening in corporate America, paid for research, and there's paid for research that's showcasing that corporate America is finally starting to recognize that negative engagement is not good for advertisers. They're doing research and realizing they're oh, if my advertising is with something that people are hate watching, then people might associate my brand with negativity, especially if it's a really apolitical brand like toothpaste or something. So I do think that YouTube and these people, if they have any level of fucking competition, which, you know what I mean? You're going to need competition in order to force them to innovate. But if they get any significant competition, they'll start to to do something about that. X has a really bad problem with it, right? Like X is, advertisers are wasting money by putting money on X because most of that content is rage bait and engagement bait, and it puts people in a negative mood. And if your brand is on X, you're just trashing your brand. Like you really are. Like X is a terrible place to advertise. I don't know why advertisers do it. And it's not because like I'm, like free speech or whatever. Like I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about like the way X is set up it's all about engagement. It's nothing to do with whether or not you like the content, right? Like you can have engage and rage based content on YouTube, especially with like YouTube shorts. But like, it's fucking hard to get somebody to have 100% watch duration on like a video longer than 10 minutes that they don't like, right? Like that just doesn't happen, right? At best, what will happen is you'll get shitty watch duration because someone comes in, they get mad, they might even engage by putting in like some comments, but they're not going to watch most of the content, and therefore they're not going to get targeted by as many of the ads, right? And they're going to move on to the next thing. Which is going to take the ad off because of the way YouTube works, right? You only watch a certain amount of ads throughout a window of time. If you're watching ads at all, if you're on the computer and you're not just blocking them. Yeah, so it's just like, it's a terrible, terrible fucking, like X is way, way worse about it than other things. TikTok obviously is bad about it. YouTube Shorts is bad, but like YouTube and Rumble ads are like, honestly, I think you get more bang for your buck there. Same thing with Twitch. But Twitch is stupid because Twitch doesn't have targeted ads. So Twitch is a waste of money too. Like the fact that it's 2024 and Twitch still doesn't have targeted ads is just retarded. Like Amazon is just like, does not care. Yeah, Adpocalypse 1 was ISIS videos, but it was also like kids watching fucking Spider-Man, Elsa fucking softcore porn in the alcos. And so it was like, I think maybe that was 2.0. All right, but I'm gonna hop out of here. In terms of Boy Scouts name change, good or bad, I don't know how I feel about the topic, to be honest with you. I kind of like want Boy Scouts to fail, but I don't want to force them to fail. I have some issues with government assistance that they get. But I kind of just don't give a fuck about your inclusive name change, but so much when when you let kids get abused for like too long through negligence. Like, I don't know. Like I'm of a bunch of minds about it. It'll be interesting to see what other people think. That being said, I am going to hop out of here and go hop on the panel. So let me move this over here. Move this to Lodge Capture. Oh my God, I apologize for the bright white screen. It's always so bad.
Please, for us right-wingers.
Wait, what now?
Fabian, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Can you hear me fine? Because you were
Yep.
getting weird there for a second.
Me?
I think you're fine now.
I was about to say I usually get weird all the time, but there was an audio issue. Okay, yeah, all right.
It was just for a minute. You're fine now.
Yeah,
Let me.
well, how you been, Fabian?
I'm doing all right.
Glad to hear.
Trying to.
Black Toy. And Doobie.
What's up, guys?
Hello.
Hey, Lactoid. Hey, Doobie.
Hey.
Howdy,
Good to
howdy.
see everybody. It has been a while.
It's been a minute since I've seen all y'all.
I'm actually amazed that anyone could get you out of the fields right now.
We got a lot of rain. Otherwise, I'd be out in a drill right now.
I totally believe it. My folks actually got out yesterday, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I think Friday night we were supposed to go live, but I had to. Well, I might be a little late. Then I end up getting off the drill at.
Cut out real good there.
Whoa!
I swear, is my girlfriend home literally right as it starts?
We were pulled through the vortex.
Oh yeah. Yep, she's here.
What do you mean you see how it is? Yeah, I put ads up. I gotta make money somehow. But I will say this.
What's up, Brian?
I found out recently that YouTube was just like canceling my ads, my monetization on my videos. Even though I put monetize. So this video is like the first time that's been monetized during the stream for a while.
Yeah.
Because I had to like
Okay, we
cut
can I ask
monetization
you,
off and
what
cut
are
it
your
back
feelings
on.
on
get it
marijuana
working.
legalization?
Well, I said on Twitter, it's a few decades too late, but it's, fairly innocuous compared to compared to alcohol, fairly innocuous chemicals. So, I get that it's not the best thing. Like you don't want to promote that kind of shit to kids, but I think it's something that should be much more taxed, regulated, and available than it currently is.
Based.
Also,
horrible.
Here's another thing, though.
Why?
American farmer, you can count on it. Set your watch to it. The minute it becomes fully legal, the price is going to fall through the floor. Because the American farmer, you can always count on to overproduce into a profitable market.
It's
well, there's a level where that's...
you know that like people in Humboldt County are like going back to the black market because the government's overtaxing it, right? Like it's been a disaster because farmers can't produce enough marijuana in terms of the legalization process because it's too expensive, and it's just being made in a way so that large corporations are going to be the only ones that can sell it.
Gray market, slightly illegal, like you have to go through all these hoops. That's what keeps the price up. Yeah. That's actually what's holding the price as high as it is.
Illinois is doing everything they can
that
right now to make sure that
insane taxation, like it's massively taxed.
It is. Some states are better than others. Like Colorado's pretty affordable, but like you go to Illinois, it's ridiculously expensive, and they're doing everything they can to make it where you can't grow easily and you can't sell easily.
Or so your friends have told you.
Okay, I'm gonna just off myself here when it comes to, hey, I looked into how much it was going to be to raise marijuana in Illinois because we have fields over there. The first year's license is $450,000. The following license is $1 million a pop every fucking year to grow the shit.
Licensing and taxes that's keeping the price as high as it is.
I know.
If
like there's a
would go away, it'd probably be cheaper than tobacco within about 3 years.
Oh, I don't disagree. Like there's levels to where like you can tax something and still make a shitload of money off of it and still make it affordable. And the right winger in me's coming out. I want some deregulation.
Hold on. The reason
Didn't
why
take long time. Didn't take long.
The reason why that happened was because that was a proposition that needed to be made to get this done in the first place, right? Like we remember the campaigns that were like, okay, well, we'll
make so much money taxing it.
Alcohol, exactly, yeah. We'll do all that, right? And this is going to be a profit center. Like it was sold actively as that, and so that's why the legislation was written that way. But now that it is that way, then I think we can, reevaluate and walk away back. But like there was like with the way that we got it legalized in those states, this is the inevitable outcome because this is exactly what was sold.
Well, this
there's
is what
levels where
needed to keep it legal because before this rescheduling, if any of this would have made it to the Supreme Court, like it would have been unfortunate. Like even no matter how libertarian you are, it'd be like, I'm sorry, guys, this is a pretty clear violation of the supremacy clause. Like, I mean, there's no way you can read this thing and not come to that conclusion. And so this is what was necessary to keep those.
To wipe my ass with the Constitution. Just a piece of fucking paper I never signed.
Wait, real quick. Supremacy clause still exists. The DEA has just been instructed to not.
Well, yeah, but I'm
not
saying
fuck with
this
the states.
rescheduling kind of helps all of that effort, if you will. But yeah, like the Constitution. Well, if that's the case, then all concepts are invalid, and that means you don't even like mathematics, Fabian.
What do I not like about mathematics? What are you saying?
Well, you're saying like the Constitution is a piece of paper. It represents a concept, and if that's your stance, then all concepts are not valid to you, and so you don't even like mathematics. But we'll save that for later.
That's retarded.
Yeah,
Here we go. Here we fucking go.
Like that's not
Alright, so-
like
Hey man, I always
if you
want
don't
to
like if you
Like,
don't
make
if
it
you
so
don't
hard
like
for people
something,
to like you. Like, I'm sorry.
well, I just don't be retarded. Like, and then you'll be fine. Like, you're good.
Oh Lord. Are we?
I'm
live
aware.
yet,
I'm
Yes, we
aware
are.
that the Constitution is quote unquote held in the minds and hearts of people
Yeah,
as a
so it's a
concept.
So like,
Right,
if
I'm
you
aware-
want to
I'm
us that
aware
you
that,
don't
like-
believe in it, then you don't believe in concepts in general. So mathematics has to be very difficult for you.
Transitive property.
I
It makes
never-
sense.
Right. I never said that I don't believe in the existence of the Constitution. I'm letting you know that as a
He
concept,
says just a
I
piece of
value
fiction,
it.
So it holds no
I
value.
value is
Yeah,
subjective. So my personal value is if I had the Constitution in one hand,
Exactly. So your value
right,
concepts
and
is
toilet
value.
paper in the other, right? I would go, the toilet paper has more value because it will not chafe my ass
Concepts
when I
have to be
wipe
really
my
tough
ass
for
with it. There's nothing tough about me understanding a concept. I don't value the
You seem to
concept
not
at the same
grasp
level
it
that
that
you
way.
do. No, you don't. seem
I'm going to use
understand
this
what I'm
argument
saying.
against you going forward, Scott. Pretty
I don't-
smart, right? You don't believe in the Constitution. The Constitution is a concept. Therefore, you don't believe in concepts. Therefore, you don't believe in math. Flawless.
Right,
Or
yeah, there's no
any libertarian has ever written.
there's no jumps in logic there, right? Like
No. It's very
Don't
you
like
know,
concepts.
segmental.
I mean, sorry, man. if
I-
it's
do you not
framework,
realize do you not realize that like that you're
Usually
wrong
don't.
here? Like, are you memeing? Like, I mean, do you actually believe that you've said something here that isn't just like a joke? Like,
Yeah, because you still can't seem to get past it.
right, but like beyond just like trolling as a joke, like, do you actually think that that's like a valid argument or critique against what I stated?
Yes. I mean, if
Okay,
you don't
all right.
believe in concepts,
I'm just curious.
Sorry, man.
No, it's yeah. No. I don't know that I could. That's
So
fine.
as a math believer, I'll step in, KOE, because I believe in the Constitution. I do.
Over there.
Like I've sworn an oath to the Constitution, so you know where my loyalty lies here. Look,
Concepts are a little more real to you.
I sure concepts a little bit more real, like math and everything. Yeah. So supremacy clause. No, this doesn't get rid of this. Like the legalization of marijuana across multiple states, that was never a challenge on the supremacy clause, right? Because the police power is primarily with the states. The feds could go in and enforce drug laws, which kind of happened at the beginning of Colorado's legalization, right? There was stories of DEA raids on various grow houses. But then I think it was Obama who directed the DEA to stop, basically, do not enforce drug laws in states where they've legalized it, essentially. And the executive gets to do that because the executive enforces the law, and he chose not to. And then I think Trump carried that on. And then I think Jeff Sessions rescinded that policy, if I'm not mistaken. But it's been not really enforced since then, despite the fact that the official policy's been rescinded.
I think that pansy
DC is pretty much the only place where the feds get involved in it.
Probably, I would guess so.
Well, it's because like DC,
But DC is
has,
just a
like,
concept, Scott.
That's actually a
concepts.
place.
Fuck.
I don't know. They're pretty lax in DC with their weed laws, as far as I could tell last time I was there.
So no, so here's the thing about DC, right? Is
Can I
that like
explain
you
this?
have medical marijuana. So you have medical marijuana. So you have
And
medical
rec as well,
marijuana.
right?
So they have medical marijuana in
They do have
DC.
medical marijuana.
They have medical marijuana in DC.
They do.
And
Medical marijuana. DC,
That-
you say.
Okay.
Do it.
so they have
Just
medical
fanatic
marijuana
here.
in DC. Right. But the issue is that you have to be like this can be problematic for you getting security clearance. And basically everybody that works in the government in DC needs a security clearance. And so what ends up happening is they have like gift shops in DC where you buy like a little trinket and then it comes with weed. And so you're not so it's like a loophole. And then the feds come in and shut those places down all the time. But they have business because nobody is dumb enough to get a medical marijuana card in DC unless they don't want to work in the government, right? Because the government still has this because of the federal regulations and things of that nature that like you can't work at the Pentagon or
Because
you can't
they'll
work
pull
at
a Biden
half
on
of these
you,
law breakers.
right? Biden asked made a survey for the people working in the White House at the beginning of the first term, saying what drugs have you done, and don't worry, it's not going to count against you. So people admitted they did marijuana, and they immediately lost their jobs. So yeah.
Well, another thing is when it comes to even if you're using marijuana medically in a state where medical is legal, it can still get you in trouble when it comes to purchasing firearms, because you're not allowed to purchase firearms if you are a habitual user of marijuana, which is, even if it's medical. Now, habitual user, that's kind of up for interpretation for sure. But technically, even if you're using it consistently, you're not allowed to buy firearms, which I think is an infringement of the Second Amendment, but that's a longer
so there are people that I knew that went and got their their CCW, and then afterwards got their medical marijuana license. And so long as they weren't growing, or if they weren't if they weren't driving with their firearm and the weed in the car at the same time, they were fine to do that. They were fine to have the firearm and so.
What's the CCW?
As
Still carry weapons.
Still carry. So it doesn't actually matter. Maybe if he got the card afterwards, maybe he was able to avoid some kind of detection or something. But technically, you're not supposed to be able to buy a firearm if you are a habitual user of marijuana.
Well, what if they didn't? They would only know you're a habitual user if you had your card. If you're in a recreational state, there's no real way of.
There's no real way of enforcing it.
Well,
I don't know if. Yeah, I don't know if you've bought a firearm. ATF, I have not. But if you've ever bought a firearm, you'll know. They ask you a bunch of just stupid questions, right? Are you a fugitive from justice? Are you a habitual user? And there's no way to prove that you're a habitual user, right? Even if they catch you with marijuana, that doesn't mean you're necessarily a habitual user. It's purely off the honor system, which is hilarious.
Back there. Who's to say what's habitual? I used to do drugs over there. Now I'm over here. Who's to say what's habitual exactly?
I want to ask Scott a question. And I promise it's not some sort of gotcha or anything. I'm just genuinely curious. So you said before with the Constitution that you didn't sign it, and that's part of the reason because you didn't actively agree to it. And your ANCAP utopia, within whatever region you're in, there's going to be agreements within the community that supersede you being there, right, or being born. Do you need to refresh those agreements for each person who comes in? How does
if you're a child that reaches the age of majority, you're going to have to either voluntarily choose to agree to a covenant community's rules and laws, or you're going to have to leave.
Okay. So you'll have to so the parents sit down with you and you'll go through it and make sure there's a meeting of the minds for each of these things, and then.
It just depends on what your situation is, right? If you're in a covenant community, let's look at the most ANCAP place apart from Prospera in Honduras, which is pure ANCAP, and that exists today and is successful. But setting that aside, right? The Amish, right? The Beachy Amish, the Mennonite, they're basically ANCAPs. They pay taxes to the federal government, and they receive whatever benefits that entails. But for the most part, they are a covenant community of libertarians they hate government. They most of them hate taxes. There's a wonderful video called Dinner with the Amish. It's a great video. You should check it out. It gets rid of a lot of misconceptions and stuff. But in that community, right? If you become a heathen, right? Or you become non-religious Mennonite, they'll excise you from the community, right? They're not gonna. The Amish are a little different because they're pacifists, but they're not gonna even in whatever ANCAP libertarian society. There would still be a position where it's these are the rules that the community agrees to. We're not kicking a 6-year-old out because they don't have the capacity to consent one way or the other. But when you become an adult, right? And I think the Amish is such a great example of this because even most of them do Rumsberger, right? They go out, they leave the community to see if they want to be a part of the community. And that is a process of of pure voluntarism at that point, because you've completely left the community. You've left your support system. You've gone out into the world, maybe gone to college, done whatever. And then if you come back of your own free will and volition, deciding that you are going to live to all of the rules that the community has and what those rules and those things entail. So yeah, I mean, there's many different
Amazing
ways
things
of
the
doing
church
it.
can give you, folks.
Oh, fair enough. Thanks for answering my question. Doobie?
So that's a boring conversation. Do you guys want to talk about the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act?
Sure.
Because I'm really curious what you guys think about it.
Okay.
It
Do
sucks.
you guys
It's
know
awful.
what it is, or does anybody here agree with the passage of it?
I talked
know what
about
it
it
is,
on
but
the
I
Wix panel
haven't-
for a
Yeah,
little bit.
but before
I
you
haven't
start,
read the full
Doobie, give
bill.
us an overview for everyone else who's watching.
Basically, it codifies the a definition of anti-Semitism that's put forward by some Holocaust organization. I forget what I think it's like Holocaust Remembrance Organization.
I thought it was
Um,
literally I'll get the link for you.
The International
Yeah, it's probably
Holocaust Remembrance Association.
yeah. So and in their definition of anti-Semitism, they have I think the most controversial thing is that it's anti-Semitic if somebody denies the Jewish people the right to self-determination by saying that Israel is a racist endeavor. So that would be considered anti-Semitic.
I
This
sent
has
the
been
website with the definition.
Thank you. This has been passed now, right? And what they're saying is that they're directing colleges to consider these things when they get like Title IX complaints. Or is it Title IX? I think it is Title IX complaints.
HR 6090,
so basically,
118th Congress. It's to provide for the consideration of definition of anti-Semitism act forth by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance for the enforcement of federal anti-discrimination laws concerning education programs and activities and for other purposes. Section 4 definition. Section 2, including contemporary examples of anti-Semitism defined by the IHRA definition. The IHRA definition, contemporary examples include but are not limited to, and the very big controversial one is claims of Jews killing Jesus or blood libel. And so Matthew 27:24, when Pilate said that he could prevail nothing, but rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person, see ye to it. Then answered all the people, he said, blood be on us and our children. And First Thessalonians, we both killed Lord Jesus and their own prophet and have persecuted us, and they please not God and are contrary to all men. There's two verses in the Bible, Matthew's and Gospel of Matthew and First Thessalonians, that if you wanted to be very uncharitable with that definition, makes those verses of the Bible anti-Semitism.
Yeah, well, I think it's interesting because I think it's just interesting because right now there are a lot of protests around the country, around the world, about Gaza and Israel, and a lot of these protests, a lot of these protesters would say that Israel is a racist ethno state, right? They would say that having a Jewish state is racist. So they've passed a bill, and at the height of this like hubbub, to say that it's anti-Semitic to say that, right? And that they're directing colleges to punish people for this if they get complaints.
Doobie, I think that you've skipped over, I think, actually one of the most egregious parts of the bill, or the definition of anti-Semitism, which is that it's defined as anti-Semitism if you compare any of the practices of Israel to any of the practices of Nazi Germany.
No.
If you make that comparison, right? So if you
What
say,
look, I missed that one.
No, you'll find it on there if you scroll down.
The first link I sent has like 12
Thank you.
12 things which are the definitions that they're going to use, and then the second link is the actual bill itself.
Yeah, so the definition includes that. So if you were to say something along the lines of like, well, I don't like that Israel's putting them in camps. That's what the Nazis did. They put people in camps too. That's anti-Semitism.
Or symbols. So like the watermelon, the kafir could then also be deemed as like anti-Semitic because the watermelon's been used as like a logo for the pro-Palestinians, and then the kafir has always been. So if you could be like, if that then induces fear or induces some type of like emotion out of someone, it could be then seen as like anti-Semitic as well.
This is also another one. So it's the second one to last one, Doobie, where it's the drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
But another one that's just super vague right here, applying double standards by requiring of it, I'm assuming Israel, a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation.
So,
Can you say that
is there
again?
anybody here that agrees that this should have been passed?
No, this bill is actually making me in favor of Gaza. Like at this point, fuck this.
So I would say
Because what I think it's really.
I would say
MashaAllah,
that-
Habibi, we appreciate it.
I would say the
Sorry.
interesting thing about it is about the conversation is about the egregious nature of it. And I find that interesting because it's really just a continuation of like you should already assume this. So like the correct answer here isn't these specific provisions are egregious. The correct answer is I have every right to be and say anti-Semitic things. I have every right to say the Jews are evil red devils that rub their hands together and own the banks, and it would be a better place if all the Jews died. Like, you
Please
should
say
be
that
able to
tomorrow.
say that.
Folks, Thank
it
you.
was a great
Please say that
Here's-
tomorrow.
here's my
last
thing.
ever episode of Primecayes. It was a
My-
great run, everybody.
You should also
thing
be able
with
to
this-
say that about Islam, and you should be able
This-
you should
this applies-
easily be able
yeah.
to say that.
To
This is
be
gonna
You should
end
be
up-
able to
say
say
Christian-
the most
this
to be
This is
clear,
gonna end up-
as the owner of the channel, I disagree with all of that. We love.
I disavow.
Just
I
be-
disavow.
just be clear,
Disavow,
just be clear.
disavow.
I also disagree with
Yeah,
that
disavow.
statement, right? Like
Okay.
but you should be able to say that statement without all of these people. Like, just look at the reaction, because people are online and they know that
my thing
censorship
with it-
is likely to come if you say these things too much and you don't disavow them immediately. That's bullshit, and the egregious nature shouldn't fucking matter. I should be able to say whatever the fuck I want about any cohort or demographic of people, and I should be able to say the most hateful shit, so long as it's not a direct call to action of specific violence against specific people. Like, and so, yes,
you
do I
think that-
disagree with this bill? Yeah, obviously. Do I think that it's fucked up that the power of the state might be using Title IX? I mean, I think it's so egregious that it's kind of like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, that like it's probably just going to get shut down and by the courts, because
Oh, yeah,
it's
Supreme Court's gonna
it steps forward.
I
too
don't
far.
know. I don't know
think
about
so,
that.
man.
I think they're
I
gonna.
don't know,
It might, but I really don't know.
My thing with it is that
If
honestly,
it gets
if it
used,
does pass,
if it gets used
yeah.
liberally, it will. If it
I know,
doesn't
but I
get
don't know.
used
I mean,
liberally-
hold on. Look at the other thing. So this adds anti-Semitism as a definition to like federal anti-discrimination law, which already has like a bunch of shit that you're not allowed to do, and that shit's not being overturned. So I
Right,
think
but
the
there's a
argument's
difference
going to
between
be
speech and there's a difference between speech and action, right? So like our Title IX, can you deny, for example, under a current legal framework, can you file a Title IX complaint and then have someone expelled from school because they said the N-word in a Call of Duty lobby?
so there'd be issues when it comes to the students potentially doing it, but you could
Right.
absolutely file like a Title IX complaint if the school or if certain administrators in the school, or if the school took a specific policy or a position, or et cetera, right? So what this sets up is like, if a school said like, we disavow the Auschwitz-like conditions of the people of Gaza that Israel is imposing upon them, that could be enough for a complaint here under the anti-Semitism bill, because this would be a violation of
I feel like
anti-Semitism bill.
it's two criminals against each other, right? Because you have like a college system that just like steals hundreds of millions of taxpaying dollars in form of like free student loans and bloated administrative wear, teaching our kids to be fucking commies. So like, I don't know that I feel particularly like upset when a school gets bent over, because like, fuck you, you're just a bunch of useless commies.
Do you guys
anyways,
feel like Israel
teaching
gets
bullshit.
special treatment or
But
special
yeah.
consideration by
Of course they do.
legislators?
Yeah,
Obviously.
yeah, of course they do.
Let's
So
put,
like, why?
let's go-
Because there are things like the anti-BDS laws,
AIPAC
for
is-
example.
AIPAC
right? And
is
I
like
think
the
this is
biggest
as bad
fucking
as the
lobby in
anti-BDS laws. Yeah. So do you think that? I guess I have to be like careful about how I say this, because it's like it's going to be hedging toward the Jews controlling the government thing, right? But
Sure.
given that there is a lobby and it is powerful, I think I would say it's at
called
least as
AIPAC.
powerful.
We know it's
So
real.
that's one of the lobbies, right? There are many lobbies toward this end. It's at least as powerful as the evangelical lobby that people have no issue talking about.
I don't think it's that.
Why do you think it is? I think this bill and the anti-BDS laws are an indication that it is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
Oh,
At
okay.
least as
That's
powerful.
this is where I'm going to separate.
Here's why the power
Can I
is
get a thought?
super different.
Yeah. Let's so two things from Ali was in line, so let's get Ali and then
I'll let
let's go to-
Tiberius respond first.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so
I don't think that AIPAC is as strong, or actually, let's just say pro-Israel lobbies, right? All of them together. I don't think they're as strong as a lot of people make them out to be. They're definitely not as strong as the evangelical camp in the country, because it now runs the Republican Party by itself, which I never thought could happen. What I do think is the case is that the political class, particularly like what we call the establishment, openly will support them, because they're just, I don't think it's a power thing. I think it's a cohesive, everyone's marching in the same direction without an actual plan. Well, that's what this is.
The evangelicals also support Israel too, right?
Exactly.
So you could say that they are as strong because they not only have their own lobby, but then the support of the largest.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like where I'm going with this is this. The Republicans are like 90% in favor of Israel. The only 10% are like literally the conspiracy theorists that are like, oh, the Jews need to be like, X'd. When it comes to the Democrats, it seems to me that their entire party, or at least the party apparatus, is taking a firm stance and saying we're going to support Israel. They're tired of the protests. They think that, at least from the reports I've seen, they thought that the 2020 summer riots shit. Defund the police was actually a negative for them politically overall.
Mostly
and so what they're doing is they're
love.
counteracting this time by stamping down on their own base and saying, we're not letting you get away with shit this time. We're in charge, not you. So I think this is actually just a massive political power play to where the Democratic Party is trying to tell the electorate, we are not crazy leftists and we're shutting this shit down because we're tired of it.
Let's go to Ali.
No, okay.
Yeah, so the issue with it is that why is it that only like the Jews get this specific term anti-Semitism, and then now we get it defined, right? And then now there's all these special provisions to them because the same rules could just as easily apply to like Arabs and Palestinians. They can claim Semite, they can claim anti-Semitism, they can claim that anything that deems like denounces their country, denounces their living. Like me for specific, I've lost a home in Lebanon during like a bombing from there, so I could easily claim that like anytime Israel wants to claim land or say that this is anti-Semitic towards me, I'm afraid on campuses, these things. White people can then turn around and use this, right? There's a lot of anti-white male sentiment going on lately. If you just get a bill passed that any anti-white male sentiment gets said, now you can't say anything. We can't have any discussions about anything. I just don't understand why, like, I guess I understand why they're getting special provisions, but anti-Semitism has been, like, honestly, it's looked at as worse than racism, sexism, trans, like, fucking whatever it may be, homophobia. Like whatever the fuck it may be, it seems that anti-Semitism is the biggest thing when it's only like 3% of people in this country. Not even 3%.
So
we don't even throttle it well.
I think.
Go ahead, buddy.
So I think first and foremost, to deny that AIPAC and Zionist lobbies, right? I'll say Zionist, and I mean this literally. I don't mean this the way stupid fucking leftists mean it. I mean it. I just mean it in like pro-Israel lobbies that are for the continuation and maintaining the power and the legitimacy of the state of Israel.
I mean,
no, a ton of leftists use Zionist to mean anybody that isn't pro-Palestine is like a brainwashed Zionist, and like Jewishness is Zionism, and all that. They mean it in a stupid way. So I'm just being clear. So what I would say is, first and foremost, I think the evidence is pretty clear that they have more power than the evangelical or any other lobbying firms. And the reason I say that is because whilst, yes, there are plenty of firms and lobbies that have significant power within one political structure, the Zionist or pro-Israel lobbies have power within both parties. And you see this all the time where the Democrats get what will happen is AIPAC or another group will fund the more center-leaning pro-Israel Democrat person in a primary, which often forces kind of like the squad type people, the more far left people, kind of out, because if you're not gonna have the support for Israel and you're not gonna do those things, then you're gonna get primaried by a more centrist Democrat that likely is going to be easier to appeal towards the general electorate anyways, right? So you'll see them primary in the Democrats, and then after their person wins, you'll see them fund the Republican in the hopes that the Republican wins. But even when the Republican loses, they don't care because their candidate still won. So they have significant influence and power in both parties, which I think is unique to most lobbying firms, right? Like I agree with you, Tiberius, that like the evangelicals have more power in terms of money and donations in political lobbying than their population would seem to show in the Republican Party, but they don't really have that much power, if any, in, let's say, the Democrat Party. And this is not true of Israel. They have a lot of power throughout all government officials. And then the second thing, sociologic, you presented, why is it that anti-Semitism, why is it that Jews are special? I think, setting aside kind of like power and a discussion of power, I do think that the historical context here makes it kind of obvious, right? Like if we set aside any discussions Kanye West style of like, who was the doctor? It was a Jewish doctor, right? Like we set aside any of that and we just go, let's assume that that every demographic has equal power. Why is it that anti-Semitism is special? There's a wonderful article by George Simmel, who is a sociologist, way back in the day that was obsessed with the fashion industry. But he wrote an article called The Stranger. And it adequately describes kind of the position that Jews have in society, which is that they often succeed and they do well, and they're utilized by the society in many ways. And at the same time, they're always otherized by society. And so because of this, they become a unique scapegoat during times of political tension that other minority groups or cohorts don't necessarily have in the same way. So when shit hits the fan in culture war, it seems like Jews tend to be the canary in the coal mine. And so it seems that there seems to be some level of special consideration, maybe born out of fear, maybe born out of history, maybe born out of power that Jews have. But I think that is a reason why they're special.
Well, I think the reason this bill is getting passed so quickly is because I think they see, at least the lobbies see that they're losing that, at least with the public. In the public eye, it's no longer that the Jews are this displaced people that are lost, that are scared, that are need a place. That now it's turned and it's become like extremely loud through the public. That's the Palestinians that are going through essentially almost what the Jews went through, barring an actual Holocaust. Which, by the way, at the rate things are going, I don't know how the answer isn't eventually just like a bomb in Rafah at the end of the day. I don't know how the answer isn't that. So eventually, once that happens, then will Arabs and Muslims be able to claim like the same anti-Semitism fear?
Yeah. I mean, they're dropping.
Yeah, like Ali, I wouldn't go as far as to say is like they're going through what the Jews went through like historically or something, right? I think what they're going through is really bad. But I think that the way that I would characterize it is more that it's very difficult to claim the status of like an oppressed class or oppressed people when your people tend to do much better than white people or Asians or whatever in the U.S., right? So if you're in the United States, most of the average Jew in the United States is doing much better than the average white person, for example, right? Or much better than the average like Asian. Like, so it's very difficult to claim that you're an oppressed class if that's the case. So I think that contradiction,
I think it's both. I think even though it's not a direct correlate, I think people see it as the same thing as it happened like during the time like the Jews were kicked out of, Judea. The Palestinians literally lost their spot on the map, right? And they're being kicked out and declared, right? And so that's why I said until like something like an actual just one bomb hits and tries to kill all these people at one time, barring that, it's kind of the same story. And so I think there's both. It's both things.
Yeah,
I think
the
narrative many times you're not going to find peace there. You might get armistice for a few years here and there, but you will never find peace in that region. Don't look for it.
Yeah.
Prime was next.
I'm sorry, Lactoid.
Okay. So I'm looking into it a little bit more, and I question is not something that I do on a daily basis. But from what I'm reading, this actually could potentially be used to enforce anti-Semitism regulations against students. Because under Title VI, universities have an obligation to protect students from harassment, even if that's student-on-student harassment, while simultaneously, students have a First Amendment right to freedom of speech. Well, there's kind of this conflict that potentially could arise here, where universities also have to protect students from, certain types of racist harassment or potentially anti-Semitic harassment, but then people also have the freedom of expression. I have no doubt that if this gets passed, there are going to be claims of anti-Semitic harassment based on what a lot of the protesters are saying and marching.
Yeah, I mean, this is an obvious attempt to like suppress a protest, right? Like,
yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think
it absolutely is. Like, yeah, I called that with the political motivations, but the cultural narrative one's a little bit interesting because I don't think most of it matters, but or if it does, it's very linear. At least for us Westerners, like the Jews are a touchy subject because no one wants to pull a Germans again, right? Like everyone's like, oh, we can't touch that. Don't do that again. Don't even get close to it, right? And we will jump back or literally over backwards to make sure that we don't get close.
I think
versus the West never really gave a flying fuck about Muslims.
Like, I think the biggest difference here is this is the only definition I can think of where criticism of a specific country is part of the definition of discrimination or harassment, right? Where there's no, I can't think of any other example, right? Like you can criticize Saudi Arabia all you want, despite the fact that country's constitution.
No, this bill is blatantly a violation.
To a much lesser extent, obviously.
To a much lesser extent.
Like during the pandemic, people were like, "That's racist" for people to say that came from China, right? Like when we're, and things like that.
You're right. There was this claim, but like at the same time,
yeah,
you can usually
criticize
China what they do.
Chinese virus, because then anyone who was Chinese got associated with the virus directly.
Right.
That was the bigger claim.
Like, the ethnicity and the state are tied together, and the same is true with China, right? Where when you think about Chinese, you think about China because China is a big power player and enemy. It's still obviously not the same thing because there isn't a religion associated with that, right? So there's a trifecta with Jews that don't really exist with any other demographic group in the world, which is that when someone says, I am Jewish, that often is there's an assumption of Zionism and an attachment to Israel there because of the strong beliefs.
Which in of itself is kind of anti-Semitic, though, right?
Right, which is of course. But then also,
that's what they want to do.
But also, like,
support.
You're already a nation of Israel, right? So, like, if you're born, if your mother is Jewish, right, full-throated, full-blooded Jewish, and you're born, right, you're immediately you immediately have citizenship in Israel. So there is some tying there, even if it's not by your own choice.
But this is common in a lot of countries, right? Like I'm a Swedish citizen despite never being born there. Like there's
sure.
Like, can I criticize Russia?
But there's no religion.
Is that like hatred towards the Russians?
Well, sure. Because your mom was Swedish, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm saying that there's multiple layers here. I
get that. But we're talking about specifically criticism of like the Israel's policies, because under the definition is if you compare the policies of Israel to that of the Nazis.
Look, I'm not defending
that's anti-Semitism. I know you're not defending it.
I'm trying to be descriptive here and say that there's something unique about Jews, right? In the sense that you have a religion that is also passed on in many respects through hereditary matriarchal lines, and you have a nation state in that same thing that is granting citizenship to people born abroad that have never been there, right? Simply by virtue of their birth, even if it's generations later, right? So like if you have children and then your children have children and then your children have children, they're not going to have citizenship in Sweden. But if it was Jews, you would, right? Like you would absolutely immediately do so.
Yeah. They take it further. The closest example I can think of are the Native American tribes in the United States, where you can apply for citizenship, like if you can trace your blood ancestry, where it's very much based on like your blood. Probably even more so than it is in Israel.
Actually,
not to be, and Israel seems like the only country that's like actively poaching its specific people. It's bringing people over on this free vacation, and the whole thing is basically a timeshare of like, hey, you can get this house, you can live here, and then you would join this military conscriptly for 2 years, mind you. But it seems to be like the only active country doing this, and it like for us to be so like tied with them, the fact that you can leave here, go to Israel, and just immediately join their army, like that is insanity.
Can I ask one question? Can somebody poke a hole? Can somebody poke a hole in this comparison?
It's a very easy way to get. It's a very easy way to get American citizenship. I knew plenty of people when I was in the army. The first thing they did is join the military, so because it was way easier to get American citizenship.
He's not right.
Yeah, but I feel like it should be weird if like you're leaving an American country to go join another country's military. I feel like it should be weird for us to be like, that's our ally.
We do it with like Kurds. People do it with Kurds and stuff all the time, but yeah, for the most part,
sorry, I want to hear what like
the French.
Last sentence. Do you guys? Because the comparison I was about to make earlier was, Saudi Arabia's constitution is the Quran. So is it Islamophobic to criticize Saudi Arabian policy?
Yes.
Based. Okay, gotcha.
I'll bite on that. Yes.
To them, they would think that. Yeah. Now, to us, it'd be like, no, but to them, they probably would think that.
I didn't know that was a. I mean,
no, actually, because
really?
not for Muslims,
Their constitution is the Quran.
Yeah, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to have that. You're not supposed to have like most Arabs don't like Saudi Arabia. Most Muslims will say like Saudi isn't like a Muslim place. Like it may be like ran and like Sharia law and so on and so forth. Not a lot of people agree with the fact the way it's
they
ran.
love
Like,
they
it's-
love
with the same
taking
thing
that
with the same
Saudi
thing with
money to build a
Iran.
mosque in a fucking European country in a heartbeat. Though.
Yeah, same thing with Iran. Same thing with Iran. Like, you know, it is also an Islamic Republic. Most people don't like. There are people obviously who agree with it and want the Islamic Republic that are there. Most people outside there, especially Muslims that are outside, don't like necessarily agree with that.
Shit,
Well,
most
Hobbyism
people in
scares the
Iran
shit out of
probably
people,
don't
let's be
agree
real.
with it, right? Like,
Yeah.
'cause Iran
so
has
it's like-
protests all the
so
time.
like I don't know. So I
despite
don't know
people
if it would be
getting the
Islamophobic
shit kicked
to.
out of them.
So I don't know that it would be Islamophobic to judge like their policy, considering the fact that like most people would probably judge their policy.
Aiko, thanks for joining us. You want to say something?
I was just saying that Islam is balkanized, right, by country. So a lot of, I mean, just the Shia-Sunni divide itself is a massive one where if you're on one side of it, you're not going to approve of the people that are on the other side. But then there's also these, like the debate topic at the high school level this year, like for 4 months in a row, was WANA, which is West Asia, North Africa. And so we just spent a lot of time talking about the divisions between nations, and the divisions between tribes, and the divisions between like religious sects. And it's very difficult. You know, the only thing that unites them seems, at least in the past, has been opposition to Israel or opposition to the West. But when they're left to deal with each other, they don't stay unified for very long. And that's, of course, that's true of a lot of, like, it was the same thing. There's 400 years of religious wars in Europe, where it's very easy to divide people if you don't have some sort of like unifying maybe threat that would sort of like, even just most recently when Iran like launched those missiles to Israel, who came to the rescue but Jordan and Saudi Arabia, which you wouldn't expect those two countries to have a great love of Israel, right? But their feelings towards Iran turned out to be greater.
I mean, there's that, but there's also like the U.S. allies.
stability.
They might have had pressure from us to actually, join in on that, right?
Yeah, there's always pressure all the time, but the fact that they responded to Western pressure over Islamic pressure, like, tells you something. That the unity, like, within Islam isn't
Aiko makes a good point. The fact that our leverage means shit to those people is actually quite telling.
right.
So
Islam is, sorry.
Go ahead. No, you can.
I was just gonna say Islam has been very
to anything.
not. It's been very dispersed as like a collective authority since the caliphates fell apart. Like as soon as the infighting actually started from that, they've never unified in any kind of major religious way.
Going back for a little bit to previous conversation, like Blackwood, you said that it would be anti-Semitic to assume that a Jewish person is a Zionist, but like that's what like the pro-Israeli side wants you to do, right? Like they want you to assume that Jews in general are for Zionism, that these things are synonymous with each other. So of course you should assume that.
Yeah, it's fucked up. It absolutely.
Yeah.
And we don't. And that's a different standard that's not held to any other nationality, right? Or religious group or ethnic group, etc. Someone who's Russian is an ethnic group, right? Someone who's like ethnically Russian is not assumed to have some kind of loyalty to Russia.
Yeah.
Well, but if you're Arab or you're a Muslim, you are assumed to have like allegiance to like Palestine and in this conflict.
Well, if I wouldn't this be like a stereotype though? If I just assumed some like you're Arab,
you
therefore
get-
you must be.
Now,
I mean,
if I may,
it would be. It's just like that's just how it's being presented, right? That is how it
That's
seems
just
to
a-
be.
Yeah, but now it's being
heuristic.
presented in
It's
law,
like
though,
90
right?
What's the
Well,
percentage?
if I
What's
may
the
for
percentage of
just one moment here.
Muslims that don't fucking agree with Palestinian plight?
Well,
Like,
I actually
you know
have
what
a
I mean?
cousin
Like, come
who
on.
lived in Israel for a
Yeah, but you
couple of
can't
years.
legally put the two
And-
together like that.
Okay,
though.
multiple things on multiple things.
I
there.
agree.
One, I can raise his hand, so I want to give it to him. But Phil, you sound a little quiet. And I think that's why people are talking over you, which
Oh,
never happens.
well, I mean, that's no
Yeah,
good.
that's-
It's
that's
gonna be
weird.
better
That's
than
very
that.
unlike Phil. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God almighty. But no, I was just saying that I have a cousin that lived in Israel for a couple of years, and we talked about this, and I straight up asked him, like, so Judaism, is it a race, religion, or ethnicity? And I'll never forget his answer. He went,
All the above.
Yes.
And then I asked some other buddies, and they said, no, Phil, that's actually the right answer.
Hey, I don't think you're using your mic.
Yeah,
see.
You're not getting louder when you're getting closer. I mean, you might be using a different
Yeah.
mic. Yeah.
One moment, you beautiful people.
Iko, please.
Yeah, while he's working on that, I just wanted to. I posted something like in the DMs, in the group DM about American Jews like relationship, and there's some really interesting. Like, if you were to expect American Jews to feel very emotionally attached to Israel, it's actually only the net Jewish opinion on that is only 25% feel very emotionally attached, and then if you look at the age breakdown. As you get younger, that number appears to, like, if you're under 65, that number drops a little bit. So I don't think that that conflation is warranted in the United States. Yeah, I think if you move over to somewhat attached, you'll see a considerably higher number. But a lot of the more powerful criticism of Israel often comes from diaspora Jews, or even better, like Israeli Jews who live in the area, because the Likud party does not have majority support in the Knesset over there. And so I think that there's a lot of this conflation of being Jewish with approving, not just approving of Israel, but also of approving of Likud and of Netanyahu and of this current attack in Gaza, I don't think is necessarily warranted. I do think that there's sort of a lot of natural pushback that because Jews often get lumped in and attacked as a result, that might make them more like sympathetic or distrustful of protesters, for instance. But the moments in all of this protesting that I thought was most powerful was whenever you see protesters who are Jews themselves holding up a sign that's saying Jews for Palestine or something like that. Because then you can you can separate out the anti-Semitism, which I think is present in some of these protests, with the more sort of valid aspects of that protest movement. And I think it's very hard when you look at all of these groups not to just lump them in together whenever it's sort of convenient for whatever argument you're making. I think we have to work very hard to distinguish between groups of actors that are involved in all of this.
Yeah, I think Bjorn had a similar issue, right?
Your chart, just real quick, your chart shows kind of what we were talking about here very quickly, which is 67% of Jews who say they're Jewish by religion feel either very or somewhat attached to the state of Israel, right? So 2/3 of them feel attached, either very attached, which is 32%. So 1/3 of them feel deeply attached to the state, to a nation state across the sea.
Yeah, among Jews
right?
by religion. But I think
right,
somewhat,
and then it's a minority of Jews that are atheist, left wing, Jews in America that are only Jewish by virtue of their birth. And I think that does exactly kind of what we're saying, which is that the thing is convoluted by the fact that it is hereditary, because atheist Jews in America are all pro-Palestine leftists right now, right? Like they hate Israel,
or they're just apathetic to it at all. They don't care either way, and they're like, whatever. So it's not necessarily that they're there's no attachment, but they don't care.
Well, I mean, in this current paradigm, if they're politically active, they're probably.
Yeah, I think with the study, you've got very somewhat and not at all. I would assume that these atheist Jews, especially the ones that are pro-Palestine and are leftist or whatever, are going to be lumped into the not at all. So what interests me more is the distinction between the very and the somewhat, which, if you're talking about Jews just as a category, it's only 25% who are very connected. So, I mean, I can imagine, even if you're not religious at all, I can imagine why you would have somewhat of an emotional attachment to Israel, because it is part of your identity growing up. It's part of the social structure that you're in. right? But what I'm saying is people seem to be assuming that Jews in America are all very attached. And here it's, if you're not going into subsets, if you're
the
just
left is
Jewish in general,
retarded
that's
and
25%. Yeah, and look,
don't have
it's also
nuance.
a very strong intellectual like component. I mean, the joke is that a lot of Jews joke that, you know, they're atheist and they go to temple every Sunday, like that both things are true for them, and they live a life of like intellectual tension, shall we say.
Rabbinical Judaism are kind of like that, though.
Juby, then
Can you hear me at all better?
There we go.
Yes, we
Yeah,
can
much
hear you.
better.
Holy
Oh
shit,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm back.
Juby.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think that every protest group has this issue, right? Like BLM had this issue with like actual like anti-white racists out there, with people who had legitimate like grievances or legitimate like advocacy. Obviously, like the Trump rallies had similar issues. That like actual like racists and Nazis out there, with normal Republicans who don't believe any of that shit. So I think that yeah, that's obviously an issue with like any massive movement of people. But I think what's happening with these protests, right? And I think this is expressed through this bill, is that there's like a push to not just to shut down the debate or shut down the protests entirely, but to pretend that everybody on that side, including the Jews, are anti-Semitic, right? So, because the fact that they've basically equated like criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and now they're encouraging universities to punish people for this. Like I can't think, like Lactode was kind of talking about earlier, I can't think of another country that has this kind of like political sway, right? So one with the anti-BDS laws that are still on the books in many states across the country, and now this getting pushed through very quickly. And it's like a barefaced like attempt to shut down criticism of another country. Like I don't know how this doesn't just inflame like actual anti-Semitism, because now it's hard for me to argue with like Nazis who are saying, oh well, Jews control the United States, Jews control the American government, because obviously they have some influence, right? Like obviously there's like a Zionist lobby that does have influence that's able to get these things passed. So it actually it turns into the cycle where they're like actually they're inflaming actual anti-Semitism, where they're trying to stomp out fake anti-Semitism or trying to label people as anti-Semitic.
I just wanted at this point on the internet for
does this
TikTok
with
at
everything.
least, the assumption under the TikTok pro-Palestinian hashtag is that the reason this banned TikTok bill is getting passed so quickly versus the other ones that didn't get passed as quickly is because there's so much pro-Palestinian rhetoric on TikTok, and so now the assumption added is that, oh well, because this bill is passed, they just want to shut down speech against Israel. So like, to Doobie's point, there's also that sector of the internet that thinks this, whether it may not or may not be true. That's how they feel, and that's what they think. It might, actually invoke some real anti-Semitism if that's what their belief is, and the app actually gets banned. I was just adding to the point. There was nothing else I had to say.
Okay.
Now,
So-
if I may, real quick, Prime, there's just one thing I want to read to you, good sir, and that is, with blood and rage of crimson red, we fill men's souls with darkest dread, and twist your minds to pain and hate. We'll burn you all. That is your fate. Red Lantern.
I'm ashamed that I know what that is. Fuck you.
I only know what it is because he does it all
Hey.
the time on panels.
Hey.
Well, he's the only motherfucker that's wearing these shirts.
I'm
I mean,
only
I gotta
one
drop
wearing
it, man.
shirts.
I mean, I'm
That's
sorry.
fair.
Fair enough.
But thanks so much. But and I wore it for you actually. I this specifically. Otherwise, I've been wearing my X-Men shirts on this panel, but I knew you were going to be here, so. They should have an X-Men off too. Actually, you would think they do. It's surprising actually
No,
they don't.
not as cool. As
I don't-
Lantern Corps.
He would say something
I
like,
don't
to me,
think-
my Primecayes.
Yeah.
I don't think that this is. It's really interesting, this cycle that we seem to be in politics in like the last 10 or 15 years, where people wake up, because what ends up happening is there seems to be this culture war battle that like happens every 2 years. Like the left and the right pick a new thing to fight over. And then it seems to be that there's at least some people that start to realize, because of this specific issue, like how government growth is becoming a problem, and how the philosophy of the left and right is completely undergirded by nothing and nonsense. Like, so I almost sometimes I start to become numb to like the current political thing, because it seems like a lot of us are screaming into the void, and like it takes a specific issue to get people to wake up and realize that like the left has become the leftist youth have become completely indoctrinated by agitation, by adopting, as like, I use David Halpern in his Saint Foucault on a gay hagiography, or however you say it, his definition of queer theory, right? And that queer is always in opposition to the normative, right? And that queerness is an identity without an essence. And he explains that queerness doesn't exist. There's no such thing as being queer. There is no queer thing. A person is not queer. They are queer when they are in opposition to heteronormativity, when they're in opposition as a political force to destroy the concept of straight, to destroy gender, to destroy these things. And so it's like, people, for whatever reason, now that it's Israel-Palestine, people are starting to go, oh, look, the left is crazy. The left is obsessed with an oppressed-oppressor dynamic. They lack any ability to engage in a nuanced conversation about this. And the right is doing what they always do to react to this agitation in the worst way possible, which is scramble, panic, and make wide sweeping laws that take away your rights in stupid ways. And it's like, I don't know how many times this cycle has to repeat before people get it.
I'm going to ignore most of that. The part that interests me is like that this particular fight is undergirded by nothing, right? When we're actually talking about a straight up genocide that's happening, right? An ethnic cleansing campaign is going on. Now, I can maybe give you that maybe some of the conversations that are happening on campuses like aren't like the most informed, right? You do the man on the street type stuff, and if you grab a random person, like, who knows what they'll say, right? And what they're there for, for a specific protest. We've been down this road before, right? So I can give you that much, but like the reaction in general from the left, like this sprouts from the actual real world conflict that's happening, right? The actual deaths that are occurring like right now. And so whether you take if you understand an oppressor oppressed dynamic, right? Which lots of things to say on that, but whatever, right? Whether you buy into that, there are people who are just, responding to the loss of life, right? Because they're humans. And they're saying this is an issue, and that's why
I agree. I think you're misunderstanding. When I said undergirded by nothing, I mean philosophically and from a knowledge-based perspective. Like I don't discount that when people see, the aftermath that is the campaign of terror that Israel has done in Gaza against Palestinian people, and when they see some of which is propaganda, some of which is just, actual footage, that there are genuine feelings there, right? What I'm saying is that the left, by and large, is already been educated for the last 10, 20 years, either through college and now through our school system, as someone through Freirean concepts of creating conscientiation. And this is a regular practice of our schooling, that people view the world through a critical theory lens. They view the world through oppressed-oppressor dynamics. And so when something occurs, when something pops off, that becomes the current thing that they attach themselves to. And you see many, many people that are massively passionate about Palestine that know no fucking idea what they're talking about, have no understanding of the history that has occurred there. And what they do know is memorized TikTok talking points. They and you can see the same thing with the people that have chosen to pick up Israel. Like Destiny, for example, does the same thing, where he's tried to memorize as many talking points as he can, to be good at arguing. Like, I don't disagree with that, but this is what I'm talking about. It's a cycle. It's not like these are people that have been passionate about this their whole lives. It is the current thing. It is whatever. It's the current thing that everybody's mad about. It's the thing that gets you likes on social media and in your friend group. And so and it is the thing that they use to be against Western imperialism. And they don't give a fuck about, let's say, none of them give a fuck about Uyghur Muslims right now. Why? Because that's not the current thing.
That's because you don't really have much attack to China. You can't really do. What are you going to protest China for? How long before nothing? Like, you have no power there.
Hold on. So I'm trying to build a bridge to you, right? So if we're talking about like the online individuals, right, activists, and left or right, right, like you get that social media credit, that status for being bombastic, and pretending like you give a fuck about anything, right? And so you can end up signing on to these like talking points, right? To create content, right? And show that you are the most, anti-Israel, or whatever, however you want to take this. Like you that is something fair enough, right? But like I wanted to pull back a little bit and talk about like that most people don't understand. Well, that's like for most of anything. I don't know if you can go right that the public is
Sorry, what?
educated on when you're not directly sorry.
I think you broke up. I don't know if you broke up for everybody
Did I
else.
cut
We
out?
did for
Okay,
me
yeah.
for just a second.
Sure. So what I'm saying is that I don't know how many topics like the public at large is educated on, right? Like you'll take an opinion poll and they'll say this is a bad thing, right? Or this is a good thing. But if you ask those individuals to give you a deep analysis, it's like it's just feelings. I mean,
That's
that's just
not
how
the point.
politics works in
Well,
general.
you'll be shocked how little the
Let me
educated are
clean it up
educated on
super
things.
quick. I'll
Yeah.
clean it up. Maybe I totally understand that most people are dumb on most topics, and most people are uninformed on most topics. What I'm saying is that there is a friend-enemy distinction that occurs within current political movements that isn't tied to the, let's say, other political topics that occur. So when something becomes the thing, right now Israel Palestine is the thing. 2 years ago it might have been Ukraine, or it might have been transgender issues, right? When the thing is the thing, what ends up happening is there is a collective moral enforcement that occurs from collectivist philosophies, both on the left and the right. The left is more collectivist, but the right over time has become just as collectivist as the left, especially as you see like America First or Kuiper's kind of far right people like respond with their own leftism, which is fascism, right? You have this collective group, right? And so like I'll give you an example. Like on Twitter the other day, I got a ton of people pissed off at me because I said, in response to a TikTok video someone posted, pro-Palestinian activists aren't sending their best, right? And the kid was insane, right? He was saying like, isn't real is like is a colony by America so that America can kill brown people, and it was founded and is run by America. It's like, that's retarded. Israel was there before America even had hegemonic power. Like that was the British mandate. Like it's very clear that you have these and so when I did that, I had tons and tons of people that immediately identified me as enemy. Oh, you are a Zionist, right? Everyone starts, you're a Zion. It's all talking points. It's all, I'm on the right side of history. There's no understanding that there isn't friend enemy distinction. Once that philosophy takes over, once that activist agitation takes over, what you have is a political group that is incapable of rational conversation. You have a large portion of the left that is incapable of being like, look, the Nakba was wrong, but this was wrong too. How can we come to agreement on this, et cetera, et cetera? It's all or nothing. It's you're with us or you're against us. And that is a pattern that has been happening for 15 years in American politics.
So Peter Coffin, are you familiar with him at all?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Peter Coffin, I've been subscribed to his channel, and he's like started making videos again. And he's been on this specifically. He's been talking about what he like you would say their ideologies. He specifically calls them fandoms, right? And he's describing the exact phenomenon that you are, that people aren't actually like necessarily
It's ideological
like,
possession from a Jungian perspective.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, ideological possession. And he's saying that it's devolved political conversation to the point where, like, it's oftentimes quite pointless because of all the things that you're saying, right? But I don't.
Unfortunately, the right is starting to respond with a similar fashion.
I wonder though, like so I'm curious what other people have to say as well. Like, is this just a response to social media, right? Like, if Twitter and the whatnot had been there during the Vietnam War, right? Like we basically seeing the same thing, right? Like we had all the social incentives that we are seeing now. Like with that, like that student protest, would you be able to say all those same things
Yes and
there
no.
as we are now?
Yes and no. Yes, because those incentives, those corrupt incentives, are there for groupthink and for like liking and negative engagement is what gets you the most attention and the most money and the most popularity. So yes, in that regard. No, in the sense that, I mean, the philosophy of people in the 1970s was much, much stronger and far more right wing as a group as a whole. Like the Marxists and the socialists were a minority of Americans. Most Americans now think like a socialist. Most Republicans are socialists. Most of them jump towards the concept of government regulation in the market and the inherent contradictions of capitalism need to be reined in by the state so that we can, protect the individual workers and people. Like most of them think in a Marxian way in some regard. That was not true in the 1970s.
Ty.
I'd say it's more you just got to pick up the weapon your enemy's using. Otherwise, if you don't in battle, you're going to lose. Like it or not, that's just the way that works.
That is how fascism starts, yes.
Ty, if you're talking,
that's just how your side doesn't get fucked over.
Oh, I'm muted. Sorry about that.
I'm sure it was brilliant, though. Damn it.
No, I got you. So long and the short here, at least for me, is that as much as I can blame social media, and I have a grudge against social media, I actually am going to blame secularization on this. Like when you have religion like separated from the state, that's one thing. But when the people identify as like agnostic, atheistic, secular, to where they don't really believe in religion and they're not having the moral conversations within the church and within their family and their peers about like what is the right thing to do, what's the wrong thing to do, we have front-loaded this into our political system. Like the reason why we're seeing so much dogmatism, so much like zealotry out of our political class is the fact that we don't have that conversation in a separate place called the church. We have it now in politics. I'm just fervently convinced that that's the case. It is.
It's evangelizing. It's very much just they want to preach the evangel of Palestine, if you will, or preach the evangel of climate change, or
there's
preach
level
the
of
evangels of tax cuts, whatever. Aside, like,
okay. So politics is always going to do that, but there's a separation here. Like usually, your religion informs what you think is moral, right? Because as much as I fucking hate organized religion, the reality seems to be very clear to me that most people need some kind of like rule book or guidebook for like how shit's supposed to fucking work, because figuring it all out by yourself is a pain in the ass, right? So they'll usually have, the tenets of Jesus Christ or whatever the fuck it is.
Atlas Shrugged.
Sure. Actually, yes, right? So when it comes down to it, at least for where I'm at, is that because we have such a society that actually doesn't like put morality, wrong word. Now that we have a society that doesn't encourage a place where people go to have the moral conversations about what is right and what is wrong, we've now front-loaded the conversation into the body politic. And so everything has gotten to the point where if we're going to talk about oppressor and the oppressed, if we're going to talk about the actual legitimacy of hierarchy and authority and when to use it, when to smack the piss out of somebody because they're being a dumbass, it's all political now. And there's no like subcategory where you're supposed to have a conversation, among your peers and your friends. It's just front loaded.
Is it political or is it philosophical? I think
it should be philosophical
for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, that's viewpoint,
the
right?
Church gave a philosophy of deontological no-go zones, right? The church says these are lines we do not cross because they're against Christian ethics, right? And so I don't know so much that it's the conversations are being had there, so much as the modern day right is consequentialist. They don't have Christian ethics anymore because they're not Christians anymore. And so if you're not Christian anymore, or if you're not a devout Christian or devout Muslim, then you likely don't have that many deontological positions. Maybe
Mike Johnson was a devout Christian. Look how derived he got in the media just for being a devout Christian.
I'm going to rub some salt at Phil doing
I'm
this.
saying you might, but I think you might arrive at some rule utilitarian kind of no-go zones as a right-winger because you hold some values, right? But at the end of the day, that's a happenstance by strong belief and values that you have. Whereas Christianity, as much as I dislike it because I think ultimately it leads to altruism and is part of the problem, but it was a wall against socialism. It was a wall against the greatest abuses of the state, because it said, that there were certain things you didn't cross, right? Like Jesus did say, render unto Caesar what is Caesar and render unto God what is God's. But also he was saying that tongue in cheek because Caesar wrote on a coin that he was God, and he was saying, fuck Caesar, don't give him anything, right? So there's a lot of anti-government, anti-value things, anti-state based values, especially with hard moral lines, that I think you derive from Christianity, even if you're not a Christian, because if you're a devout Christian, you do have some of those deontological positions. I think maybe pro-life being the only one that still seems to be sticking around. Many of the rest have fallen to the wayside.
I agree. Yeah, this is where I didn't want to completely I wanted to give my position on it, so maybe we could have the synthesis here. But it largely is that in the way that you framed it, I'm largely with you here. Is that people do not have those more ethical considerations that are from Christianity. Ironically enough, Christianity does kind of want you to be a more small government conservative, because what's your first priority as a Christian? To do the service and will of God, right? If you're not doing that, you're putting the state first. That's kind of antithetical to the religion itself.
It's like when the Pharisee said, "We have no king but Caesar." That's literally, you're saying that you put the state above all else. And so, in this regard, Tiberius is right. As a Christian, you are a Christian first and American second.
What is the will of God, though? That's always the thing, right?
Right.
Sure, you should be doing that.
Well, you want to know how you find that out? I'm actually in Second
Just
Timothy
ask KOE.
3:16, all scripture is breathed out by God and profitable for teaching, for reproof, for correction, and for training in righteousness, that the man of God may be complete, equipped for every good work. So, if you're wondering, there you go. The good book, sir. The good book.
Look, I have no problem getting Eucharist, Cal Rich, and Phil KOE to debate the finer, the finer teachings of what Christianity can be. I'm sure I can let them have at it for a century, and we still won't get it figured out. But welcome to religion.
We've only been debating it for.
Wait, Phil, is Christianity a concept? Would you say?
No, it's something much, much deeper. But I appreciate the attempted humor there. But no.
I appreciate the question.
Well, I was going to say, maybe that's why Scott doesn't like it, because he said before he doesn't like it. It might be a concept.
If it is to him, then that's understandable. If you think it's just a concept, but it's so much deeper, sir. And don't worry, Fabian, you'll be coming back to the kingdom of God someday soon. It'll come.
I mean, Scott didn't find the Bible.
I tried. Unfortunately, I'm not that dumb.
If I was more Muslim, I'd have the Christianity as a concept argument with you, but I'm not Muslim.
Just like you a few years ago, and yet here I am quoting scripture on stream. So it'll happen for you.
I guarantee you were
you
not
just got to
like
get through
me,
a little bit more of this journey of life.
You could be just like that, Scott.
Oh no, you'll have a few more years of rebellion.
You'll get there eventually. It's not a could, it's an eventual.
I love the patronizing aspect of the Christian that can't defend his own position and instead says, once you get older, you'll understand. Like a parent trying to chastise their child.
I'm just saying what you will. I'm sorry. I can feel it for you, sir. I can feel it. I know you're coming home.
I went to grad school. I went to Liberty for grad school. If I didn't find God there, I'm not finding it.
No, this panel's going to lean more towards Islam. I have anything to say about it.
Existence exists. The primacy of consciousness is wrong. There you go. If God is real, here you go. Here's how I feel. You want to really know how I feel? You want to really go ahead and burn this bridge fully? If God is real and he has an effect on material reality, that means that we can interact with him in material reality. And the moment he attempts to perform a miracle on this world, we can capture him, we can imprison him, we can torture him, and we can hang him in front of the public.
You already
and
did
murder God, so that we can make him
Fabian, at his
for his
crucifixion.
crimes.
I know you would of course do that.
Whoa, is that anti-Semitism?
Yeah. Oh, look at him doing violence against the Jew.
No, your sin crucified him. So, yeah, sorry,
my
man.
sin, right? Yes,
of course you would
my sins in the future. Come on, man.
And the past
Don't talk
and
nonsense.
the present.
Go talk to the kindergarten children. Like no one wants to hear you silly religious shit.
Okay. All right. But,
Yet I'm doing
but
so much better.
Such love in the air. Such love.
I know. It's so loving. But, sometimes you get what you give in this life. And Fabian Liberty is what happens when you order Stefan Molyneux from Wish.com. So,
What?
not a single fucking argument you've made about any of the state shit that you couldn't get from a Stefan Molyneux podcast in 2015. So, I heard all this. I heard this act before. This is kind of like Dennis Leary copying Bill Hicks.
Damn.
Right.
Okay.
Except you don't have an argument against it. You just have insults.
No, I just told you. I know where you get all your material from. I'm sorry, Carlos Mencia.
Okay, so let's push past
buddy.
this.
Yeah,
I've archived all of the banned YouTube videos.
Whatever's
about
happening
Israel
now.
Palestine from 9 years ago before Stefan got banned.
Oh yeah, because shit's totally changed since then. The sides have changed and the people hate each other less. Totally.
Doobie, I'm sure Doobie's gonna say something super intelligent. Go ahead, Doobie.
Nope. Nailed it.
Okay, never mind.
Thank you.
Actually, no, I was going to let you know that the wedding stuff I spoke about earlier, it came up, so I have to go, unfortunately.
Right. Understood.
Good to see you, buddy.
Thanks for being
Good talking to all of you.
Congratulations.
A great day. Thank you.
Take care of you well, Doobie.
Oh, me too, actually. Wait,
I hope you have
wait,
some
hold on.
tadpoles pretty soon.
Hold
Wait a
on.
minute.
What the fuck?
Are you getting married to the same woman, maybe?
I don't want to announce this
No.
publicly, but
I met this girl at
hey, we're
church.
in way closer than you guys think.
That would be hilarious if they pronounced his name.
Yeah,
that is one perk of Christianity. Apparently, like churches are overwhelmingly women. Apparently, I've read somewhere.
Yes.
I mean, well, Doobie and
There's
Kaylee,
more
maybe-
women than men. Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah, women
you
are
two
typically
could
more
have
religious
like
than
a
men.
double wedding, right? I think that sounds like fun.
Oh my god.
In August, come on, right?
Oh god.
Yeah, that'd be
We
that'd be
should
really bad, I think.
stream this wedding.
So who else is
either one of them.
Doobie's getting married? Who else is getting married?
Lacto's getting married.
Oh, okay.
I'm not getting married.
Oh wait, somebody else on here? Okay, sweet.
Yeah, Lacto got a Ukrainian mail order bride.
Oh my god.
Still marriage.
But now I
Passport,
will
bro,
say,
yeah.
guys, within the sound of my voice, find your girl at church, not at the bar or the club. Okay, like that's
Those
how
are
you
the
can
only
find a
three
good
options: church, bar, or club. Nowhere else.
woman. Well, that's where a lot of interaction happens.
Multiple choice dating.
Yeah. Like,
Okay, well, I'll see you guys later.
Gotcha.
Have a good day.
Bye,
Great
friend.
talking to you,
Peace.
Doobie.
Catch you later,
Take care,
Doobie. So you're saying go to the church for my hookups is what you're saying. That's where I should aim.
well, you'll find somebody worth spending a life with. Much
My
more.
girl was an
I-
ex-Jehovah's
I-
Witness. Does that count?
Much
I'm
more
not-
likely, anyways.
I'm going to say this. Okay, look, all best wishes to you. You will agree, though, there are a lot of women who go to church that are also,
Old.
you know,
Rusty?
they'd be the kind that like would maybe hang out with Jesus, if you kind of catch my drift. Like they're the kind of that were like, you know, no.
Women of ill repute, you say? Now,
Yeah,
what I will
women
say-
of ill repute, or I think with
Now, what I
Scott,
will
you
say
said
this, like,
Saturn, right? I
what
think
I
you
will
said-
Reformed
allow me to
women.
say this. One of my favorite quotes from Oscar
He means
Wilde
Mary
is,
Magdalene.
hang on. One of my favorite
Wow.
quotes from Oscar Wilde is,
It's too
every
deep for me.
saint has a past and every sinner has a future. Always remember that, because
See, that's what I don't like, though, bro. Like, hold on, this is what I don't
You're
like.
not a debauched sinner.
No, no, no,
Everyone
no,
on
no,
this
no.
panel and everyone within the
Wait,
sound of
this
my
is
voice
what I don't like.
is a debauched sinner.
Lactoid
Let me respond to this.
Jesus, that's
Call
all.
it-
No, yeah. So this is the part that I like bothers me a little bit. Where Nala, yeah, exactly, right? You have sure, I get it. You're washed clean of your sins, but are you washed clean of your HPV? I don't know, and it seems like kind of like a risk.
Oh my God! Why are we here again?
Well, here's the thing.
Miraculous
The
healing
reason that
waters,
you would
okay, that you
attend,
can go
like,
to and
here's the
find.
thing: you need to attend a church
Catholic
that actually
waters
matches
that
your
will clean you of
values.
everything.
And then if there's somebody that attends that church regularly for a long time, that's almost kind of like a weird, like, relationship vetting for you, because you already know you line up on so many different values that by the time you go out to first dinner and you're having your discussions, like, you find out, oh yeah, we agree on that, we both like that, we both like, and it just,
I'm just
it
dating.
Yeah,
syncs up.
and
Like,
they've already had their fun too. So you mean you don't got to worry about
All right.
well, like, here's the thing: nobody's clean walking into that church. Don't think you're ever like.
Yeah, but some
here's
people
the
are
thing,
dirtier
like,
than others.
Whoever you,
yeah. There's
whoever
a range. I think.
whoever you end up shacking up with and making a family with in the end, that person will not be clean of sin. Guaranteed.
All I'm gonna say regarding
None of
this
us will.
lactoid is that
None of
most
us
of this
will.
shit is curable now. Okay.
Yeah,
Most,
lactoid. We
but
have
not
an answer
all.
for that. In the
Most.
Catholic Church, we have a place called Lourdes. It's in France. You can go to, and
go
you
all
just
the way
take
to
a dip in
France?
there, and it'll remove all the disease
So
from you.
so she
okay?
gets
Oh.
she gets to come back to
I
get
sent the
married
link in
and
the
a
side chat
vacation to
here.
France. That seems, jeez.
Now
Yeah.
the Protestants will
Turns out
just
they test
give you
that water,
baptism.
and it's full of staph. But
I would
besides
guess.
that,
I would guess it is
Oh!
full of staff. Yeah.
So is that what cleans it out?
yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it
Like,
works.
that's-
I
the
just
staff
know.
eats it away.
It's the
Oh my
antibiotics.
God.
Those are literally the only two things I know is that it'll heal you of everything, and there's lots of staph in it. Okay.
What's the name of this river or lake?
It's called the location is called Lourdes, but I put a link in the StreamYard side chat.
Lourdes.
It's a real place. I've been there, and no, I did not come near the water.
IRL stream coming soon, Prime?
Phil, I want to ask
yes.
you. I want to ask you a genuine question, and this has nothing to do with your personal, like your actual personal life. But let's say like the timeline was different, and like you met a girl at church, and like she was cleansed of her sins after, like she went through a fucking train of like dicks, right? We're talking like 2000, okay? Like everybody in the city has had her at least twice, okay? That you live in. But now she's been
That would
washed
not
clean
be
of sins.
someone I would start a relationship with.
Well, okay, why not?
Because that's not something I desire. That's just my sexual preference.
Okay. So despite the fact that she's been cleansed of her sins.
Hold on. If you have a son, and the son said that he found her really attractive, and that he thought she was cool, and you knew that she fucked everyone in the town and everyone in the city.
Oh,
and that she's had
every
a
one of
body
your
count
children's
like
going to make
3,000.
several relationship mistakes. Don't think you can prevent that.
That's not
Okay, like that's going to happen.
What about marrying her? Hold on, pause, stop.
I'm going to
stop trying
advise
interrupt me
against
so that-
it. Of
So you
course.
don't.
Like-
why would you advise against it? Everyone has a past, man. God heals, bro. She went to church.
And
now.
the future
What the fuck
sins
is wrong
too.
with you? Why don't you believe
Yes,
that
but
God
also
heals?
past behavior is the best indicator of future behavior. So you will be
Okay,
known by
so-
your fruits. You will be known by your work after you are cleansed, and that's why you have to know them
It's
for a
almost
while.
like-
No, it even says
it's
in
almost
James
like
chapter
God's
2, you
healing
will
doesn't
be
mean a
known by
goddamn
your
thing.
works.
It's
No,
almost like
it will be from your works.
the healing didn't do a
Now, there's
fucking
somebody
thing
that's going to
to
be
you.
for that girl, that 2000 girl. There's somebody out there for. It's just not me. I already found the girl of my dreams, and I'm going to spend the rest of my life with her,
right.
and I love
So
with
you
her.
would-
So it's
Well,
not
that's
me.
just found Doobie's wife.
At the end of the
found
day, at the
Doobie's
end of the day, you
fiancé.
give up. At the end of the day, when it's your own child and the stakes are high, you abandon faith for reason because you know that her past shows that the most likely scenario in her future is that she's gonna be a hoe, she's gonna fuck up over your son's heart, and she's gonna fucking stomp on it, and you don't want
right.
that for your son. So at the end of the day, when the stakes are high, you give up your stupid fucking God and you use your brain for half a second and you go, no, not there. But when the stakes aren't high and you're talking about other
Well,
people
you
on
have
the
to see
internet,
what the works
all of a
are
sudden
first.
we believe in
So,
believe in all
you
the
have to know
wonderful
what their
things.
works are. They will be known by their works, like it says in James chapter 2. So,
So
if
I-
you don't have works that
Wait, so their
sprout
past
from
works
your-
aren't part of what's washed away?
No, it's your new works. Once you have actually become washed in the Spirit,
Oh,
those new
I see.
works that generate from you afterwards,
Just a
that
fresh
will be
slate.
how you're known, because you're a new creature.
Okay, but
Yeah,
okay,
right,
so
right,
let's
right.
say the new works
God
are
doesn't
like
heal.
she's
You're
been.
fucking,
Let's say
rationality.
ever since her
if she is
conversion, she's
truly-
never been with a single person.
she's
and it's
tru-
been 5 years.
Then
or
she
whatever.
will find someone that's perfect for her. I know.
Yeah.
If that's what she prays
And
for,
that won't be
Lord
you,
will-
and that won't be me, and that won't be most of the guys here.
There's no amount of cleansing that can.
Well, yeah,
occur
I'm
in
already
today's world.
taken. I'm off the market. So
Oh, I understand that, but like even if you were not taken, I don't think you consider this person.
Okay, but Lactoid, if she goes to Lourdes after that,
Yeah, okay.
As long
maybe
as she
then.
gets
Staff
staff,
infection.
as long as
she
she
might
gets
come back with
then
staff.
yeah.
Okay, but
Well, that's
The
the only
rest
way
of
we
it-
can guarantee it worked, Aiko, is if she comes back with staff.
yeah.
It's like
that's like,
it's
'cause
like
I had to be kind of
it's
honest.
like the
I was
stamp you
known as
get
kind
from
of
a
whore
club,
for a little
right?
while.
Your
That's like your
verification.
staph infection. Oh,
You have a wild college days, Phil.
Yeah, let's call it college days. Yeah. I had some wild early
Salad
20s.
days.
I had some wild post divorce. It's been an interesting life. It's been an interesting life. I've had some ups, some serious downs, had some very dear people pass tragically. And that was kind of what brought me to where I'm at now. So, there's 4 ways out of depression, guys: working out, relationship, dog, or Jesus.
I think the medical community has a different answer than.
Nope. That's it. Those are the only
that's
4.
Or running through a bunch of women. Apparently, that's also potentially a solution.
It doesn't help.
The Andrew Tate.
So
Good
I wanted
Band-Aid.
to actually hear from our friend Aiko on this subject, right? So, like, what's your interpretation of a scripture here? That, like, if look, I if I had been the one to design this hypothetical, I wouldn't use the one that Lactoid used. But since we're on it,
The number's not high enough for you.
not nearly enough dicks. Not nearly enough dicks.
Yeah.
But assuming you consider like being promiscuous a bad thing, right? An awful thing, and a sin that needs to be washed, right? Do you think like? Well, what's your take? I mean, you've already heard the.
Right. So okay. So I've got this like 1 or 2 year panel that's coming up. That's going to be like I'll take a long time to get through. Where we're doing Dante's Divine Comedy. And one of the things that Dante thought, which I thought was highly influential on me, and was this idea that a lot of times, like our sins are connected to something greater than themselves. And one of the things that he does is he puts in Mount Purgatory, which is purgatory is the place that gets you basically from the world like to heaven, and you work off your sins or whatever. And the top circle, the one that's right next to heaven, is lust. Right next to heaven. And the idea is the very last thing you have to do after you've purged yourself of all the rest of your sins is lust has to, like literally, I don't know how much of a metaphor this is, literally has to burn through you. You walk through a circle of fire. And when you emerge on the other side, you emerge in heaven or whatever. And the idea is that you know how you'll be in a relationship that might start off like totally lustful, but then maybe you intend it to be a one-night stand, something like that. And then it starts to last a little bit longer. You enjoy their company a little bit more, and by the end of it, like you start catching feelings, right? It's like that. Like there are certain behaviors that while it might be better to start them in a more noble way. You're still, we all are flawed in some kind of way, right? But these connections that we make, this is one of the problems I have with porn as a culture, is that it sort of deconnects the possibility of those like meaningful relationships that often will derive from like our more like lustful relationships, that you can just like satisfy that like on a computer screen, and there's no possibility for that to lead to something greater. And so I'm like a little bit less like horrified at like people who have more casual relationships than I might otherwise be, because I've seen them in so many of my friends and family members where those relationships turn into something greater, even though like they weren't really thinking with their heart when they started the relationship. They were thinking it was something else. But then they end up falling in love. They end up in a much better place than where it started from. So I feel maybe a little bit less judgment for how those relationships sometimes begin, because they can lead to a better place.
Yeah, what if the only way to meet that you would have met your husband is if you did all the OnlyFans? If you didn't do all the OnlyFans, you might not have met your husband.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean,
Don't put bad ideas into their minds.
I think it's better to have like a kind of relationship, like as Phil says, if you meet somebody great at church or whatever, you do all the right things, and the first time you get together is on your marriage night or whatever. But that's just not how it works for most people, and that's just not the world that we come from. And I think that even our religious beliefs kind of have to meet us where we're at. And so, yeah.
Just
to
bounce
off
of
2000 though, Aiko, 2000. Come on.
Flying
Even
spaghetti
Paul-
monster aside.
You watch too much porn, you lose all taste for the kind of people that'll actually fuck you. Yeah,
Even
every
Paul
sin has its
compromised.
inherent punishment in it.
Paul hated sex, right? And he told all of his followers, he said, it is better if you like never marry. But then he
Yeah.
said, I understand that you have these temptations or whatever, and you have these these feelings. And so if you need to, then okay, if you feel like you have to, then go get married. But so in other words, he's starting already there. He's starting to make a compromise on his initial standard, right? And so I kind of feel like that sort of compromise is like something that we have in life as well.
Yeah, my girlfriend's she left. She used to be a Jehovah's Witness and left, and she was actually telling me about that. How that's like within there, it's like discouraged to like form a relationship.
Yeah.
If you have to form a relationship and you can't, resist your urge to get married, sure, it's better not to have kids. But if you have to have kids, I mean, sure, because apparently getting married or having kids distracts
That
you
was
from
Paul,
like sharing the word. And
now
so on
in
and so
Paul's
forth.
case, part of that was he thought Jesus was going to come back before the next harvest. So he thought, well, there's really no point.
That call's been made many times.
Yeah.
Many times.
So
one of these days,
Only
someone's gonna be
Jesus is
right.
conversations away from fucking religion, right? Like, how about something you can actually fucking use with some common sense as opposed to fantasy land, right? Like, just take a girl to
Billions
fucking
seem to
Barnes
use it
and
just
Noble.
well, just
Your mic
because
is-
you're
yeah, your
pissing
mic
off
is
on the
low, but
sidelines.
I'd say your
What's going on?
mic does sound low.
Your mic's pulling a Phil.
Billions of people seem to use it quite
Jesus
well.
intervening
Hold on,
right now.
Yeah,
This is what's
divine
happening.
intervention.
Yep. There you go,
Divine
man.
intervention, right?
Is it any coincidence that right when you speak
Hi,
ill
can
of
you hear
God,
me?
your mic goes down?
Well, Fabian is sitting in the fires of hell
No,
right
you can't
now.
hear me
can
at
see
all?
the flames behind
No,
him.
we can hear you, but it's
just-
like so muted.
It's low. Yeah.
I can hear you just fine. I don't know what everyone else's problem is.
Testing. I mean,
By all
it's
means,
fine on
don't turn
OBS.
it
Like
Nothing
it's got
Nothing
divine
is-
hearing.
Nothing has changed. But we can still.
All right, I'll
hear
leave
more
and
or
come
less.
back. It's fine.
Hey, friend.
All right, can you hear me now?
Good.
Seems about the
Turn him
same.
up. He's fine to me. I don't understand why you guys.
It's just like lower
I
than
just
like,
turned him up
not
on
as
my
clear.
end.
It's
fine.
it's definitely not like your usual mic quality. Just
Start talking closer to your computer.
What do you mean?
You're
I
not-
don't
not
have
the
a
mic,
mic. I don't
computer.
have a mic on my computer.
yeah, you can still talk now. Like, get your point out, and you can work on it later. But we can hear you, but it's just you're lower.
Well, if
Am I
you
having
can't-
a
if-
stroke or
if
something? Like,
no one can hear me, then like except for
You
lack
sound
of-
we can hear
fine.
you. We can hear you.
I'm
It's-
talking
We
to you
just all have
now.
to be
Obviously,
quiet.
we can hear you. I'm
I
telling you,
won't
but
interrupt you for the next 20 seconds.
Testing,
Lactoid's
testing.
gaslighting you a little bit, but
I'm not.
All right, well, it look like I said, it looks good on OBS and it looks good on Discord when I say
It's
it,
fine.
so.
Go ahead.
Something with your
Just go ahead.
server must be doing something weird. I don't know.
Yeah, it must be me.
Yeah. So I said your server. I'm not saying it's you. I was
Blame it
blaming-
on
I
the
was-
black man.
I was
hear you.
making Discord the fucking scapegoat. But I mean, if you want it to be your fucking fault, it can be. Right? The white man's fucking Discord's working perfectly fucking fine. So you know. So yeah, I mean, like all of this aside, like just take a girl to Barnes and Noble the first time and fucking walk around and have a laugh at the different fucking book sections that exist. And you know what? You'll find out what her values are. You don't need to go to a fucking church and try and meet somebody that like your auntie
Go to a
wants to fucking
bookstore.
hook you
That'll
up
get
with
ya.
and some fucking. Well, it's
They
more
definitely want
likely to
guys
find out
annoying
what's-
them there at the bookstore.
No, I didn't say go
take them
fuck
to
with
the
random
bookstore.
people
Yeah, you get
at
the
the
date
bookstore. I'm saying when you have a date, take her to the bookstore.
Yeah, you
and get
find them
some
at the
coffee,
bar, and then you bring
walk
them to the
around.
bookstore at the night
Right,
after.
you
Yeah,
walk around and be like,
yeah,
here's
right
this
at the
section,
bar.
here's that section. You're gonna learn more about her values than you are at a fucking church. Like, it's like the idea that
Not
you're
bad.
gonna have the same values, that you're
Both
gonna share
attend the
values.
same church, that means you
because
have
you're
a
at the-
lot of the same values. You're not gonna have 100%. It's not gonna be 1 for 1, but it's gonna be very close. It's gonna be like 0.7
have
to
the
1 or
same
0.9.
That-
you're gonna have the same
So what you're-
religious
what you're
values,
saying
but there's
is-
life values. There's other things
Right,
that
like
come
what
into
you're
play.
saying. What you're saying, the claim that you're making is that 99.3% of values are closely aligned to all churchgoers, which is insanely.
It's not what I said at all, actually. I actually used completely different numbers. So apparently you need to turn
said-
up those
said
earbuds
zero-
too there, my friend, because
What'd you
I
say?
actually used completely, entirely different numbers, like 0.7 to 1.
You said you wouldn't disrupt it
0.8
for
to
20
1,
seconds, by
or
the way.
0.9 to 1, where the actual, not 93.7 or whatever fucking number you made up out of your ass. So I'm
Rela-
sorry.
rela-
Turn them
I'm
earbuds
sorry.
up, my friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott,
I
learn
know
math.
you're
It's because he doesn't
searching-
believe
you're
it. That's the
searching-
problem.
He doesn't believe in
You're
math.
searching, like, hold on, pause. You're
Come
searching
on,
for
Overstock,
you're search-
Stefan Molyneux.
So again, I get it. You're searching for a dub so deeply because you don't have any form of argumentation against my ideas. That when you say 0.7 to 1,
hurts so
and I didn't hear the 1, I just said 99.3 because I thought you were saying that you aligned on everything but 0.7.
Yeah, so turn up your earbuds, man.
Is Phil just the
I
alternate
don't have earbuds
Gibbs?
in. Like, will you just
Yeah,
stop?
yeah,
Will you just pay
I don't
attention
wanna
for a
Gibbs
moment
before Gibbs.
so that you
A
can
little bit
come
more
with a
religious, a little
comeback?
bit less drone bombing. It seems.
No less
I-
degeneracy.
A few
Yeah,
less
I
weapons.
believe in peace. Fuck all that shit. We don't have the
No-
right to tell
no
anybody they have to
weapons?
live in a war zones.
No whoopings.
fuck.
How do you feel
Less
about
weapons. How do you feel about
Weapons?
Weapons.
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 Whipping.
I have a cold steel counterattack 2 right
That's a
here that I'm going to
weapon.
be reviewing before too long.
Yes, that's a
This
weapon.
is the cheapest thing that appears in a John Wick movie. It's like $45 on Amazon. So
What about
yeah,
whoopings,
yeah.
though?
Whooping.
Oh,
Like,
whoopings?
No, he's just
Yeah.
plugging.
Who's getting a
random
whooping?
shit. Like,
Yeah.
Just well, anybody that wants to hop in the cage with me. That's who's.
So
getting
everyone
the
gets a whooping. All right, cool, nice.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Not so far off from Gibbs.
But
not
I-
that far off.
We do need a Phil Gibbs debate. We need one.
oh my god.
I don't think they're into the same
And
women.
2 moderators.
That's fine.
Maybe
You
3.
need too much.
But okay. So I have a take. I'm not sure if this is a hot take, right? And it's something I've been playing around with in my head. But so we talk about how people are devoid of community, right? That we live in a very atomized society.
Mhm.
And when people bring this up, they'll say, well, it's because the religion is gone, right? We don't have that in our lives, that common meeting point, where people can just like socialize and have people around who seem to give a crap about you, Phil, I see your hand, Phil. So yeah, and they'll say, bring religion back, and that'll solve it. So I agree that religion filled that role in a lot of ways, but I, of course, being a non-believer, I disagree that it's necessary. And I'm thinking that so many of those social ills would be solved with simply better urban planning. That if we had a society that was built around like more common spaces, more communal spaces, that was more densely packed, right? Rather than focusing on single family homes, and look to other societies that have done this and have successfully built these communities, that we'd see so many of this feeling of loneliness, of isolation, of radicalization. A lot of that would disappear if on the regular basis you could find people to interact with, that you could just like if you recreated, and I know a lot of people won't like this, but like the idea, but basically what happens in dorms, right? Like in a good dorm, like on a university campus, right? Like people like that experience because they're constantly meeting new people and are having these interactions, and it feels meaningful and magical, and maybe that's why they look back on those times of fondness. If we replicated that, not exactly dorm life, because that's awful. But if we replicated
Full sessions,
yeah, like I think we would solve so many of these issues. So
If
curious
if
what you have to say.
suburbs were like college towns where things were a little bit more accessible and walking around, and like
Well,
there were
no.
multi-family homes and things like that.
No, burn the suburbs. Like they shouldn't be.
That's-
They
well,
can't be.
Jesus.
So
Okay, let's
So
fight.
if they were like this,
Burn the suburbs.
Yeah.
That's just out of
Yeah.
jealousy. That's just
Allow-
out of
That's
Pure
jealousy.
jealousy. Let's get
Allow me to.
I don't have a yard.
Tiberius, and then anyone else.
All right.
I'm just angry that you can't grill.
Well,
To answer
well,
your
hang on.
question, no, my
No,
turn. You
he-
said
no, he said
time.
it was me.
I said
Phil
Phil and then
first.
Ty.
Oh, okay. Well, then I can't hear. I'm sorry.
Oh, they turn your earbuds
Ah,
up.
I've got you all like maxed the fuck out right now. Like y'all are really low for me.
Tiberius is actually nice on occasion.
Discord's
So,
been having
but what I will say is when you're wondering like why is there this big difference in the disposition and the way people think, and why is it that there seems to be this grander loneliness? And I'm not going to say the thing that you think I'm going to say, but this is actually the reason, and this is one of the greatest secrets in the world. There is one fact that every theologian, philosopher, and general thinker is in complete, or anyone that's at least worth their salt, is in complete agreement with. And it is this: We are what we think about. We are the sum total of our thoughts. And look at what we have nowadays to infect our thoughts, our minds, every minute of our day. We have a screen in our face that we all have our daily doom scroll. And you wonder why we have a bit of a black pill defeatist outlook on life. Look at what everybody is intaking. You are what you consume. You are the media that you intake, and we're all influenced by it. And that is why we are where we are today.
The media is only a piece of, like, the media is what you're watching when you're inside, away from people, right? And you have no community around you, and so you're watching the most inflammatory thing that makes you feel something, right? Rather than like the humdrum loneliness of your regular existence. So if we were having those communal interactions to begin with, I don't think the media would have that same effect. The reactionary media would have that same effect, right? It's different
when I found the church
when
I
you
was
can
at,
get
I
like
was
when
so happy to
essentially you
meet
get
nice
to touch
people.
grass every time you walk outside because those where your friends are at. Like,
Internet
they're right there.
degenerates.
Now everyone's friends are in chat rooms or in friggin' stream chats or
Exactly.
comment sections or Discord or whatever.
That's
it
the
may
only
be.
place people have a fist fight is in a message board.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I
Ty.
think that I definitely think that there's problems with the way that we interact. Like I've had numerous neighbors in the time that I've lived in this house, and I've lived in it for about 8 years. But like I've gone into so many places, urban and rural. Like the only places that I've been consistently is the burbs, where people actually know who the fuck their neighbors even are. Like they'll actually take the time to house greet and warm and talk to people. Like the vast majority of the time, particularly in urban areas, like people will not find out who lives in them in their next fucking apartment. So there is levels to where what you guys are talking about, I think, is kind of real, but I think it's because we're antisocial. The reason why, the reason why is that like everything that I'm seeing, like I've come to this conclusion, is that we are screaming to have some kind of new philosophical framework. I don't think we need a new religion, but we do need kind of a new social like code that we all actually largely believe in. That allows us to believe in each other. I don't think we have that anymore, and everything in each institution is telling me this, and is screaming it to me, is that no matter how fervent the people who are like committed to actually like maintaining the institutions and making them thrive, is that no one's quite convinced that their institution, that their philosophy or religion or X answers all the fucking questions. Because I don't think many people are very certain about like what the future is going to be. I don't think many people are very certain about like what they can expect from their society or what they can expect from their neighbors. I think for most people, they're just sorry, I'm spittering. I think most people are incredibly just upset with the fact that they cannot find contentment, not only within their personal lives, but within their own society. There's too many fucking questions. No one has really good answers. And no one believes outside of like a handful of people what that next solution is. And until we change that, I think we're fucked.
So okay,
Hey, look at me, I'm happy and blessed. Maybe there's something to it.
So I'll respond to this. And I see you, Scott, and anyone else wants to raise their hand. Okay, Ali. But to respond to you, Ty. So and I should have done this at the start. I think there are multiple things people are missing from the church environment. One of them is the spirituality part that you're talking about, right? That people are looking for that sense of meaning, and by that they may specifically need something like above them, or however they interpret that, right? So there is a section that are just going to be hungry for spirituality one way or the other, and that's a different sort of issue. But I think for the most part, what people are missing from church is community, right? Like when you listen and talk to them, that's what they're missing. They're friends, and they feel lonely, and then when they go back to church, right, they're like, oh wow, like I have missed it here. This was like an amazing experience. I want to replicate this. So like I want to separate those two problems. I think I agree that what you're saying is true. That for some individuals, they're just like looking for answers, and like they feel lost. But I think for most people to relate to each other, they just need common human decency. I actually don't think that they need some like overall like we have to have a consensus necessarily on someone left. Oh, Ali. Consensus on ideology or whatever, right? That we can have like a wide array of individuals with a wide array of thoughts that diverge. But if we can treat each other as treat ourselves as fellow citizens or whatever, right? As neighbors, really, just even common courtesy there. That fills that. As long as we have those friends, as long as we get to see those people, as long as we have those interactions, then that manages to cover up all those differences in the end. And it lets us know that those differences aren't so huge in the first place, right? Like talking to Ali, hopefully he'll be back soon. Ali has talked to us about like his religion, right? And like just learning from him, like, and I only talk to him usually like once a week, but like I learned from him, and I understand a bit more about like this culture that I'm separated from, and that like it pushes away understanding, like it rather than making it easy to otherize that group, right? Like, hey, I have a person in front of me. I know this person, and like they explain all these questions I have in a non-threatening, non-confrontational environment. I think that would solve things, and I think urban planning can help us get to that area.
I'm back, by the way. I don't know what happened. Welcome back.
Sure. Put you on, and so go ahead, Scott.
So yeah, a couple. Okay, so a couple of things. I don't know why you were singing, but okay.
He came back. I welcomed him back.
Okay. So a couple of things. I don't think your take is as hot as you think it is. I don't know why you think that. I think that was one of the large pieces of the puzzle that Robert Putnam gave in Bowling Alone. If you read Bowling Alone, he specifically talks about the urban sprawl that occurred when the boomers came out and moved into the suburbs, kind of as a continuation of Durkheim's Enemy, right? So as man is separated from labor and separated from the community, and is working in a factory where, he's nailing a piece of a shoe as opposed to making all of the shoe, right? And is kind of living in a city where, the nuclear family is supposedly this good thing, even though it's kind of the lowest acceptable thing, right? Like being separated from our grandparents, being separated from our family has been a problem for us. And this concept of the nuclear family is really a kind of a de-evolution of I think what's optimal. And then of course moving into cities meant that we were no longer kind of operating in communities that were roughly within Dunbar's number, right? Which is that most people, when you lived, in the 1800s, everyone in town knew who everyone was, and almost everyone that you interacted with in your life you knew. And so the moment there was an outsider, you knew that it was an outsider. And so what does this mean is this has an effect on our capacity for a high trust society. It has an effect on our ability to assume that the person that we don't know that we're interacting with, whether or not they are someone that's going to defraud us or lie to us or harm us, or whether or not I can trust them when they say, I'm going to, fix your porch for $200, etc. And so all of those, lower trust slows things down, but you can't artificially force trust in a society. So in Robert Putnam's Bowling Alone, he talks about how moving to the suburbs was such a problem and such a kind of an extension of this enemy, right? Like an additional level of enemy separate from the community, because what happens is people live in one neighborhood, and yes, they, like Tiberius said, suburbanites, they know their neighbors, right? Because suburbs are more high trust than cities. Obviously, the crime rate is way lower. It's the same person next to you. You have a yard. You can see how they take care of themselves, etc. But the problem is that they work in the city. They live in the suburbs, and then they shop in some other area, and so you're no longer shopping, working, and living in the same area. So your community is completely separate. I mean, there are a lot of things. I think everyone should read Bowling Alone. It's an amazing piece of work. Obviously, it really describes how Gen X and the boomers kind of fell apart without really having much to say about millennials, and Gen Z weren't even a thought. But yeah, you should definitely read that, because I do agree for the most part with Primecayes. The issue that I have is that urban planning is almost always a disastrous failure. It sounds nice on paper, but when governments try and plan how humans live, it is ever more complicated than the other complicated government projects, right? Like there are problems with every government. There's no such thing as a successful government program. It's impossible. But when the government attempts to do something like lower the price of milk with a tax subsidy, that's relatively simple. Obviously, they have to steal money from somewhere, or they have to lose money in order to do so. But they can reduce the tax of milk. Trying to plan urban areas is really, really difficult. The best thing you can do is get rid of laws and regulations that make it illegal to build properties, to make it illegal to build apartment buildings, make it illegal to get rid of price control, rent control. You want to fix the community, get rid of rent control, get rid of minimum wage, get rid of price controls, and get rid of NIMBY laws that make it illegal to build apartment buildings in an area because you want your nice like lakeside area.
So I'll respond to that, and then we'll go to Ali and Ty, and anyone else want to? Okay. So I'm glad that we already agreed on the basics of the idea. So that's great. I disagree on urban planning, and I guess if you feel it's done by maybe I can't go that far. I was gonna say, well, like if it was done by a private venture, right, like planning an urban space, right,
Those are worse.
then I'd be fine with it
because they're almost always corrupt. The private ones are even worse than the government doing it, because the private ones is like, I know a couple people in local politics, so I get this thing forcibly built, and I have no competition in order to do so. Happens all the time, and it destroys communities.
So exactly. So I disagree with that. So one, I think I disagree. I think there are obviously I think that there can be successful like government projects, right? But we're just gonna have to leave that part alone. But urban planning comes down to lots of things, right? But if you have a government that's actually behind the project, what you can do is for these areas, you can set up these apartments. First of all, it's all about architecture. A big part of this is architecture. You can set them up and so that they have these communal spaces, right? You can set them up so that it encourages people to run into each other. You can have areas that give people a more or less like complete daily life, right? So that this area has schools. It has where they'll get their supplies, their shopping areas, right? You can create these little enclaves that
we call those suburbs.
That encourage people. We don't call them suburbs. Actually, no, not what I'm talking about. Because what I'm talking about is a space that's like a few square miles. For suburbs, it's massive, right? And it requires a car.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
Yeah. But no, but actually,
actually,
no. I'm glad you said that, because it's an important distinction. Because other people might actually have that same question in your mind, like, "Are you describing a suburb?" No, I'm not describing a suburb. I'm actually, because another thing is the car in and of itself, because the car encourages this level of atomization, right? Once you go into your car, this is you on your separate journey, rather than like using public transportation, or rather not having using transportation at all, because you have a walkable area where most of your daily functions happen, even maybe you have to work somewhere else, right? Like that's the society that I'm talking about. And others have done exactly this. Other nations have had these spaces, and people enjoy a higher level of life satisfaction. So I believe that yes, you can have this level of urban plan that's not actually that difficult. Like if
how come China can't do it?
If you have the government
behind it, it's impossible for China to do it. Why is it impossible for China to do it? China builds cities that no one wants to live in. Right, like the Chinese Communist Party does everything they can to build walkable, livable cities. They spend billions of dollars doing so, and people won't move there. And the universities, for example, will say that they're going to move there, and then they just put up a gate with a single small building. Like it's not easy. I'm saying it's easy to do.
They built them really shitty a decade ago to cook their GDP.
So
what I'm saying is, your argument is that because some places somewhere have built via central planning walkable cities, and you think they're nice, that like that process is repeatable. The problem is that evidence shows that that process isn't necessarily repeatable. You can step into a community and give them something that they may desire and get lucky, but you can also step into a community and give them something that the market doesn't want, which is what we see in China, right? Where they build cities hoping that these public transportation livable cities will work. The market doesn't want it, so they don't work. Like, the right way to do this is to get rid of the regulations that stop
The
people
ghost
from being able
cities
to
were to
build
show that
what
there
they
was
want.
new building and new construction
I-
going on
I-
in China, so they could cook their GDP numbers about 10 years, 15 years.
Yeah,
That's why
I think
we have
there's
the
a
ghost
lot.
cities.
I think
They
there are
were
a lot
built
of
really
policies-
shitty, really slapdash, and that's why nobody's wanting to move.
I don't disagree
Yeah.
that tofu construction exists, but it's not an argument against what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah,
China builds places.
That's just
with
one of
the
the
same
reasons why they're not
concept.
moving there.
Yeah, I'm saying that, well, what I would say is that one, what China was doing, there are so many interests involved in it that go beyond like a straight up government planning of these spaces. That there were so many other agendas there that like that whole thing fell apart. But I don't know if I would ever, if the Chinese Communist Party was even trying to do the thing that I'm talking about, right? Like I've never heard that they were necessarily trying to make
It will
like,
work. It will work when
walkable-
I'm the socialist in charge. Got it.
No. I'm saying no. I'm saying that I don't know if the project that I'm talking about is the project that they're doing. Like, this is the first time I'm hearing that myself. But my understanding of the way that of what they were doing is completely different, right? Like, the point is like to build the housing was to juice their economy, right? And the places that I'm thinking of, like, that wasn't the goal. But in any case, the point is
there's no way
is
that you're
that
going
like
to plan a building of new towns
You don't-
and cities without tons of business interests and corruption being involved. Like, it's not fucking possible that the government's not going to involve the private market at all and then just build a ghost town? Like, who are they going to sell the properties to? Eventually it's going to be private interest. Like, private business is going to be deeply infected with whatever you attempt to do if you would try to do this in America. And what you're going to do is you're going to have bidding for government contracts via friendships and anti-competition practices. It's going to be 10, 20 times what it would be if the market just built it. The only thing that you need to do is get rid of the zoning laws and regulations that keep the suburbs from being exactly what you want them to be, which is building apartments, building communities where people live in these places. If you get rid of those laws, the market will do it for you.
No, the suburbs is absolutely not what I want. I want high density.
Right, because the suburbs have
populations.
NIMBYs. Right, because the suburbs have
NIMBYs.
zoning laws that make what you want illegal.
Oh, like I don't care about the zoning laws. So like the thing that I will agree with you is
Zoning
that it
laws
would
are
be
the
difficult.
number one pressure on
would,
poverty.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Shut up. I literally just said I agree with you. You don't have to interrupt me to say like the same thing that I agree with you. Like so, what is that? Like the thing that the other thing I agree with you is on how difficult this would to be replicated in America with the political system that we have. That private interests would come in and wouldn't dealing with private developers if we go through that route. That makes this all more difficult because if they're
going to build it without them
making an investment, I had the government build it. I'd have the government build it, right? I'd have the government finance it, build it myself. I would. I would do that, right? I don't know why you're asking about that because it's obvious. It's obvious to you exactly what I was going to do, right? Yeah, I know. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
4,000 years
That's
for it to
not
get
what I'm
built,
saying.
though.
No, okay, all right. So I get it. You guys disagree that the government can do anything, right? And so we're gonna have to disagree on that completely.
No, I don't disagree that the
At
government
least
can do it.
subcontract that shit out.
We're gonna leave that alone because we're not gonna work that part out, right? Fair enough. I'm saying that I agree with you that within our the American context is actually very difficult to do. I don't think it's impossible, but I think it's very difficult to do because we will have these other private interests involved. But I'll get back to you. I promise I'll get back to you. But I got to let other people in. So Ali and then Ty.
Oh, I was going to say, I think it's less about the city planning. I think it has less to do with like city planning and
you got unmuted.
The voice of God.
I had to.
I was muted.
No, you were
you
unmuted and
all right, cool.
Yeah.
We were getting an echo. It was pretty trippy. It was like a Jerry Garcia. It was like a fish concert.
You're good.
You're good.
Yeah. So honestly, I don't think I've lived in cities, I've lived in college towns, I've lived in suburbs, I live in a suburb now. I don't think the issue is like rebuilding the suburbs or getting rid of them and having them be more walkable, because at the end of the day, like you could make a walkable city or town if it's not like pertaining to your interest, you're going to go to the city and go to the shows in the city and do that. I think the internet's provided a good space for people to like find common interests. And so like Tiberius's point, yeah, probably like a new philosophy. I've never seen more community than at these fucking EDM raves. All right, these shows, these festivals. I've never seen. I go to one every year. It's Electric Forest. It's a camping festival. It's 5 days. Yo, fuck your religion, your skin color, your none of that shit matters. Are you here to party? Cool. Are you here to pass crystals around?
Sounds awful.
Cool. That's all it is.
Bass is the true god. The vibrations, man. How
Exactly. Ketamine is Jesus. Bass is God, and that's all it is. Okay.
So you're really into Beastie Boys because people did, in fact, your
Beastie
forefathers
Boys.
fought
Yeah.
for your right. Party.
God.
So I think
Showing your age,
realistically,
no.
what the issue is so many things have been priced out.
And
for
my
so
wisdom.
many people.
Classical music is great.
Like there's
Classical.
According
Sorry,
to Futurama,
Ali.
yes, actually,
You're
yeah.
good. My brother was into anime. They have a convention that comes around every year. So then you have all these people from all over the place come, find community. They gather. They're outside. They're mingling. They're interpersonal.
Common.
But the
Lack of
problem is
deodorant.
that it starts at $60, and then the next year it's $100, and then the following year it's $200, and now it's a $600 convention. And no one can afford that, so they're just gonna sit their asses at home. And so I think the bigger issue, honestly, is that the places where people find community have now been co-opted, and now it's just like a money suck. Because it used to be that I could go to this music festival that I go to for $150 for 5 days. It is now a $700 ticket. So
Okay. Ty?
Yeah, I'm gonna reply to you, Prime.
Okay.
Yeah, to the last thing that we were actually engaging with. Maybe I'm a little bit more nihilist. Like, there's levels to where, like, just general hope and human decency goes there. But I'm at least a little bit here with Scott that like we have a very antitrust society, and part of the problem, in my honest opinion, is there's the Overton window is too large. There's a threshold of opinions that you're willing to accept, and there's a threshold for when you're not. Right? Once you get to that point where your ethics tell you that Israel is the good guy, and you hear some jackass saying that we need to support Palestine, you don't want to be involved in a society with those people anymore, right? Because you're literally talking about people who break every ethical and moral code that you have. And that's kind of the issue right now, is that everyone's trying to figure it out for themselves. A lot of people don't have a lot of that instruction manuals that they really need to have it all figured out. And so we're fighting over every fucking issue. And what's worse is that because we are fighting and no one has the right answer, the political spectrum has radically shifted in both directions to the extreme. And so everyone's coalescing around every little nitpick fucking thing that they possibly could find. Because it's definitely shifted to the extreme in both categories.
The right has
The
moved
problem-
left
but
continuously.
The left and right don't agree on less and less than they ever did before.
Like Donald Trump is exactly the same president as fucking Bill Clinton. Like, they have the same policies.
Where I disagree with you.
Sure.
He was the first president since Harding
is that
not
these
get us
things
into
can't
any
be
wars.
overcome by simple exposure, right? Like, look, and it's happened here, right? Like we've gathered people of different ideologies, and we've done this over many months and years, right? But like I have an understanding of libertarians that I didn't have before, right? There were these like
and socialists as well,
and Canadians too.
The Canadians, right? Yeah.
Wait, what a Canadian was allowed on?
Yeah, right. Yeah. but yeah, but we've actually had a chance to like force this community, and through that we have level of understanding. I think even Scott here has level of understanding of a person like me with a completely different political understanding they didn't have at the start, right? And it doesn't mean he has to agree with me, right? But it makes I may not be the enemy that I was before, right? And vice versa. And so, like, if we have these spaces where people can, like, you hear across the courtyard, hey, like, free Palestine, like, from the river to the sea, and you're like, oh, that's bullshit, right? You're gonna go over there and give them, a piece of your mind, right? And then you have that conversation, and you talk about it, right? And but you're living in that same neighborhood, and you guys just get to interact continuously. You understand that, yes, I disagree maybe fundamentally on this particular issue, but that person on the other side of the conversation isn't an enemy. We've literally separated ourselves by a political ideology physically, and in terms of physical spaces, right? Across this nation. And I think that's definitely part of that problem. When you can so easily otherwise people, like I was talking about with, like, in terms of Muslim individuals, right? When you can so easily otherwise those people because you never interact with them, well, then that'll lead you to it. I'm not saying that this will solve like those political disputes. I'm saying that it doesn't become so vitriolic in the way that you're describing. And I don't think it's because there's a lack of some sort of unifying ideology. I think it's simply a lack of interaction of those common spaces that we can work it out.
Yeah, I think it's both. And I think I can separate this really well. We've built a community here, right? Like we all kind of know each other. We're kind of inoculated, for lack of a better term, against each other's ideas because we kind of know what we're all going to argue at this point. Like, every now and again somebody will throw us a curveball, right? But we're all kind of friends and family, or whatever the hell else that you may be, right? Estranged others, whatever position you want to hit. The problem is that when I ask my fellow Americans what is this country supposed to be? What is the social contract? What does this country supposed to do? The problem isn't, to me, that we have different opinions on what it is. The problem is that like the range of what that opinion is like incoherent from one group of people to the next. Like, how are we supposed to even be Americans when none of us have any agreement on what being American actually is? I think that's what I'm trying to express and say. And I know it's a hard question to answer, and I know it's a hard question to even have that conversation, but I think we're there.
Why not
I don't
the
think
Constitution? So people have, like, another person has brought this up, and I forget who it was who said this to me, right? But saying that the Constitution is our unifying document.
It is.
That doesn't mean we necessarily agree on all of its pieces, right? But at the very end, it's like the center point of our national identity. And so, like, why can't that be the thing?
I don't think it's enough. And the reason why is that the Constitution's a living document, right? So we can add or subtract to that document if we build up enough, political momentum, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Well, what's supposed to be added or subtracted? If we don't have that conversation where we're like at least saying we're conservatives and that we're okay with the Constitution where it is, or if we are progressive, we need to add, or regressive, we need to subtract.
But even in Christianity, right? Like, if let's say that I know your answer isn't Christianity, but let's say if it was Christianity, like, they have their disagreements all the time. They splinter constantly, right? So there is no like
They
ideology.
all still agree on the Nicene Creed.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure.
Except the Eastern Orthodox, they're a little weird.
Exactly, right? So like you could say the Bible is their unifying document, but even then they like disagree all the goddamn time what the Bible says. So like, I don't know if you can't find it there, I'm not sure where else you can find a better example of that, right?
No, you already said where's the best place to look, the Bible. Thank you. God bless Prime. Yes.
Okay.
Fucking A right.
So there's
We have
Oh, you
more
muted me? Even better.
Constitution than we do in
so
Scripture.
there's an issue.
Now you can't
here.
hear me when I correct him.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, I thought you said you muted me. Okay,
No.
I was like, well, now you can't even hear me when I correct him.
No.
Okay.
So, there's
Life
an
of the
issue
party,
here
faith and
that
liberty.
Tiberius. Oh, sorry.
I didn't do it.
Please shut the fuck up. So, anyways, there is
Tiberius.
there's a difference here, right? And I to piggyback off of Tiberius, right? When you look at research studies, you find something that is happening in the American left, especially, that is really like, I don't want to say it's special because it has happened in communist revolutions and things like that before, but for the most part, it is unique in American history, which is that left-wing white people have an out-group preference, right? Like that's something that doesn't fit like normal thinking patterns, right? When we're talking, it's one thing to say we have disagreements on the minutia, or we have disagreements on how we ought organize society or government, et cetera, to a certain degree. but there was a presumption of a love of the fatherland, of a love of America, of a love of like what it means to be American, right? And what has occurred in the last 20 years with the modern left has been a hatred for America, a hatred for a shameful. No, don't even like ask any critical race theorist or people that believe in CRT. Well, I saw it in your face, right? Like about like the 1619 Project or the history of America. And what you will hear from a large portion of our youth is that America is a racist country to its core, that it's always been racist and evil, that it's never lived up to any of the fake ideals that it set forward in the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence, that this is all bullshit, and it's a white supremacist nation. And it's not like a 1% of us that believe that. And so when you have a group of people that have an out-group preference, right, which is strange, like blacks don't have an out-group preference. They have the strongest in-group preference, also known as, objectively speaking, the most racist group of people in demographic in society, in American society, right? Followed by Hispanics, followed by Asians, followed by Native Americans. And what you get is when you get to whites, white conservatives have less of an out-group preference than any other race as a whole, but white liberals, white left-leaning people have an out-group preference. They dislike their own skin color. They dislike their own ethnicity. They dislike where they come from, and they dislike and have a distaste towards America as a concept. I don't necessarily disagree with them, but you're going to get tension when you get to that position where the right is moving slowly more and more socialist and accepting more and more government and has these values that are still based upon an ideal of America and of their people and of their culture. And the left is moving so far, and they just hate this country. They hate it.
So
have we ever had a group like that in history that has an explicit out-group preference?
I'm ignoring the in-group out-group thing, right?
We haven't had polling to know that for sure.
The thing, the list of objections to America that you started off with, right? Like I sign on to most of those things, but the difference is, I think, the thing that I think you're missing for a lot of people, and I feel that, okay, I want to phrase this very carefully, right? Because I can't speak for everyone. Obviously, I can't speak for everyone on the left. There's almost certainly people who fit to a T what you've just described. But I think for a lot of us, I think there's a large cohort of us that actually do love and are loyal to this country despite this, right? So I think what's happening on the left is, it's been happening for decades, as you said, is a reckoning with the actual history of this country that's just been ignored previously, right? We're looking into that history, and we're rediscovering these narratives that were suppressed, that were ignored, especially from marginalized individuals, right? Their voices that just weren't heard, and their stories of utter tragedy of what this country has done to them, and we're saying that we see this, we acknowledge this, we need to have an accounting of all of these things. And once we do that, we can become the country, right? We can't reach our ideals until we have this accounting, until we have this reckoning. So until we actually and I think you must agree with this on a certain level, right? That if we completely ignore racism, right? Like anti-Black racism, that there's no way that we can actually be an egalitarian society, right? If we didn't actually go through the civil rights period, even if you maybe disagree with some of the legislation and all that, right? If we didn't have that reckoning, we couldn't have moved closer to an actually.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay, great.
But think of it this way. Think of it this way, right? I don't necessarily disagree with you, right? I welcome the collapse, if it brings apart libertarianism as opposed to a Marxist revolution, but if the left is leading it, it won't. Fine. When you say accounting, that's a very vague word with a lot baked in there, but set that aside, right? Let's, set the revolutionary aspect of the left aside for just a moment. And what I'm trying to state is that when you look at the 1970s Vietnam and 60s Vietnam protests, what do you have? What you have in the Vietnam protests is you have the neocon right saying we cannot let one country fall to the domino of communism. And what you have on the left is you do have Marxist agitators, without a doubt. You do have leftist agitators. But but what we saw was the moment the Vietnam War ended, there was a collapse of that hippie movement. And that's why you had like the Weather Underground Project and shit with nobody with them anymore, right? Because the commies were this really small portion, growing, but small portion. Majority of the left were saying, you have not lived up to your principles as a nation. And so what everyone was agreeing on, both the Burkean conservatives, both the neocons, the William F. Buckley types, and the majority of the left were all saying America is this beacon of democracy, this beacon of hope. And we disagree on how we're presenting that in the world. That is not what we have today. What we have today is that you have a right wing who has lost their religion, that is consequentialist, that is spiraling out of without anything to really grab onto. And the one thing they're trying to hold on to is the concept of America as a beacon, as a city upon a hill, as like liberal democracy and the social contract and individual liberty and individual rights. And then you have a movement that says individual liberty. Don't you know that the Constitution is racist? Don't you know that all the founding fathers statues need to be toppled? I mean, that's in critical race theory and introduction, right? So the college textbook right off the bat says it's against the Constitution, it's against liberal democracy, it's against the concept of America. When you have people that are attacking the one thing that is undergirding the values of the right, you can't have a fucking conversation. It's just thesis, antithesis. It's just fights.
I don't think it has to be that way, and I want to interact with you on this more.
Synthesis.
I
don't think anybody's going to like what comes from that.
Because I really like where you're going with this. I like this conversation, but I want to get Corey in, and then I actually do want to move on because we've like gone past our time, and I do want to get to our picked out topic. But I do want to have this continued conversation with you because it's super interesting. Corey, please.
Well, I'm just going to springboard pretty much off of what you just said, Prime, where I think you worded it so, despite the fact that I'm Canadian, I don't actually hate the United States, or I don't hate Canada either. And I think there's, an assumption that some people make, I would say largely on the right, in terms of like, any criticism towards your country is like, that means you don't love your country or that you don't like your country, where I say patriotism is, let's say, good. I contrast that with, and the research contrast that with nationalism. I just like, pretty much an excessive love of your country, and that you just cannot criticize it. That any criticism is just seen as like, well, yeah, pretty much like you don't actually love your country. Where, in my example as a Canadian, like, I like Canada. I have a lot of criticisms, and I think Canada falls short on many metrics. And I think also, as you correctly put it, Canada has a reckoning when it comes to marginalized communities like Indigenous communities, etc. And despite the fact that, I have a lot of criticisms of my own province, Quebec, I still think Quebec is like the best province to live in. And I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. Where, yeah, I think criticizing and, having a sort of reckoning is not incompatible with like loving your country or with patriotism. You can be a patriot and still love your country and criticize it. But yeah, nationalism, not a good thing.
You apologize for Nickelback?
No, absolutely not. Nickelback has got some bangers. Absolutely.
Fuck. All right, Corey. I don't know.
I apologize for Justin Bieber. I don't apologize for Ryan Gosling. I don't apologize for Jim Carrey.
Pamela Anderson.
We don't need apologies for those. I don't
apologize for
we
Celine
only need
Dion.
apologies for Nickelback. I'm sorry. That's man, that's
but yeah, okay. I agree with you there that I think it's such I don't think you truly love your country if you don't criticize it at some point, right? Like if you aren't looking at it with a critical eye, right? Not necessarily critical race theory. I'm not saying that, right? Because but I'm saying just look with a critical eye as to its structure. It's the way the direction it's going. If you're not looking at it that way, then you don't actually love it. You love an idea of it, right? You love what's happening in your imagination, but you're not loving it. For all its flaws.
That's the argument I think the Vietnam protesters, right? Like they were critical of the country for not living up to expectations. That is radically different than people that are critical of the concept of America itself and just saying it's a white supremacist nation and that like egalitarianism is a myth and a lie.
I don't think that saying that it's a white supremacist nation is incompatible with what I just said. Right? Like
you don't think so? You don't think that saying that the very idea of your nation is nothing but white supremacy?
And what
I'm not
ideals
sure.
and
I'm
principles
not
you
sure.
apply are appealing
Hold on.
to?
They're not. There are not many nations that I think we can point to that don't have a bloody, ugly history. All of them have some sort of bloody, ugly history.
That doesn't
right?
matter.
But
That doesn't matter. Like when we're talking about whether or not you are able to share a concept of patriotism, or as Bakunin put it, a love of the fatherland, not a love of the nation, right? A love of the concept of America, right? Not necessarily the government itself.
But
you can't say all of our history and all of it is white supremacy, and the whites need a
can
reckoning.
absolutely say that.
They need a reckoning.
You can absolutely say that. You can absolutely say
crimes
that.
of the forefathers.
And here's how I, as
you just label
extreme
yourself as an enemy when you do that.
as an extreme leftist, I think, as you would put it, right? Here's how I justify that. I
don't know
think
about
that
extreme.
America.
I would just say leftist.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, friend. It's like the nicest thing you've said to me in a while.
I promise it's not, but it's okay.
It's just the right distinctions of how the left infinitely divides itself. It's just all the left.
But in any case, like the point is that you can. I believe that this nation has the ability to change, right? Like has like the legal ability, right? The structures in it to change from what it was, right? This isn't a like a monarchy, right? And we don't have to roll the dice for a benevolent king to fix our problems. No, we actually have through the will of the people, we can fix most of our issues. And so I hold out hope for that. I that's why I participate in the democratic system. That's why I tell people to vote, because I have a faith in this. Yeah, it's a faith, not a trust, I guess, but a faith in our system to be able to correct itself. So I don't think those things are incompatible. I see the white supremacist past and present, but that doesn't mean that it always has to be that way. We can change it. It has changed. We have had movement in the past. We are a better nation than we were previously, and I think that can continue on to the future. But it takes immense political will, and it takes acknowledging what we are to begin with, acknowledging the problem so we can address it.
You're talking past the issue, because what you're describing is you're saying, I believe that the political process of liberal democracy can be used to achieve my means. That is not the same thing as sharing a love for the history and the foundation and the ideals that created the nation. These are two totally different things. To say, I believe that I can use liberal democracy to bring about the appropriate level of policies and structure that will achieve the means of the egalitarian society that I wish, is just talking about the political strategy and the weaknesses and strengths of the political system that we're in. That is not the same thing as saying, I believe the founding fathers pushed forward Enlightenment principles further in the birth of a nation that was able to go against the concept of monarchy.
I do believe that. I think that's written within the Constitution, right? With a lot of other horrible things. But I think in the end, no, hold on.
Right.
I don't have to love, but I don't have to love. No. I don't have to love
I'm not
every
saying
line
you
of the
have to
Constitution.
believe in these things.
Okay, great.
I'm not. I'm an anarchist. Fuck the government. I'm with you. Let's destroy it. What I'm saying is when we talk about a high trust society, and when we talk about being able to compromise on political policies throughout a nation that is a liberal democracy, what I'm saying is you have to have a shared core value structure that values your history, that values your ethnicity, that values how you got to where you are today and the ideals that founded that document in this nation. And if you don't have those, what you have is political warfare, not a system of kumbaya where people are coming together under a social contract theory. That's what I'm saying.
I really want. Okay, so I really want to dig into this more, because I think it's a really interesting conversation. I think you're saying a lot of fun stuff that I want to examine, but we have this other topic, and I really want to get to it. So we'll have to pause this for now. So to the audience out there, this is the Rubber Roundtable, which we do Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a great group of guests here. I'm going to introduce them quickly, and they'll also give their opening statements at the same time, so we can get to it. But guys, if you've been enjoying this content so far, hit the follow button. In case you haven't done so, if you're out there, just jump to the channel, hit the follow button. If you are on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. consider supporting this channel if you haven't done so yet. Like if you liked all the the conversations we had so far, been super wide ranging, and I think a lot of a viable perspective, different perspectives. So help me help you by bringing this to you. If you have Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming, use that 1 free sub per month here, or resub, all that good stuff. That's how I make this happen. It doesn't happen without your assistance.
Don't leave, guys. Like I said, we're just starting the
If you haven't
topic.
done so yet, you'll get your
Dispose of the freeform
emotes, you get
portion.
ad-free viewing. So like ads won't interrupt. When Scott is on his rant, I know you want to hear every second of it to be enlightened, right? So to avoid that, consider subbing to the channel. Okay. So I'm gonna introduce the topic first, and then I'm going to go down. You guys can introduce yourself if you want to, or just jump into the opening statement, whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter. So topic is the Boy Scouts of America is changing its name to Scouting America. This comes after allowing girls, gays, and trans individuals into their ranks. The Boy Scouts have faced tremendous challenges, mostly in the form of lawsuits due to a massive, decades-long sex abuse scandal. So the rebrand comes at a time when the organization is teetering on the edge and needs to refocus the public attention on its positive aspect. But should people ever forgive an organization that has failed in such an epic fashion to protect children? And should organizations that have such disastrous systemic failures be allowed to continue? Should there be a corporate death penalty which would be enacted to protect the public from dangerous actors in the same way we have an individual death penalty? So yeah, I started this because of an article I saw on the Boy Scouts, now Scouting America. I didn't know that they had actually, maybe I might have heard years ago they were letting in girls, but I forgot that. But the Boy Scouts had been a blanket ban on trans people and on gay individuals, right? And they weren't allowed gay scouts, scout leaders either. But they've reversed all of that. All that's gone. They have apparently at least 3,000 or so Eagle Scouts, like female Eagle Scouts at this point. So the girls have gone through the program, right? So this happened a few years ago. So they've graduated. So they're expanding themselves. But this is also a corporation or an organization that's declared bankruptcy because of 8,000 accusations brought against them about sex abuse, and they're dealing with a whole list of lawsuits. So it's really bad. And they're trying to turn things around, and this is a rebranding effort. So one, should we ever give our trust to them? Should any, after hearing all of that, should you, if you were a parent or not, trust your child with an organization like this? But beyond just the Boy Scouts, right? We could use that as a jumping off point. But just in general, when we see these systemic failures in our society, should we destroy these organizations because they've committed so much harm, much greater harm than an individual could on their own, right? So shouldn't there be a consequence, and should that consequence be disillusionment? Let's go to our friend Lactoid.
So, first comment is Boy Scouts of America. I dislike the name change. I think it's fine to have exclusionary spaces, and I think sometimes there needs to be male-only spaces, and there needs to be women's-only spaces. And I think Boy Scouts was one of the few male-only spaces that was acceptable, and I think it makes sense. Same thing with fraternities. I think there are benefits to that you can get from those kind of organizations, and it's a shame that that's essentially going away. I think there's going to be negative consequences to that. In terms of the organization itself, yeah, I mean, my understanding is that based on the lawsuits, there's a lot of problems. It's very similar to the Catholic Church scandal, where even at relatively high levels, there was a lot of cover-ups happening, which is fucked up. And I think the people who covered it up should be held personally responsible. I think the people who did it should be held personally responsible. But in terms of destroying the entire organization, to me, that would be similar to wiping out the entire organization of, I don't know, the Catholic Church, right? There is the organization, I think, is separate from the people who've done misdeeds here, and I think there's value in the organization that should be able to continue while the bad is rooted out. So in terms of generally speaking, do I think organizations should be able to kind of have like the corporate death penalty? Um, Corporations are just fictions anyway. To be honest with you, I'm kind of skeptical of whether a corporation should exist as like a legal entity. It's just sort of this thing that we invented to allow rich people to dodge liability when they fuck up and kill people, or when they don't want to pay back their loans. I don't like that concept generally speaking, and I don't. So sure, they could call themselves the Boy Scouts going forward, but I don't like this idea of, well, we're going to just eliminate the idea here. We're going to eliminate the organization and all the people that are invested into it now because of shit that was going on back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, or really before the people who are alive now that we can hold responsible were around. So yeah, I think keep the Boy Scouts. It's not a bad organization overall, or it could be a good organization overall, but it's probably not going to be, and it was a bad organization.
Thanks, so. Let's go to Scott.
Surprisingly, I agree with everything that Lactoid said, including the fact that
yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
No, including that corporations aren't fucking like right, like the concept of like limited liability corporation is an insane anti-free market practice. If you as an individual, if you own stock, your stock should be able to be liquidated. And that's just how it should be. If you own 20% of a company and you're personally responsible, then 20% of the company, guess what? Fucking it's gone, bitch. Come up with the funds. And if Boy Scouts can't, then, they deserve to die. That being said, I do think there's a couple of things I might add to this. So number one, the concept of forced inclusivity in organizations is really just a means of it's a means of destroying community and destroying the concept of whiteness or the health of white people. It's an attack on whites is really what it is. It's an attack on white men. White men are not allowed to have their own spaces. Everyone else is allowed to have their own space. If white men get together and have their own space, there are demands that is wrong and evil, and they need to be inclusive, and they need to add people, and then they add them, and then those spaces kind of evaporate because those spaces were a culture for white guys. We've seen this in pretty much every space that white in nerd culture, for example, where it's mostly white dudes that had other people in, and it was like, there's not enough inclusivity in Dungeons and Dragons or Magic the Gathering or in whatever. How dare your Dungeon Master's God have a picture with a woman with her breasts? That's offensive to women. And it's like, what the fuck? And we saw it with Gamergate. We've seen over and over and over again that when white guys try and have their spaces to hang out, racists and sexists come at them, try and destroy those spaces whilst maintaining that they have the right to their own spaces, right? They can have a woman's team. They can have women's only spaces. If you go to college, you can have non-white POC spaces to protect them, but heaven forbid white people have that. That would be horrible and evil and racist. In terms of the name change, again, I kind of don't give a fuck about the name change of a place that let a whole bunch of kids get molested. Like, I don't like, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of like all of these people should have all of their assets completely taken away, which would almost certainly kill the organization. But assuming the organization could survive that, I would say that places where adults have access to children, especially where they have access to males only, is almost certainly going to be rife with child molesters. When you have power and there's a place where you can gain power and you can be separate from parents and there aren't girls around because there is a culture of silence amongst boys that exists more than with girls, you're going to get predators that utilize that as best as they can. And so the Boy Scouts is kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. They should never have covered up things. And they absolutely did horrible things. And those people and their assets belong to be completely gone. But at the same time, it was kind of like a bound to happen thing. And as culture moved forward and we became more open about sexual abuse, people start talking, and all of a sudden these spaces that have been like this for years start being brought forward. Lastly, the name change, it's kind of like Children's Fund, where it's really like them just trying to get money from places that as the corporation's culture shifts, they need to get money from places. Oh, and the very last thing, I'm sorry. Fuck the Boy Scouts or the Scouting America, whatever you want to call them. in the sense that they get boosted from the government. They don't get
That's
direct
getting
government
clipped.
funds, but they don't get direct government funds, but they do. The National Guard and the Army constantly lets them use campsites. They use their transportation. They use their tents. Like the Army gets mobilized when they're not doing anything to help out Boy Scouting events, and like that shouldn't, like that special consideration shouldn't exist for them, because it's an anti-competition practice, against other groups being able to compete against Boy Scouts.
Okay, thank you so much. Phil Kelly.
Well, I will say for everybody within the sound of my voice, it is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, one handsome man if I do say so myself, Phil KOE. You can, of course, find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter-X, depending on your political persuasion. That's K as in King, O as in, oh my God, you can find KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. E as in extremely happy to know you can find KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. And right before I get to that, folks, join us May 18th, Saturday night at 8 for the 5th annual Andre the Giant Beer Bash. Join us for that party, folks. It's going to be great. KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch. You can find that. Now, we're going to get right into Boy Scouts of America. I promise y'all, Scouts honor. Now, first of all, I got to say, Fabian, there is a white people only space. It's called ghost hunting. Okay, if you go to ghost hunting, like you're more likely to find a ghost than anything other than white people hunting for ghosts. Okay, like that's a little bit of a warp of a Joe Rogan bit, but no, I've seen that in my own life. No, like so there is such a thing as white only spaces like ghost hunts and shit like that. Now, what I will say is I was actually in Scouts as a kid. I was a Boy Scout. I didn't make it to Eagle, but I did help in a couple of cookie drives and all that kind of stuff. You know, so yep, Scouts honor. I learned a couple of knots. I learned how to fold the flag properly, you know, like just really basic citizenship stuff like that. But the reality of this is that boys and girls from the ages 7 to about 16 need their own spaces to help them come up to learn how to be proper men, to learn how to be proper women, to learn how to be proper citizens in society. And those are two different messages. Okay, the way that you relay that to a man or a young boy that's growing up versus the way you relay that to a young girl growing up is going to be two different ways. I know this. I teach children's Sundays, children's Bible studies on Wednesday now, and you have to teach two entirely different ways if you want to actually get through to especially kids this age. And so this is very unfortunate that this space where young boys do learn citizenship, do learn. Now, again, like it's been stated, that is going to attract the worst among us. So if that organization hopes to survive in the future, they're going to have some form of accountability to the point where everybody can see what's going on. I mean, short of live streaming the camping trip, I really don't know where they go from there, because it's unfortunate because this does teach great traditions, but it's kind of like the previous discussions we were having. It's this very strange thing where, like in America and especially in the West, people want belief without believers. They want they want people to do things within the organizations just for their own sake. And people don't do it just for its own sake. They need to believe that they are contributing to something greater than themselves. And this is why the church is one of the few things that's even left in the West where you can contribute to that outside of say like you want to join the military or something, but that's also not ethereal. That's not spiritual. That doesn't spiritually feed you. That's just giving to the government in essence. And so when you want the belief without the believers, the thing that you got to understand is the changing of the Boy Scouts to Scouts America. It's going to sound like a strange little bird walk, but it's really not. You want to know one of the reasons why Dune 2 was so tremendously successful? Because it didn't shit on its fans or the source material. It actually was like, it actually did something for the people who actually liked that material. And so this is another one of those, like, okay, people who used to be in Boy Scouts, are you gonna, like, I'm curious, like, just a quick show of hands, how many people on this panel were in Scouts? Was there anybody in Boy Scouts at all? Okay, me, Ty, it looks like, all right, like, Ty, and Lactoid, all right, the three of us, gentlemen. You take, if you have a son, you putting him in Scouts?
Probably not.
No.
Exactly. I'm sorry. They are no longer adhering to the principles that founded them. And so we shouldn't be shocked that, like, when this happens, and so it's going to be the unfortunate reality is, well, can scouts continue? If belief can continue without believers, sure. No, let's be frank. By the end of the century, there will be no more Scouts of America. And folks, that is my entire statement on that. Scouts honor.
Thank you so much. All right. Let's please speed it up so we get to the conversation. But Aiko, go ahead.
Yeah, I used to work with the Scouts, and it was really interesting because there was a time when, so I worked for a place called RAI, which some of you might have heard of. I worked up at the corporate offices up in Seattle, and we kind of had it rolled out a national program to try and, because we sold things like, it was a company that actually it's a co-op that sold like things like tents and sleeping bags and stuff like that. So we had a strong interest in people that, would go out and do camping and stuff like that. And what we found was that trying to work with the Girl Scouts, they don't do anything like that. So for a while, I tried to sort of make connections with individual Girl Scout troops that were interested in actual scouting that they could do. And so a lot of the girls that were interested in that kind of stuff that would join up for Girl Scouts thinking that they were going to get to do that. And then they get there and they're learning like computer skills and sewing and things like that. Although sewing is a scouting skill. But most of what they were learning was stuff that was sort of stereotypically assigned to girls. And so they weren't able to get that in the Girl Scouts, which is why some girls wanted to be in Boy Scouts, because it would give them the sorts of activities that they sort of associated with scouting. So that's one of the reasons. I can talk about like that whole journey was like, but I think that that's one of the reasons why scouting is trying to do this. One of the things I noticed when I was there was in the 1970s, 1980s, somewhere around there, the Mormons started picking up more and more seats, like on the top council or whatever, that started running the Scouts. And it became more of a Mormon organization from then on. And it sort of like shifted, because the old values of the Scouts had to do specifically with scouting, and then it became sort of more religiously focused as the years went on, and that sort of changed like what the Scouts were. So a lot of this resistance to inclusivity came from sort of the new characteristics of the Scouts. I'm not sure they would have met that much resistance had that movement like not taken place. So then all of these scandals arrive, and it gets associated with the scandals that happen under other religious organizations. Of course, you know about the Catholic Church, but every denomination has had a scandal like that. And that sort of association, I think, is what ultimately broke it. So the Mormons have left the Scouts. I think they did that around 2017, and that exit was completed around 2020. And now that hold at the top of the organization is fundamentally shifted. So they kind of have an opportunity now, because they're trying to make a break with their past, because they did have, I think people don't realize how big the scandal was. Like they were on the hook for many, many, many millions of dollars. And it's amazing to me that they've survived it all. And I wouldn't have been, in the wake of all that, I wouldn't have objected to just letting the floodgates open. And if they collapse from all their liability, well, that's just a consequence of what's happened. But I do take what Lactoid says seriously, because it is true, I think, that an organization, as it moves forward, it can fundamentally change. And one of those fundamental changes has happened with all the people at the top sort of being gone. So there's always this weird question that you have to ask yourself: is it the same organization after it cleans house? Like it might have the same name.
Boy Scouts.
But one of the reasons,
Theseus.
one of the reasons they changed their name is because I think they're trying to hit that tipping point where they're not necessarily associated exactly with who they were in the past. Maybe it's good timing.
I realize that the acronym for Scouting America is SA, and that's no good. Let's go to
They didn't think of this at all.
Yeah.
I probably don't have anything revolutionary to add at this point. I think a lot of my thoughts are going to echo, but largely one, I don't have a problem with an institution trying to change itself, particularly if it's had problems. Institutions are nice. Like if you can actually salvage them and make something of it, that's great. Unfortunately, that's very rare. Usually once you get to that terminal point, your institution is just begging to die, and maybe we need to put it out of its misery. Second part though is that if you're not meeting your goals, I'm cool with you trying to change in particular. However, we're talking about an institution that's supposed to limit itself to its user base is like 53% of children, and you're telling me you're not successful. Yeah, sucks to suck. Skill issue. Get better. Anyway, I literally have nothing further to add on that one. So go ahead, Corey.
Before that, and Corey will enjoy this. So
Was it hours ago that you got a YouTube thing? Is that what you're about to say?
Look, thank you, Infallible Foul, for $5.
It's a question for the religion topic, I'm sure.
He says, okay, right? I didn't say it. He said, how did Fabian go from grandstanding that the left hates the government to the government, to fuck the government in the same rant? Do people take him seriously? Thank you, Infallible Foul, for asking that. And for providing. We do take our friend Scott seriously, and he's just that amazing. He can do both at the same time. But okay, so let's go to our friend Corey. But thank you, Infallible Foul, if you're still there. That was 20 minutes. That was only 20 minutes ago. It was only 20 minutes ago.
A new
Prince
record.
and potentate of punctuality over.
Thank you, Infallible Foul. Hope you're still there. Thank you.
You need some kind of alarm that comes on, like in big red lights that tells you whenever something like that.
Do you want me to respond to that or no?
You can respond. Okay, yeah, it's quickly, like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't really get. It was two things can be true at the same time, even though that's not really what I was saying. But there you go. He's retarded in two different ways in one statement. It's amazing.
But thank you, Infallible Foul, for the donation.
We do. Thank you.
If you want to talk more shit, give him money or give me money. I'll call you a retard in different ways.
Okay. Thank you. Corey.
You have
only
such
smart people.
Social relationships these days.
Only smart people give money to me. Just putting that out there. All right. So let's go to Corey.
So I will try to keep it brief. But pretty much, I echo just about everything that Aiko mentioned in terms of when is an organization new. If in fact all the bad actors are gone, I don't have any real objection of like the Scouts of America trying to rebuild and whatever. If the Catholic Church doesn't need to be rebranded, I don't see why this institution has to rebrand. The only thing that I will add is that I don't, at least as far as I know, this is not like a forced.
We haven't fired Jesus yet. Just saying.
Well, I'm working on it. But if I don't see how this is forced inclusion, at least as far as I know. It could be wrong. Definitely correct me if I'm wrong. But like they're largely they seem to be responding to like the lack of enrollment. They're just trying to like boost their numbers to get people a part of it. And also whatever the argument of like you need to go to Boy Scouts to learn how to be a boy or a man. I don't see why you can't whatever. Is there anything that stops you from being part of both? Let's say the Boy Scouts and like or an Eagle, a Girl Scout being both part of the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts, at least as of now. Like I don't see why you can't just be both.
Scouting is growing, by the way. It's not shrinking. It's growing.
Yeah, I think it's growing now as a result of them trying to be more inclusive. But I think the enrollment was going up. But yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
Thanks so much. And Ali.
When I was young, I wanted to go away to camp. I wanted to join one of these scouts things. I was like, oh, Mom, I want to go to summer camp. It's a month long. I just go. I was a kid, and she looked at me. She's like, are you fucking retarded? I'm not going to send you away to some camp where I don't know anybody, where you're just gone for a month. You're 8 years old. You have no idea what you're doing. They have no idea what they're doing. And now as an adult, that makes sense considering all the allegations that came with these camps and these, daycares and these fucking scouts and shit. So I think fuck them. Don't have a community of people that have long listing allegations. I don't give a fuck who is running the foundation at the top. These problems will eventually happen again. And so, yeah, I don't think that should exist at such like a large scale. If you want, we do need clubs and communities for like girls and boys growing up, but that should be more community, like within your own city. It shouldn't be some national group and then God knows who's running it, and then you're just going away. And also, you should never send kids away for camp, right? Like with people, that's probably not the best idea to do. Take your kids camping if you want. I've blamed the parents. They're checking out. They're pushing their responsibilities onto like camp leaders and daycares and teachers. They're not assuming any responsibility of parents on their own. And beyond it being SA, I mean, Scouting America for little kids is not the greatest, like, plan of action. But yeah.
All right.
Can I?
Go ahead. Like to.
So just jump into it. I'm actually, if we made like the camp leaders or whatever wear body cams, like just like cops, if they wear body cams throughout the entire camping experience, wouldn't that kind of solve the problem? Seems like, and parents could log into the webcam and watch directly.
Watch live. Yeah.
Watch live.
I was about to say, I don't know how else you
said
get rid of
I
that.
mean, why don't we just strap body
accountability.
Why don't we just strap body cams onto all kids? Make it mandatory for kids to just wear body cams at
They
all
already
points in time.
carry them around for you.
When they're
Just
little
put
Yeah,
them
but
in
have it
watch
just be right here so that
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually,
happen.
yeah, like if kids, so generally no, but like if we got a bunch of little kids like out in the woods, maybe it would be a good idea to like put
Honestly, maybe
transponders on them or
generally.
something. Yeah, like maybe it'd be a good idea to like make sure they're not like getting lost or attacked by bears. Because bears aren't that dangerous apparently, according to some
Well, then
people
why
on the
wouldn't they
internet
wear
right
them
now.
like regularly?
Men are
Why
more
couldn't-
dangerous.
Why shouldn't it just be general practice that if your kid leaves the house by themselves, right, and they're 7 to 14, that they have a body cam wearing around, and that, so if anything happens,
I'm
kids
not
are aware.
opposed. I'm not opposed. It's a good idea. I'm not opposed.
All right.
There's some TikTokers that already do that.
There's a joke that Bill Burr had like in like the early 2000s about watching a Duracell commercial, and then a woman hits a button, and then Kevin just comes out of the woods to her, and he's like, "Hey man, don't tell me about batteries. Like, what the fuck was on Kevin?" And it's kind of funny to watch the culture and our concept of privacy because of cell phones and everything change right before our eyes, where everyone's like, yeah, strap a fucking camera to the kid, fucking track their GPS location at all times. Like, we're now in a world where just everyone is kind of okay with it. I don't know that that's necessarily good.
Yeah,
or
there's
bad.
7.
I just
They
find
should
it
just all be
interesting.
screaming it as well. Like they might as well make money off of it too.
Hold on.
I don't know that I want them making money off of the image.
They
of
should
my
be
children.
incentivized.
If we're gonna put them on
Yeah.
body cams,
I
we're
think
gonna
that was a
they might
joke.
as well upload to Kick and call it a day.
I mean, I would say that it might be a bad idea to have your children on camera and people donating. I don't. Yeah, let's not.
They're doing it
but
anyways.
I don't necessarily think that it's bad or good to have like things be filmed. I don't think that that's actually a bad idea per se. I don't know that you should. I would be very, very leery of forcing that. I don't know.
Sorry,
I feel like that's kind of scary.
Let's focus on.
If you voluntarily want to do that, that might be a pretty good way to get around many of those problems. Because the problem is trust, right? I don't trust some dude with my kid. I can gain that trust if that guy's wearing a body camera. Now, so long as he, kind of joking here, but so long as it's not like the police where they can just turn it off whenever they want, and then apparently nobody cares and they're not in trouble for it. But like if they actually have to keep the fucking camera on at all times and you get in serious trouble and lawsuits entail at the moment that thing cuts off, or there isn't a backup,
but then you just have
that might be a solution.
Yeah, but then if you'd have to have cameras, one running at night in all the cabins, right? Because the camera, they'd have to be streaming. And then where do you not have cameras? And then now we have the issue of, okay, they can go to these non-camered areas and go to the bathrooms, locker rooms, whatever it may be. So the cameras doesn't even really solve the issue.
You could just do it for the adults, right? Like obviously the children might abuse each other, but if the concern is that there's going to be adult camp counselors and or scout leaders, troop leaders that are going to abuse children, if it's required that they be filming first person perspective on their chest at all times, including in the middle of the night, then there is no risk of the adults doing something off camera per se. I mean, there is, but it's like, unless they're like a fucking cat burglar.
Now, I will say, give me just one moment here, because there's something that we're kind of like, the reason that they do these trips in the first place is so that kids can get out into nature and experience like what it's like being out in the wood, like having his body camera and you're streaming online. Like something's a little like, if I may, because yes, what you're saying there, Ali, is what I did one time when my daughter was 7, I took her out to this little patch of woods that my great grandfather, we've been farming it since his time. There's a little tiny spring. I let her go out into the woods. I let her even go around a little hill and have some unstructured time alone out in the woods. And when I found her about 15 minutes later, you know what she was doing? She was poking a rotten log with a stick. That is as much fun and learning and good time that as a child can possibly have at that age. And that's what you need to, and that's what's being lost here when you do all this. And that's why ultimately Scouts is
you can still poke a
it's
log
done.
during a body
It's
count.
not, stick a fork in it. It's not going to be here by the time 2000.
Well, it's a surveillance state, Corey.
The problem
was
was
not down.
The problem is that kids were experiencing more than just nature, right? That was the issue that we were having.
Getting fucked.
And that's
like kids were getting fucked.
Well, yeah, but that's the reason why this was. That's why it became an institution in the first place. Is because it was to take them out in nature and.
Phil, I understand.
I'm not saying that there's a lot of the counselors did.
Okay,
that.
Phil. So you agree that, like, sure, nature's great, getting out in nature, etc. But it's still, we have to balance this desire to be, purely out in the woods without any technology with the fact that this is a documented issue of kids getting abused. So
that's why Scouts is done. There's no good
answer.
Well,
I think there is a good answer, honestly. I think the idea of putting body cams on the camp counselors or the camp leaders, I think that could be a solution, right? Not only does it document the entire trip for whatever purposes, but it's a safety tool. It allows parents to feel more comfortable sending their kids to scouting. I know I would feel a lot more comfortable if I had a kid and I was thinking about sending him to scouting. I'd be way more comfortable if I knew that, like, the adults there have cameras on that are always going, and, like,
what
if
about
there's
public
any
school
issue,
teachers?
No, wait, public school teachers.
I think public schools should have cameras in all of them for the exact same reason, Phil.
So some of the schools around me have been implementing. There's like a social media specifically for parents and teachers. So there's like a social media that they've been using for parents and teachers specifically, where like the teachers can upload from stories essentially of like what's going on in their class and blah blah blah, and you can kind of see what's going on, and the parents are the only ones that have access to this. And so like it is essential, almost like having body cams. It may not be 24/7. It may be up to like the teacher's discretion what they're showing. But we are kind of getting there. I don't see a problem with teachers wearing body cams.
Just like social media, where you upload the best parts, right, of your life. That's what.
Well, it's one step.
There's a substantive. I would say there's a substantive difference between camp counselors and schools, because there are laws that demand that.
Yeah, statistically, your child's far more likely to get assaulted in a public school than by a camp counselor. Statistically. Whether by raw numbers or by aggregate, you can look that up.
Look it up. Again, that's the amount of time spent. It's going to be amount of time spent in schools are way more than like camps.
Yeah.
Regardless, that's just probably true.
Excuse me. Let's just let Scott go.
Right. That's you're literally doing the low IQ feminist take of like, I would rather be in the woods with
giving you numbers that are right. Sorry, man. I don't know what you're fucking like.
No,
sorry,
you're
like
literally doing.
That's just so low IQ. Quote accurate statistics. You don't correct. My God, man!
I understand that you don't understand basics.
You need a better gimmick.
It's not a gimmick to just understand.
Yeah, it is. It's the Molyneux gimmick from 2015, man. We've already established this. He even used milk taxes as his example against price controls, dude. The exact same example you used a few hours ago. So yeah. But no. You're totally original. Everything that's coming out of your mouth is totally your own thoughts. Totally, man.
I don't know if he used milk taxes.
Firing rockets today.
I definitely. Actually, I came up with that concept.
I know it's not fun for you, but it's fun for me.
I came up with that concept while listening to Basic Economics again by Sol. When he was discussing price controls, I thought about dairy, specifically dairy subsidies as it pertains to ice cream. But setting that aside,
this happens to be Molyneux's exact same example.
I don't know why you think I'm copying fucking stuff on Molyneux.
Because you fucking are, man. I heard all these arguments.
Let's move past. I don't want to talk about Molyneux. I don't want to talk about that Bob Free.
Is ice cream socialist?
I don't listen.
Let's talk about
Ben and Jerry's
arguments. If you heard these arguments 8 years ago, you would think you would have been able to come up with a counterexample in this fucking decade, but apparently you can't. So please shut the fuck up.
Been doing a great time all night, man.
You don't understand.
You've been getting
basic statistics.
flustered and fucking. Your humors are just getting all over the place all night. So yeah, apparently not doing that bad.
You being an obnoxious retard is not evidence of me losing argument.
Oh, I thought calling people names is a bad thing, like you were saying a few years not too long ago. Now you're using the R word and shit. Like, I'm sorry, man. That's way worse than anything I called you all night.
Hey,
You apparently don't know anybody in your life with actual developmental issues.
Whoa,
You have no empathy for it.
Guys, knock it off. No, seriously. Knock it off. I don't want to talk about this. You can save it for your own time. Go ahead. I don't care. But like now, I do want to talk about this specific issue.
Right,
and there's so much more.
Am I allowed to make an argument now?
Please.
All right. So, as it pertains to, I fucking forgot what I was going to say. It's fine. Nation has.
I just want to say on the
I'm a low level
thing, like the reason why that's not true about the likelihood of getting molested or whatever doesn't really have to do with like who a teacher is or who a scout leader is. It really has to do with the kind of access they have, right?
Yeah,
so a teacher has access to kids for like an hour or an hour and a half at a time during the day with cameras everywhere, whereas a camp counselor like has that 24-hour access. You know, if you're sending off somebody and you're entrusting one person with care of children without proper supervision, of course the molestation rates are going to skyrocket under that kind of situation. And public schools have a lot more things in place to like prevent that sort of thing from happening. So in terms of molestation rates, now I don't know, the raw numbers might be different because every single kid in America goes to school as opposed to whatever percentage like goes to overnight camps.
It's literally just per capita, man.
Yeah, but your per capita odds of getting molested are going to be much, much higher at these camps than they are going to be at a public school.
So, okay, so is Lactoid, let's get back to him, right? Lactoid, you said something interesting at the start. You talked about like why we shouldn't get rid of these organizations in general, because
segregated organizations.
Oh no! That I wasn't going to go in that direction, though. I do want to talk about that at some point too. That's also really important. But that we'll have different people within an organization, right? At some point. And like the current organization doesn't necessarily reflect the past organization. Maybe that's the case, or maybe not, right? And I'm not sure if it should actually matter. So, like the example that I go to for topics like this is piece of shit Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is like the epitome of corporate scams. Like Wells Fargo again and again.
First.
Yeah, a Wells Fargo again and again robs its customers. If you have a Wells Fargo's account, they're probably robbing you now. We just haven't revealed that scam. Like, don't believe me. Look into the past. Like, actually, and I've gone on rants on stream, right, where I've gone through articles showing like the endless history of scandals that Wells Fargo has gone through. How many times they've robbed their customers. Blind, right? And then we find them, right? We slap them on the wrist and then just do it again, right? It's literally just the cost of doing business, and their business is robbing you. Close your Wells Fargo's account. In any case, right? With this,
not being true, it's actual legal advice.
No, I agree.
You're welcome, Prime.
Stole from me too.
Yeah, exactly. See, right there. It's like they do it all the time. But so if there's an organization like this, right, that has continuous these systemic failures, why shouldn't we end that organization, right? Whether they be in a corporate structure or not, right?
I don't understand. So like if so let's say there are 20 people responsible for bad actions, right? And so I'm trying to understand your argument from one of two perspectives. Either do you mean because the public deserves to see some level of justice in that there's like a feelings that like justice has been served by the place being liquidated, or is it your belief that it is necessarily true that if enough people do something that it has created a culture that like all of the other people must be tainted in some regard? Because if it's the first one, I don't understand why we would get rid of a business just because of people's feelings, because people hate all kinds of businesses. And if it's the second one, I don't understand where that link is, that like middle management must be infected by like, child molestation that occurred in the 60s in Boy Scouts, right? Like I don't see how that one necessitates the other. And so I guess I don't get the argument.
Sure, yeah. So one, I think there needs to be a sense of justice, right? Like I think that and we can get that multiple ways. One, I think with the leadership should just go to jail, right? Like we should be imposing jail sentences on leadership when these things happen, because they'll just blame it on lower
Yeah, if they
middle
cover up
management.
or like negligence, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, 100%. It should there should be consequences.
And let
But
federal
two,
prisoners
the other
take care
reason,
of the
though.
people that covered up child molestation.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Please.
I said, and let the prisoners in federal prison deal with the people that go to jail for covering up child molestation.
Okay, that's one way, sure. But also,
I'm not advocating for anything other than letting them have to be
to
housed in
mix
the
with
same
them,
places.
yeah,
though.
to mix with everyone else, right? Yeah, sure. Yeah, but the other reason is to literally protect the public. That at some point, right, that the because the harm is so great and there's a pattern of harm, right? That's why I pick Wells Fargo, because it's not just like this one instance of like massive systemic failure. They just keep doing it, and they're doing it now. I'm telling you, they're doing it now. We just haven't found out about it. They're doing it now. But anyway, they keep doing that. So to protect the public, right? If there is an organization that has like if there was an organization that was endlessly polluting, right? And we find them, we even send people to jail, but it just simply doesn't stop polluting. Well, then at some point to protect the public, then that corporation might need to be liquidated, right? Its assets sold to another corporate, or multiple other corporations that will follow the law, that will protect the environment, right? So like,
as I said, like, do you believe that that there is a certain critical mass of infractions or leadership that it must necessitate that the structure itself and all, because the structure is made up of individuals, do you believe that middle management deserve to like lose their job? I'm not actually, the only argument I'm actually hearing is that you seem to be making a connection without making that argument explicitly. Like, is it true that like if the whole board of directors is evil and then all the board of directors getting taken care of, that the people underneath them must be evil in some capacity? They must be tainted or corrupted. They deserve to lose their job, their pension, their stock in the company that they had, right? That they were like putting part of, like, why do they deserve to be punished in some regard?
They may not necessarily deserve to be punished, but it's not about them. It's about the public, right? So like people lose their jobs for all kinds of reasons. We're watching this in the games industry.
So it's bread and circus. It's like let them eat cake, give them an execution.
So
no, I don't
we're
think it's
watching
that.
this. We're watching this within the game industry right now, and people are losing their job despite them doing their jobs correctly. But the suits, they've made a horrible bet. But the people who get crushed are the people below, right? But that's just the way business is, right? We accept that within normal business operations, where the C-suite makes a bad bet and the business tanks, right? But the people who get fired tend to be the ones at the bottom. They suffer the most, right? So we accept that there. Yeah. Okay, well then I'm willing to carry that over when the C-suite has done something horrible, and maybe not just like once, right? Like it might have to happen like a repeated pattern of systemic failures. Like I'm willing to like move on where this line is, but where it shows that there is a rot within the corporate environment that keeps harming the public, well then yes, like people are going to lose their jobs. And
what would be the consequence?
Can I
start elimination
from this?
The question was originally, I want to just. Wells Fargo's been around since like the mid 1800s. Let's say it was discovered that like in the late 1800s they committed a bunch of scandals and scams, and then like for more than 100 years they've been impeccably good. Let's just say, I know they're not.
The Pinkertons exist right now.
They've washed away their sins. They took
so right now all the scam artists that existed within Wells Fargo are long dead, right? There's not a single scammer left in Wells Fargo, but the company did in the late 1800s commit a whole bunch of scams. Do you think Wells Fargo should be shut down today? Let's say in this example.
Well, like I said, like it may not just have to be like one example, might have to be a pattern. And like of course, like yes, we do with justice in general. Hey, you have like you have all these mitigating circumstances, right? Like you've shown yourself to be a good person, so we'll take that to account. And when we're carrying out our judgment, like that's fine.
Hold on. I'm not referring to that. I'm saying that like, okay, late 1800s, there's a ton of scams, like repeated behavior. Okay. And then throughout the entire 1900s, like no scams. And then into 2000s, no scams. So all the people that did the scams that are part of the organization are dead. What I'm trying to get at is like, you
They're
seem
not
to have
available to the public.
Well, right. So, but if we got rid, like, right. So if right now we were able to target the individuals at Wells Fargo that were creating the danger to the public, we could remove them while leaving the rest of Wells Fargo. It seems like the position that you've taken is sort of more pro corporate personhood than me and Scott are willing to accept. Right. We don't think that a company necessarily should be held responsible for a company's actions. The individuals that reside within the company should be held personally responsible for their crimes.
I'm taking the personhood stance that the United States government is taking. Right, the United States government says that the corporations are people, and that they should be able to speak. Right, they have a First Amendment right to speak. So if the United States government is taking that stance, right, that it has all these these rights of an individual, then why shouldn't they have the punishments of an individual? So yeah, in your example, it seems in that case that the corporation is no longer a threat to the public. And so if I was the one in charge of the case, like, okay, well, we'll fine you maybe or whatever. We can't send the perpetrators to jail, but maybe we can find the organization.
Right, which we do.
This is what I was describing earlier when I was saying that like that left-wing politics.
I don't believe
that David Halpern. This is what I was describing earlier philosophically with.
Hold on, hold on. Before you
there are organizations like, so I understand that you want this to be applied to Wells Fargo as well, but there are organizations that do more or less like get the death penalty, right? Where they're shuttered down, they're forced to liquidate, they're renamed into like a recovery corporation. The government will put some specific CEO who's like FTX is the best example.
Yeah, I was gonna say
So and that guy also did the same thing with Enron. So like it happens, right? When the companies do like misbehave to some point, like the government says, whoa, we're gonna like kill you now. Whether or not Wells Fargo deserves that or not, I guess is up for debate. But like I hate the concept of corporate personhood generally. I think that it's a way for rich people to dodge responsibility.
I 100% agree with you. I don't want rich people to dodge responsibility as well. The people who caused a 2008 financial crisis, they should be in jail. They aren't in jail. And
the ones that committed fraud, yes.
Yeah, they should absolutely have been put in jail. So I agree with you. The other thing I was going to say, what was the other thing I was going to say? But I understand though that our society treats corporations as people now, right? And if they have all these but you don't disagree with me, right?
There's citizens, it's like there's some concept of like a corporate personhood, of corporate entity, like it's a legal entity. For some purposes it's considered a person, but like for a lot
all
of purposes,
the others,
it's not.
especially in terms of like the obligations, no, they aren't, right? And the consequences, they aren't. So that's a problem. But and it's not, and my enmity isn't like just directed at like the corporate structure, though I think that the corporate structure induces a lot of like mass psychosis, right? And the people are allowed to disperse responsibility for their terrible actions within the corporate structure. So there's that. But I'm talking about any particular organization that has these repeated systemic failures that maybe like to protect the public from further harm, that they shouldn't exist in the future. So
wouldn't that be more, or we can target the harmful elements. We can target the harmful elements. Yes, but we can keep Wells Fargo like the good parts, right?
But we should. I'm saying that like, so here's where my system would work. Wells Fargo does a thing, right? A bad thing, because that's what they do continuously. So they do
You
the
don't like
bad thing one time, right? And we go in, we crack skulls, and meaning that we send a lot of people to jail, right? We actually have punishments for them, or maybe if it's a small infraction, it starts as a fine, but anyway, but it escalates. So you do that thing again, we see that doesn't stop. We send people to jail.
Now it's a different bank.
Yeah, we start with a C-suite, right? And if it proves that it's a different bank afterwards, with continued like a good corporate citizenship, whatever that means, right? Then there's no action needs to be taken.
Well, it has to be a different bank. If you replace the people, like all organization is just made up of its people. If you remove the troublemakers and there's still problems, it means that you didn't get them all.
No, I don't know about that, right?
Could be
because
something systemic, or
it could be something systemic, exactly, right? So
like
the
certain
police.
policies in place.
So you can get rid of the police chief, you can get rid of the mayor, you can get rid of the DA, you can get rid of all these people, the leadership of this organization, right? Like even the top officers, replace them, and then find all the same problems still exist, because the incentives are exact.
Like if all the workers were like involved in the.
So no, I'm talking about dude. You know what I'm talking about, Lactoid. A systemic.
I don't, because again, if there is some kind of policy in place or like lack of oversight that's leading to this issue, part of the the remedy could be like, hey, we're getting rid of the troublemakers, and going forward, you have to do this now. And if there are problems going forward, that all that means is that you didn't catch all the troublemakers, or you didn't fix the policy well enough. That doesn't mean you got to kill all the good parts of the organization.
Lactoid, allow me to translate here just for a minute, okay? It's like, corporation has a lot of money. Corporation does things that folks on the left don't like. So the left wants to be able to replace the C-suite within the corporation with their political allies. That's actually what's going on here. We could pretend it's otherwise, but that's kind of prime.
Isn't that what the right's advocating for, though? It's like, hey,
that's exactly what the left wants to do.
But that's what the right's arguing for here in this case, though.
So with the bank, let me actually hold on. I'm trying to,
and I've clarify this. We'll go to Scott, then Ali. Okay,
go off.
This is why it's really important for people to read objectivist philosophy, honestly, because once you understand objectivist philosophy, you can see the philosophy speaking through people. And Primecayes, this isn't anything personally against you, but I can see the philosophy speaking through you. You're using definition through negation. You're defining your political praxis by the current standard, which is what socialism is, right? It's the movement of history through dialectics, through the concept of thesis, antithesis, and then synthesizing those together. As I said before, what I was trying to say, it's just like how David Halpern describes queer theory. Queerness is an identity without an essence. It doesn't actually exist in a stable place. It's like, you know that corporations aren't people, but because the political system states that corporations are people, you use that as a means of negation against the thing that you dislike. And what you were talking about is you're talking about the spirit of the thing. You were speaking as if the tools and the institution create the mind, as opposed to the mind creates the reality. You are saying that the institution is systemic, that the workers within the corrupt institution are created by the institution itself, that they're molded by the collective being of the corporation, and that after a certain point we must destroy that spiritual thing that you recognize isn't a person and isn't reality, and reject the concept of changing the policies and getting rid of the people that are the bad actors because of bad actions. This is mysticism and leftist philosophy in play 101. And KOE, I don't think that you're wrong in what you just said. I think what you're talking about is what will happen. That is what historically occurs, but it's not the reason why. I don't think the motivation per se is to put in their political people in charge of the corporation so much as it is as the hatred towards the concept of wealth, towards the institution itself and the issues, and that is how those corrupt systems get taken advantage of.
Sorry, I'm gonna move on. Someone will Ali Ty. Corey, did I skip over you previously? Did I do that?
No, I don't believe so. Not this time.
Good. Great. I was like, all right. So Ali, Ty, and Corey. I can yell at Scott later.
So the bank argument's a little bit different to me, because you can you can just go to a different bank, you can go to a credit union that doesn't fuck you over. It's not, you can't shut down banking as like an industry or an institution in general. So like if Wells Fargo is fucking you over, you leave, then the public safety can be handled within like public opinion. The problem with here is that the Boy Scouts, I don't know that there are many different options you can go to. It's one organization. So regardless of it's a rebrand, so like you may not like the Boy Scouts becoming Scouting of America, but I think you'd have the same problem if a completely new organization came out, was like, hey, we're the new Boy Scouts. This is new leadership, right? You'd still end up having the same problems because like the spirit of the industry is that kids are going to be alone with adults. And then so I don't know if you have more of like an issue with like the specific corporation that is Scouting America or just like the industry that is like scouts and camps in general, like daycares and stuff like that. So I don't, because like when you guys are arguing the banks, it's like really seems Wells Fargo specific, not banking specific. Whereas with this, it's really like the whole,
Well, Wells Fargo is not the only bank that does.
You can go to a different bank.
I agree, and there are lots of other banks that should have been
in Banco de Vatican. That's some shady shit down there.
When it comes to the 2008 financial crisis, absolutely, there should be more. Now, 100%. Like Wells Fargo, I'm just using it as an example because they are particularly egregious. You should close your Wells Fargo accounts.
I don't know.
I'm gonna go open one now just because of that prime.
So like with the scouts,
stick it to the left.
With the scouts, a rebrand doesn't do very much because, in your opinion, a rebrand is just
self-harm.
Yeah, it's just a rebrand is just like, okay, it's like a new name. They're just trying to skirt under the bullshit that they've had before. If anyone looks up the name now, it won't be linked to all these like so on and so forth. But even if a new corporation came out and we're the new Boy Scouts of America, you're still gonna have the same intrinsic problems, just like when you find them out later. So the problem is the industry, not the like corporation. Which I think to Lactoid's point is like shutting down the corporation.
And I think body cams are like the solution to this systemic issue, right? Making sure adults are always under supervision when they're around children.
Or also when they're around my money, right? When for
this is a good point. Yes, people with financial, like people in like high positions of financial power should probably be monitored to some extent. I think everybody should be like your job should be monitored to some extent. This is the point of management.
Oh wait. Actually, I have a question here. Lactoid, like to what degree? Like, are we talking just like the company should watch them? We talking the FBI should watch them? Like, what level of monitor are we talking about?
It would obviously like depend on like the level of vulnerability that's associated with their task. So around children, I'm like very much more okay with like constant surveillance on behalf of the job.
But
when it comes to by their supervisors, by their supervisors in the job, right? So like if you are in the Boy Scouts, it would be like you would have the cameras on there, and that camera footage would be available to like the board, or like some kind of separate reviewing agency, or et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so I get you there, and I have a barometer question for both Prime and Lactoid because I don't know whose side I really want to come in on here because I think there's some arguments that I actually agree with from both. Just in general, Prime, like how generally do you think when you look at corporations, like do you think that they're generally negative, positive, kind of like lukewarm?
I think they're generally neutral, right? I think most corporations are profit-seeking organizations, and that's okay, right? And I think most of the time, like the business of doing business is perfectly fine. I think that along the path, people get screwed over, but that happens within life in general, and like in any organization, not like just within a corporate environment, certainly. But people get, the unfortunate things happen. But so that's not what I'm talking about. Like I'm talking about like big failures. But
right. So the problem is I'm trying to like figure out whose side I really agree with here more because I think they're both right. So like I just need to ask Lactoid because I agree with you pretty much largely in what you said. So like Lactoid, just real quick, should people not be held responsible for the actions of an entity that they are a part of or enable? Right? Because you are on the board of a corporation. How liable you are for that corporation's failure versus the person who's literally just the fucking teller at the bottom, right? Like, they don't make decisions.
Yeah. I think people need to be held, regardless of what kind of organization they're part of. People need to be held responsible for their actions, and if they're in a position of authority. And they have an obligation, a duty that they've taken on to prevent certain actions from happening, then you can hold them personally responsible to some extent as well. So, and this would just be a general rule across any organization, right? If you're the person tasked with preventing the child abuse, and like you just like, or here, a better example, if you're the person tasked with like stopping the school shooter and you don't, you hide outside the school during the whole time, you have taken on that duty and you have neglectfully failed at that duty. And I think there should be some consequences on you for that reason. Just in the same way, like the person doing the shooting should also get like severe consequences, probably worse consequences, right? It's going to be a case by case basis. But like whenever you're in charge, there's a level of responsibility that comes there that I'm willing to hold you personally responsible for. What I don't like is I can open up Lactoid LLC, put my assets on it, and then own that with a shell company called Lactoid 2 LLC, and then have that be through 8 other shell companies, all called Lactoid LLC 1894. I've seen this, right? Getting to specific people, you got to like go down the chain to actually get to where the money is. And like when you see it happen time and time again, like I have, like the whole system just, you begin to realize like how contrived the whole system is. We're really pretending these things are people. Like they're literally just, we came up with them. We wrote them on a fucking piece of paper.
Okay, so like this is where I'm
You're
a little
hurting
lost.
corporations' feelings, Lactoid.
I know.
Okay, so I'm kind of anti-corporate. I'm like minus 20 out of 100, right? Because while corporations can serve a very valuable purpose, is that like I do hold them severely liable for the shit that they will pull off, particularly like, you know, negative connotations, what they do. What I do have an ethical problem with is when you destroy a corporation and you fuck over the bottom people who have no authority within it, but they're just like, you know, cogs in the wheel. Like, do we have some kind of like ethical responsibility to like either say fuck you because you're just part of it and you're an enabler, or is it like, hey, you deserve some kind of compensation? Like, so we liquidate the assets and they get it.
I'm fine. Let me respond to this. So real quick, that's the strength of my system as opposed to Prime's terrible system, which is that for me, like the people who are held responsible are the people who did it and the people who are in charge of them to make sure they don't do it. If you're not in charge of them to make sure they don't do it and you didn't do it, you shouldn't get punished because you're just an individual who's part of an organization that you didn't do the bad thing and you weren't held, you're not responsible for doing the bad thing.
Out the executive, though. I mean, it's kind of like you want punishment without consequence.
So hold on. So multiple things here. One, I think if we're doing a full liquidation, we've gotten to the point of that, I'm fine with like the workers being compensated, right? Like for the loss of their job. So getting a piece of that liquidation process. Like I hadn't thought of that, but I think it's a good idea. So I like it. But furthermore, on the other hand, Lactoid, like you are fine. I know you're fine, right? Because I've heard you be fine.
I'm damn fine.
Workers look like losing their jobs, right? For the choices of management, right? That like, yeah, they made a bad bet, but like, you know, and we have to like right size the corporation.
You don't like
now.
your hair anymore? You're gone.
Yeah, like we are seeing exactly this, and I just happen to be watching the video game industry at this very moment, right? There are other examples of this, we know that, but I'm just happen to be looking at that.
Yeah, well, nobody's entitled. I don't think people are entitled to any kind of like end of a contract, right? People are entitled to a job. People are entitled to someone's labor. But what people are entitled to is to not be held, not be coerced against by a government entity, unless there's like specific parameters that are set.
So you're only
committed a crime.
So is that it? So is it that they aren't being first of all, they aren't being held responsible by a government regulator. They're not going to jail, right? They're not going to jail. And if it was like the SEC that like decided that your corporation is completely fraudulent and they shut it down, would you? Let me ask you that: if the SEC like found a corporation to be completely fraudulent, like some sort of financial institution to be completely fraudulent in what they were doing, right? Well, there's somebody there who's just a cog in the wheel. But that organization is going to be dissolved. We've seen this happen already, right? Like, do you think that that corporation should continue to exist afterwards, despite the whole thing is like a fucking Ponzi scheme, let's say?
Yeah, I guess I would be opposed to entire organizations just being dissolved outright by the SEC. To engage with your question though, because I could imagine, I think FTX is a great example of this, where you remove some key players and the whole organization essentially kind of folds, like because the whole thing is kind of kept together by a few key players and some tricks. And so yes, there's going to be people who lose their jobs That's
So
that's
it's
understandable.
It's the
my
Pareto
understanding-
principle of any organization. About 20% of the people are going to make up about 80% of the productivity of any particular organization.
Yeah, I don't know about. I'm not sure about that.
Here,
All right,
Prime,
but-
Prime,
negative,
Prime, Prime,
negative,
Prime.
that's-
Here,
but-
let me ask you this, Prime. Maybe this can help. If you, let's say, like a CEO is like found guilty of like rape, okay, terrible crime. Obviously, the shareholders didn't do it, the workers didn't do it. This CEO like raped a
It
secretary.
has nothing to
And so,
do with the.
and so you remove the CEO, but it turns out that despite being horrible, like a horrible person, he was actually an incredibly good CEO. And now the company starts performing very poorly because you've removed the CEO. Surely you think the company should be allowed to fire their workers when they're losing money, right?
I have the perfect analogy to ask for you guys on
So-
this.
Vince McMahon.
So-
No.
Well, I want an
No,
answer though. real
but-
quick.
No. So you're saying that the CEO was removed and replaced with someone who's not as good.
And went to prison. Yeah.
And there was a business a downturn. And should the workers be let go? Yeah, I'm saying I accept this. I'm saying
Yeah, I do
I
too.
accept. Okay, so I don't know why. So
Well, no. So I accept them being able to be let go if the company is like, okay, we're losing a bunch of money, we've got to let people go. What I'm not okay with is the government saying like, oh, the CEO raped, therefore this whole company is really like a rape company.
Well, why would
so we're going
why-
to shut down the
why-
whole thing.
Why? But even in the system, hold on, even the system I proposed to, that wouldn't be the case, right? So you like the thing I specifically outlined like would not include that. I don't know why you're even talking about it. But going back to what I was saying previously, I'm trying to find the difference here. Because if you agree with me that a Ponzi scheme, right? Like I set up an organization, I'm doing it right now, right? Corporation Alpha. Corporation Alpha is a Ponzi scheme, right? I get you all to join the top row here, right? And then I pay you back with the middle row and then the next row, right? Ponzi scheme. If that's found out, and then I have other people under me who are working with me, right? And that corporation is shut down because it is a fraudulent organization, correct? And you already admit that that's okay. So what's the difference between that and
No,
then
what I said is like the people who are like engaged in the fraudulent portion, they get punished.
it was specifically set up to no. I'm not saying that everyone goes to jail, right? I go to jail.
I'm not saying that you're saying that everyone goes to jail. What I'm saying is that like the government action should be limited to only the individuals that are responsible. And yes, if the company needs those individuals to survive, that doesn't mean that the government has an obligation to keep the corporation alive. What I'm not okay with though is when you're talking about Wells Fargo, the example that you used, I would not be okay with the government coming in and just shutting down Wells Fargo. They can go in and pull out key players, and yes, if that leads Wells Fargo to collapse, then they collapse.
I think we're missing each other, right?
I think we might be.
If someone else can maybe restate this better, then I'll accept that.
I can tell you what's going on here.
Okay.
Here's the issue, right?
Because you're a leftist.
I think, and I tried to do this in the very beginning, which I said I gave you two options, option A or option B. What I think you are trying to describe is that you believe certain places have so many people in them that are acting negatively that there is the entire corporation is corrupted in some capacity because there's so much going on. So, for example, Blizzard Entertainment, right? When we found out that Bobby Kotick was letting his VP, his president of creative directors, and like all of these different people in Blizzard were like sexually assaulting or harassing girls to the point where they were doing cube crawls where dudes were drinking at the work and then going up to girls in cubicles and like talking about their breasts and shit. And there might even have been like there was dozens and dozens of things going on. And you're saying, look, there's so much corruption here that like getting rid of one guy or getting rid of one person, like this company has a as a corporation. I'm not confident if we got rid of 4 or 5 people that there wouldn't still be cube crawls, that there wouldn't still be people that adopted these behaviors and all of these things, continuing this behavior because it's become endemic to the corporation itself. And what Lactoid and I are saying in counter to that is get rid of every bad person that did a bad thing. But if you get rid of the company itself as a means, you are using the state to punish.
You've missed my point here. The thing I'm specifically trying to draw out with Lactoid here. I'm saying I have set up a fraudulent organization.
Yeah. We agree in that. Oh no! Pause. No. New example.
We do.
But if the whole company is corrupt because the entire business model is fraud, yes, destroy the entire business.
Okay, so you agree with that,
That's
Lactoid,
different,
right?
I think
I just want to make sure because Lactoid hasn't. You've said
not
that.
exactly
Lactoid to say that. Lactoid. If I set up a Ponzi scheme and I have some honest employees under me, right? But it's a Ponzi scheme. The government should be able to shut the organization down so it doesn't continue doing a Ponzi scheme.
I mean, if the employees want to keep the name and like do work that's not a Ponzi scheme, they should be allowed to. But like obviously the Ponzi scheme element needs to be like forcibly removed, and the people who engage in any kind of Ponzi scheme behavior need to go to jail, right?
It's a moot point because 100% of the business was fraudulent. Therefore, 100% of the business's assets would have to go to pay restitution.
But Prime said there's some honest employees. That's the thing, right? Prime said there was
there's some honest employees, but
so it's 99%. So it's like 99%.
I honestly don't know that they're doing a Ponzi scheme.
There's actually been a very recent example of this in corporate America. WWE, look up the accusations against Vince McMahon right now. Some really ghastly stuff. He's fighting charges of sex trafficking, of all kinds of crazy shit right now. They got rid of him completely. They cleaned house of anybody that even had the stink of Vince McMahon on him. And the WWE is rolling on. They just had one of their most profitable WrestleManias in the company fucking history. The Rock is now on the TKO board. They did a complete sweep. Now the McMahons, other than Paul Levesque, his son-in-law, there's nobody with any power there now. The Rock now has more power than Vince McMahon in professional wrestling as of this
Speaking Chinese to me, Phil. God damn it.
Prime.
I still have a question.
Sure, and I'll get to that. 1,000 bits from Naritas and he said he gave it to me because for Phil's counter to Scott's BS. So
well, thank you.
I appreciate it.
I'll do it for free. I'll do it even again. It's the least.
You are doing it for free, I believe.
Yeah.
This is a hobby for me.
Subs channel get bits and get subs, but thank you, Naritas, for helping me. So, go ahead, Lactoid. Respond to me. Ty also wants to respond. I think someone else maybe.
I think like.
Oh no, Corey never got to finish.
Never got his point.
It's okay, there's a good example.
Sorry, Corey, go for it.
Well, I'm interrupting the flow. Like
no. Fuck his flow. Fuck his flow.
Wow.
Right?
But the Fubu Jack is so nice though, and he is fine.
Pass each other because you don't understand each other's philosophy. It doesn't matter.
Well, it sort of relates to. I think it does relate, but it might not be as interesting as I find it to be. But I think there is an interesting conversation to be had of like, can a corporation be set up such that it's inherently inherently sort of corrupts or like turns good actors into bad actors. Like I take the point that let's say in the Boy Scouts, as Scott brought up, like that probably attracts certain bad actors that want access to children. But I can imagine a world or a scenario where I think there's abundant evidence that, we unfortunately many humans, we're products of our environments. Everyone knows the Stanford prison. Pardon me?
That's why I use the example of Blizzard, because like literally they were doing cube crawls. Like the regular employees are drinking and like making comments about women's breasts at the fucking job. Like it was that endemic to the company culture.
Yeah, there might be something built into how we set up corporations that like it just turns people into bad actors. Again, I was going to allude to like most people know of the Stanford prison experiment, whatever, the Stanley Milgram experiment. Like, yeah, for whatever reason, you set things up properly in a certain way, and people can do horrific things for whatever reason. And maybe some corporations actually run like that. I don't know. But I think there's something that might be going on there.
Can the example that you brought up before, Prime, like the Ponzi scheme from the beginning, I guess this would be like more along the lines of what Corey's referring to as the sick company, like the 100% like the problematic company. Like there's something endemic about it. But the problem is the examples that we were talking about before, like Wells Fargo. I mean, Wells Fargo's, for however much you hate it, maybe you'll rhetorically call it like a Ponzi scheme, but like the whole organization is not like a Ponzi scheme, right? It is a bank.
You probably could say the pharmaceutical industry.
Pharma companies,
pharma companies better than banks.
Well, you also have the scouting, the Boy Scouts, for example. Like there's some good elements. There has been some good elements of the organization, and so when we're talking about nuking a company, like I'm just saying that yeah, unless literally 100% of everything is like destroyed, then by the virtue of like excising the bad, you would naturally destroy the entire company since you've just gotten rid of all the bad. But if it's like 50% bad, slice, cut off, amputate the 50% that's infected, and then the 50% that's not infected, there's no reason to kill them.
Just right. Let's see if this works across the board though, right? Because you asked me about like that downturn and remove the CEO, right? But if the CEOs of a corporation make a bad decision, right? They make a bad, like not a legal one, right? But just like bad product
Business
rollout,
flaw.
right? They
Okay.
think that gamers want more live services. Turns out gamers, like, keep telling them they don't want live services, right? And they have a disastrous game. I don't know, right? That kills a Justice League or something. I don't know. But in that case, right? Should then the people who punish, like, it should be like the C-suite, right? The management, all the people who made those decisions, right? The first people, at the very least, the first people who should get fired, you would agree that when there's a bad product rollout, should be the people at the top then, right? Because they made a bad decision.
Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't enforce this by law because like the hiring and firing is within that, like that organization's discretionary.
Yeah, but the discretion.
But what I think, yeah, like if I was, let's say I owned a corporation 100% and like management made a bad decision, I would target them first. I think Kevin O'Leary said that like the first person to go in any of the companies that he buys is the CEO. Like he'll buy a company and then like if the CEO doesn't do exactly what he wants, he just gets rid of them because he doesn't think they're that useful.
Okay, well. But in most companies, there isn't no higher power, and the
that's not true.
Ones who make the decision,
CEOs are workers. I'm not kidding you. They work for the shareholders.
They work for the but the shareholders may not.
Most CEOs also aren't owners.
Or if the okay, sorry, hold on. I'm not gonna.
Most
I don't want
CEOs
to
are
get
literally
distracted.
They're not even capitalists according to Marxian theory.
I don't want to get distracted by that, right? My point, I specifically said the C-suite any which way, right? So you clear out the C-suite. Let's say, or if it's not a corporation, let's move away with the corporate structure because it trips us up.
Because it's a democracy.
It's another other.
It is. You vote. The shareholders vote for the board of directors. They're the representatives.
No. It's another organization, a company that doesn't have a corporate structure, right? Where they have
a single member LLC that does not have a corporate structure.
Yeah, right. And they have but they have people who work under them, right? So should management be taken out from the top? My point is that like you're saying that it's fine that if they make one kind of bad decision, it's fine to clear them out from the top, right? That you're okay with the government.
If they make an illegal, if they do illegal things, yes.
Yeah. So I'm saying that for legal things as well, they've made a bad decision. It was their decision, right? One or the other to do that product rollout the way they did. And they fucked up. So they go first, right? And we see we can salvage the corporation.
If the board fires them, like
there is no board. There is no board, right? So we're trying to save this company.
Well, then who do you hold on?
In the single runner
who
LLC
fires them? Who fires them?
Nationalizing the company, like
maybe.
You think the government should nationalize companies that make poor decisions,
or if it's going to.
Just advocating for communism. You think I'm going to agree with that? Let's just have the government control it. What do you think, Lactoid? Good idea. Yeah. Okay.
I'm saying. Or no. Have the workers control it, right? We social workers.
We can organize them into councils. We call them Soviets.
Yes.
No, you just came in. Hold on. So you mentioned that earlier, and Lactoid made fun of it because some of these employees might be some of the ones that are culpable, right? But there's another alternative to this. I worked that company I mentioned before, REI. It was a co-op, but it was not a worker-owned co-op. It was a member-owned co-op, and that structure might work a little bit better for this because it is the customers who are the ones at risk of getting ripped off that would then own the company. In this,
welcome to most insurance companies. Like look it up. Insurance companies. If you look up a mutual insurance company, I mean, major companies like Geico, for example, like these are mutual insurance companies, which means the owners of the company are the policyholders.
Right. Yeah.
Credit unions are another example.
Yeah, credit unions are exactly what I was going to bring up. Like that is sort of the closest thing in the banking industry to what I lived with. But it was really interesting because like REI, what REI does is it takes the profit that it makes at the end of the year, and then it adds that up, and then it gives it back to the members. who are the owners of the company or of the co-op. And 1 year, it's almost always 10%, but 1 year they gave a 5% dividend, and everyone went nuts. That happened about 30. I think it happened in the 80s, so 40 years ago, and ever since then they've done 10% every year consistently since then, because they didn't want to cross the members, because the members own the co-op.
They vote for the leadership.
The government should have taken over Citigroup. They should have fired everyone in the C-suite. They should have the shareholders should have taken a massive haircut. The company should have been liquidated and spread between other corporations. And then those assets could have been also employees that could have gone as well. And if they weren't going to get hired, they should have gotten a share of the liquidation. But the ones who should be made whole first would have been the customers of that of Citibank.
I don't understand why should the government have taken them over? To what end? What's the point of the government taking them over? Why not just let business fail?
Isn't that what he said?
Because of the
forced liquidation.
Because of
class struggle revenge.
Yeah, because of the system. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you that maybe we should just let it fail. And I think maybe for most corporations we could let it fail, but like in the Citigroup's case, that might have caused more damage. So yeah.
What do you mean more damage?
I think
government has insured those deposits, right? So government now has an interest in making sure that that its investment doesn't bring it, that they don't
FDIC.
encourage other companies to take advantage of that sort of protection for the customers.
Well, the best way to not encourage that is to let the business fail.
Well, if it fails,
bad market decisions.
If it fails, all of that money that's being insured will now have to be paid by the taxpayers to make the depositors whole.
Yeah, so we should liquidate.
I agree. Right, engaging in a consequential analysis of less taxation because you did an evil thing from the onset, which was insure businesses via the taxpayer, is not really an answer to the question.
But you just asked but what you asked was
$34 trillion in debt. We're $34 trillion in debt, right? 12% of the
you said the phrase
federal payment.
To what end? And then you're surprised that the government has a consequential answer to what
No,
end.
I'm not asking about. That's not what I said. I asked Primecayes why the government should have overseen the collapse and nationalized it in some regard. Why not just let them fail?
Well, I do like government. That's true. That's absolutely true. Don't ever forget that. I love government, right? I want to fuck it, right?
I know you.
Yeah, but
governments are people.
The reason why, the reason why was what I was
you warm at night.
What I said combined with what Aiko said. Yeah, this is exactly why. Because all of those reasons. But hold on, I gotta let in Ty and Ollie. They've been waiting a long time.
I really appreciate it because I feel like I have a perfect litmus test for this conversation. If I need to explain the reference, I will. But should have Los Pollos Hermanos from Breaking Bad been broken up forcibly by the government? And if I need to explain any of that, I will. But I think this is a great litmus test for
that was a well-run chicken joint, okay? I think so. There was some cocaine in the back or some meth in the back room. So, sorry,
it's it was just a lab.
I know. I think no. I'll answer your question directly. No, sure. I don't think Los Pollos Hermanos should have broken up, because it wasn't. I don't know.
It should have been replaced with leftists.
Because look, to be fair, it is a front, right? It's a front from an illegal organization. But I don't even remember the time because I haven't seen the show in a long time.
But they supported the local firefighters and the police and stuff.
I forget if the Los Pollos came first, or his Frang's involvement in the drug corporation came first. I forget.
I don't think that matters too much for me.
No. The drug ring came first.
I didn't watch Breaking Bad. That shit sucked after the third season.
They bought Los Pollos Hermanos, I think, after their organization got so big, they had to figure out new ways to launder the money.
Yeah,
and that's how Los Pollos Hermanos.
Quick rundown for you, Light Toy, because I really wanted your opinion on this. You have a chicken restaurant, Mexican style, chicken restaurant.
Okay.
They are very successful. Have 28 locations throughout the entire Southwest.
Great moist chicken.
They're huge like benefactors for like charities and all the shit, like all the good things for a corporation. Plot twist, they are a front for a massive methamphetamine laundering organization that has pretty much taken over the North Mexican cartel. Like, it is that huge, multi-billion dollars worth of
Other
stuff.
than that one little thing, one little thing, Gustavo Fring, the CEO, great stand-up guy.
Do they sell good chicken?
Should this? Yeah,
like
like
had meth labs on
five out of 5 stars, all of it.
Treated his employees well. Yeah.
Yes. And,
Yeah,
okay.
he's a
And
good
then
boss.
what happens? All right. The CEO is basically caught up into it, and because he's running the whole thing behind the scenes, where it's a giant drug laundering organization. Okay.
Spoiler
cool.
alert.
Should this company be allowed to continue, or is the poison so innately ingrained into it to where it should be dissolved?
So I have 2 answers. The first answer is the only crime that comes with drugs is the fact the government keeps them illegal, because fuck the drug war.
He does a few other things.
I'm dead serious. Well, okay, well, maybe the other things we can hold him responsible for, but the drugs should be legalized. My body, my choice. But the answer as to let's assume that it was something that I felt should be illegal. No, I don't see a reason to close the whole restaurant. You get rid of the meth. Meth is bad. Let's just assume you get rid of the meth part.
Oh, he kills a lot of people.
Yeah, you get rid of the You get rid of the meth part. You get rid of the murder. You get rid of the murderers, right? The people who are killing a bunch of people. You get rid of the people that knew about that whole kind of like syndicate and organized like blah blah blah. You remove them, and then the restaurants, they get to keep all their chicken recipes. They get to keep their restaurants open serving chicken. They just don't get to serve meth anymore.
Who's going to run them though? You fired everyone.
Yeah. No. There would be like new people that would rise to the ranks and become the runners of the new and improved Los Pollos.
What to assist? Like you can put it like in some sort of conservatorship until they can like get their
conservatorship. Yeah. Figure out something. Yeah,
I agree. I wouldn't shut it down because again, within the system that I had stated previously, right? That you would start by firing the people in the C-suite, all the people who made decisions, right? And then you would let's see how it goes from there. But then they do it again. All right, then we clear them out again. Then they do it again. All right, then maybe this organization.
So method's fine.
Let me clean this up. This is too much, right?
Same concept. Get rid of the child traffickers. Keep a chicken.
Okay, hold on.
Listen, let me clean this up very quickly.
Let me say one thing. I'll say one thing to Ali, and then you can go. I'll say one thing to Ali. Okay, please. Thank you. I love you.
That is an individual choice.
Because I wanted to talk. Because I at some point wanted to take this to the Catholic Church. Which is even better. What the Catholic Church has been abusing kids literally for millennia, right? We only are keeping track of or seeing decades long abuse because past that everyone's dead, right? Like that's the only reason. Like the further back you go, the less accountability the Catholic Church has because it's more powerful. So yes, there's more abuse. And Martin Luther talked about the sexual abuse, right? The parties with the boys happening in the Vatican, right? So that was part of his problem, the Catholic Church. So for centuries, the Catholic Church has been doing this. And so, like, should that organization continue on? I think that's an interesting question. But all right, so let's
you're gonna abolish the Catholics?
It's very
well. I wouldn't abolish the Catholic. I wouldn't abolish
the Vatican.
We've been having a retarded conversation for like an hour and a half. It is so meaningless. Here's why it's so fucking meaningless. It's really this simple. If you have a company worth $100 million and it requires $50 million to maintain all of its day-to-day operations on the legitimate parts of its business, and there is enough crime where the restitution is more than $50 million, then you don't need to destroy the company. The company will simply be destroyed by paying restitution to the victims of the crimes it committed. If the crimes that the individuals that actually committed within the company are like $10 million, then you still have $40 million left over, and there's no reason to get rid of the chicken joint. We're using these like absurd extreme examples where they wouldn't fit within the process anyways. Because like, for example, the Breaking Bad situation, it's like if you murder a bunch of people, the amount of money that you're going to have to pay to restitution for murdering family members and all of this other shit is going to be way more than the value of the chicken joints anyways. So there's no reason to maintain the chicken joints.
That's not the case with the Boy Scouts, right? The Boy Scouts
not-
were able to pay the
Pay
fines,
that
and now
back,
they still succeed.
Because if someone owns those chicken joints and they're responsible for restitution to the victims, then they have to sell those chicken joints.
Yeah, you're just
Those
saying
people
not
are gonna
enough
have
kids
jobs.
got
Spring
raped.
has a very special chef named Walter White that can bring in millions in a matter of
Yeah.
weeks.
We should
So
retain
it is a
him.
very
We should retain that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, so
You
if the
know-
Boy Scouts get hit with the fines, but they can pay the fines and still continue to operate, then no, the like that issue still remains. Like, it's
How
just
many
not
people do
enough
they really
kids
kill?
involved.
If you,
Like
no,
10?
if you
I mean,
if you get rid of all
can
of the
afford
people
that.
that did bad
How good's this
things,
chicken? though?
and you pay restitution to everybody, let's say, because Boy Scouts of America is a charity organization as well, right? So let's assume for whatever reason, somehow magically, fucking every person on the Epstein client list fucking comes together and rubs their nickels together and fucking gives Boy Scouts or Scouting America fucking $3 trillion. I don't know how the fuck they got it. Fucking somehow they did it. And they pay back restitution to every single victim that has ever existed throughout the company's history. And they still have $1 trillion left. Then there's no reason to shut down Boy Scouts of America, save one, which is that people, the community, and this is the philosophical problem here, is the community feels that they have a right to restitution because of a sense of justice, a sense that bad things happen to bad people. It's an argument, it's a collectivist argument about the spirit of the enemy of the class struggle being destroyed. If you get rid of all the bad people from Wells Fargo, and Wells Fargo pays back restitution for everything that it did, there's no reason to shut down that business other than this philosophical need to eat the rich. It's not actually an argument about restitution and property rights.
Scott, why would Wells Fargo need to pay back the victims as opposed to the people who actually did the crime? Shouldn't they personally have to pay them back? Why should Wells Fargo have to pay anything?
Well, Wells Fargo as an entity shouldn't exist separate from its owners, right?
Right.
So
You agree
obviously,
on that.
right? Like I'm saying in a situation where someone is a private owner of the company, right? Where let's say they haven't made it public. Wells Fargo is obviously a publicly traded company, so it's going to be different because the stockholders don't have any problems there. Every individual should be punished for that. But even in the instance where a company, right, is 100% privately owned, that is when the calculation comes in. In a company that is publicly traded, there's no fucking reason to steal money from the public shareholders so that other people can feel good about eating the rich because they want Wells Fargo to collapse. Like, go fuck yourself. You're a thief.
In any case, like you said, oh well, this isn't an argument about restitution and property rights. Of course not, because I don't give a fuck about that. Of course, that doesn't factor into anything that I'm
That is
saying.
what exactly what I'm
great.
saying.
So I don't
You
know
are
why you
trying
even brought
to
that
eat
up.
the rich.
Right?
You are
Great.
trying to create a
So,
spirit
sure,
of evil philosophy.
You
where
can,
you are pushing forward
you
evil.
can say that.
And
You
you're
can
trying
say
to
that I
cover it
just
up
want
with
to eat the
bullshit.
rich. You can ignore everything else that I've said, right? And just like inject your perspective in there that it must be that I just want to eat the rich, right? Okay, go ahead.
Once again,
please go ahead.
The original
do
conversation
that,
was about the Boy
right?
Scouts,
But
not
like,
about being rich,
but then. Feel free, but don't come at me saying, "Well, you're not respecting property rights." I don't give a fuck about your property rights at all, right? So that's understood.
Clearly.
So let's move past. So then that was pointless. So it was pointless to interject that. All right, so we can move past that. Thank you. But
you just got exposed for your bullshit, and now you just like
yes.
a
Oh yes,
little
I
bitch
got
fit about
exposed. Hold on. You come in here and you argue, right? You yell at Gibbs. You yell at KOE. You tell them, oh, you're not adding anything to the conversation, right? But you stop the conversation. You get hell except because you haven't gotten a chance to talk in the last 5 minutes. And then you tell us, and then you like, and then you go down this whole route just to say, hey, it turns out crime is not an ANCAP. Oh, who could have known? Any which way, moving on with our lives.
You're just throwing shit to the wall, seeing what sticks.
Moving on with our lives. Thank you. Corey,
let me know if you ever find an argument.
I'm writing it down my notebook.
If you're ever man enough to debate anything.
Yeah, please. In case you didn't know. Thank you. Right. Today I learned, right?
Spaghetti argument. Spaghetti argument, man. Again, throwing shit to the wall, making a big.
Okay, thank you. It's Corey's turn. Great, thank you. Noted. Yes. Spaghetti and fried chicken. Yes, thank you. Let's go, Corey.
Wait, that wasn't a black thing. Just to be clear, that was a Breaking Bad reference. Okay.
French.
No, I just want to be clear. Okay.
I already said noted. Right? I already said it. Corey.
I didn't think it was a black thing until you said that.
Yeah, all the non-racist.
I thought it was when Prime said like, "Oh, fried chicken," and I'm like, "Wait a minute, No, 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 no.
No, I didn't think that until you said this isn't a black
You made
thing.
it a black thing, Lactoid.
It's not a black thing. It's a Breaking Bad.
It
now.
wasn't a
reference.
black thing until you
It
said
is
I said it was
now.
a black thing.
All right.
Like, I was like,
Don't
oh
worry,
no,
he's
did
not
I do a
racist.
racism?
It's that goddamn
Ah,
FUBU jacket.
Let's go to Corey and let's go to Ty.
So Scott, I'm curious. So for let's say a company and like restitution, do you think let's say they're a company that has resulted in death, let's say the opioid crisis and certain companies being held accountable, do you think is there a cap in your world on like the price of a human life in terms of how much a company should pay if it resulted in death, out of curiosity? And what would you do, or like, how it would work if, like, now the company, it has resulted in potentially death, but they've gone to the point that they are like failing and they can't pay restitution. What would happen in that scenario?
You can put a price on life voluntarily beforehand. You can't put a price on life after the life has been taken, right? So like if I insure you, I can say in the event of death, etc., this is what you'll be paid out. But value is subjective, right? And because value is subjective, it's difficult to determine. In many respects, almost impossible to determine, because the only way you can really determine what someone how much someone values something, is by how much work they're willing to put in order to return said thing to them, right? So a TV could be worth a market value of $4,000, but if they're not willing to work the hours to make $4,000 to get the TV back, then it's not actually worth $4,000 to them. It might only be worth $2,000 to them or $1,000 to them. So you kind of have to. So this is a problem with our. Like you're in a bit of a convoluted situation because our current legal framework exists. So there are kind of already like pseudo voluntary associations that aren't voluntary, and they ought be in this. So you're thrown into a realm of contradictions. The only thing I can say is that if person A kills person B, even if it's through gross negligence, something that they absolutely should have known or should have resolved, or they knew it would kill them and they went ahead with whatever anyways, then there's no argument whatsoever that they can give that they themselves not be killed in exchange to the victims. So I think, for example, the families of Purdue Pharma, I think that got away after paying out some money and then escaped to Italy. I think the proper restitution is to bring them back and publicly hang them.
Okay, fair enough. But just to also, I guess, put a pin in it, do you think there should be any sort of monetary cap on the value of human life? As in, like, is it feasible in your world of, like, this company needs to pay like $1 trillion because it resulted in the death of this person?
I mean, so resulted in the death is what's vague here.
Cap
right?
it.
So, like, if someone intentionally kills, right? If person A intentionally kills person B and person A owns a company with $1 trillion of value, no, there should be no cap there. But if what you're talking about is like, oh, someone died because like the brakes weren't good enough, and like they knew the brakes were a problem, but like research said that it was within acceptable range, and you know what I mean, like that becomes like a different thing.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm just curious if you had like if there's any sort of monetary
reality
cap.
shows us reality shows us that society will be crippled if we don't cap it. And at the same time, reality also shows us that there can be no cap. So how do you resolve this? The resolution is that in order for me to do business with you at all, we need to agree to a cap in order for me to even want to touch you. Because not doing business with someone that refuses to have an insurance policy, that refuses to have like a way for us to resolve these potential conflicts, is like anathema to me, to the success and health of business.
And this is why we have government. Just
Corey,
fucking saying.
Corey, my answer is cap the damages.
No.
I know. I think that's a bad answer, and I disagree strongly.
It's a necessary answer. Otherwise, you get juries that go fucking crazy. And
I gotta bounce out of here.
Well, the contradiction is not the juries. The contradiction is not
Ty?
that. The contradiction is the jury system and the current legal framework, which is not a monopoly.
I'm going to close out. Actually, I'm probably going to flip because of Lactoid and Fabian on this one. Like having basically saying, hey, it's merit-based. If the company can survive the negative PR and withstand the financial damage of that full transition and still survive and make it through, okay, cool. You've earned the right to your own existence.
I can buy that. I can definitely roll with that. So thank you all very much. I got to bounce out of here. It's 12 o'clock in the midnight, but I love you all very much, and we'll catch you next time.
Peace.
All the
Have a
pleasure,
good one.
Ty. Take care. Be
Keep
well.
going. Bye. Yeah. So, well, sorry. Before I say anything else, I want to make sure if there's anyone else who wants to talk.
Yeah,
either Ali or
Well, I think that the conversations just become two completely different things when it comes to, like, once again, the banks and so on and so forth. It's, simply your money, they're robbing you, you get up and leave. I think, the original conversation being about the Boy Scouts specific, or, like, relating it to, like, the Catholic Church. Once again, I do think it, like, you would be correct in just, like, ending the industry, not the corporation. I just don't know how it doesn't, like, if you continue the Boy Scouts, it's not like there's going to stop being problems. You're just always going to find problems. It's just going to be eventual. I don't know that you're ever going to prevent problems unless you have them under 24-hour surveillance.
Should we make it illegal to send your kids to camp?
So I don't think camp should exist, really. Yeah, I don't know. It should be illegal to send your kids to camp. I just don't know if, like, these, like, national programs, like, if there's, like, a community based, like, it's a city based program, like, the community makes the group, elects the leaders, so on and so forth. So there's more, like, accountability. Sure, I don't know if it should be illegal to go camping, but I don't know that there should be just, like,
that doesn't fit the data,
corporate that
right?
does
Like,
that.
like who's most likely to rape, molest a child? Are people that you know and people that you trust. It's not strangers. Strangers are not the most likely person to molest children. Most likely to molest children are uncles, family, friends that have been around that you trust, right? So the concept that, like, it's somehow better because it's community driven is not actually, like, it doesn't support the reality. Like, I understand that, like, we might feel better because we feel like we trust them, but that feeling of trust is what allows us to let our guard down and allows the children to be molested in the first place, is because we feel like, oh, that's Timmy. Timmy would never do that. And because of that, we don't watch Timmy and we don't put a camera in the teddy bear to make sure that nothing happens, right?
Well, then potentially I might say that, like, group camping without parental supervision might, just, like, that doesn't need to be a thing that exists.
The Boy Scouts of America used to do that, by the way. Like, it used to be a requirement that you had to be a parent in order to be of a children in Boy Scouts in order to be a troop leader. That used to be the standard. And so all of these events that people would go to, all of the camp counselors would be, all of the people out would be parents of, like, one of the kids in the troop. So you'd have multiple people out and they'd be parents. So, like, you probably had less issues back then. I think maybe there's something to be said about the birth rates. Maybe there's something about the birth rates and letting in random gay dudes that don't have.
I'm just saying, I don't necessarily see
an
end. I don't necessarily see an end to, like, child abuse through Boy Scouts and through, like, these things just because they rebrand or change their name or change ownership. I still think, like, within the industry itself, there's too many, like, bad parties that are participating, and so that, like, if the case is that maybe we just don't allow Boy Scouts or camping without parental supervision, sure, I don't know if it should be illegal, but, like, to the Prime's point about, like, disbanding thing, I don't think the Boy Scouts should exist at this point.
Doesn't really matter what we think about it. Scouts is going to be gone by the end of the century. Doesn't really matter what we think about it.
Mormons pulled out, to be honest.
To Electric wants to go next. I'll give him the mic. But Electric, you asked me previously what I wanted to do with the Catholic Church, and I'm not banning. I wouldn't ban Catholics, right? Like, and I wouldn't ban, like, the practice of religion. Do whatever you want, right? I would ban the organization where you will operate in this country. I would say that the Catholic Church is a prime example of one that doesn't seem to be able to get its act together, right? It's not the first time. Like, our current dynamic with the Catholic Church, it being caught with its pants down, is not the first time that happened, though, right? Like there have been sex scandals involving children with the Catholic Church previously, and all the other times it's like, oh yeah, but we'll do better in the future, right? But then they didn't.
The Catholic Church doesn't have a right to Vatican City. I'm sorry. The amount of fucking gold and everything in the Vatican belongs restitution for the victims of people that they covered up. I mean, Boston alone is, like, probably a fucking $1 billion worth of damages from how many kids they fucking covered up being raped in that area, right? Like,
exactly. And so, like, Catholics can still organize themselves, right? They can organize themselves into the Neo-Catholic Church if they want to, right? They can create another organization, but a separate organization from the one in the Vatican, if that still exists.
So, okay, a couple things.
Instead of a Catholics, ones who believe that the Pope is the Antichrist and all that.
I'm sure every Catholic,
their biggest church is in Omaha, Nebraska.
The Catholic Church rebranding is a non-starter for the Catholic Church, right? This is an organization that believes itself to be, like, the unbroken, like, voice of God. And you're saying, well, they should just rebrand. That's not
I
how it
didn't. I
works.
didn't say that. Is that what I said?
Well, you're talking about like
I
yeah,
didn't say
Catholics
that.
can form Catholics can like form
Neo-Catholic,
organizations.
kind of.
Catholics, yeah, neo-Catholic organizations within America. Like
No, I'm
that's
not.
not the way
I'm
the
not.
Catholic Church works.
No. Hold on. To be clear, I'm not saying calling this a rebrand. I'm saying that we're ending that previous organization, that
The relation.
line.
Yeah,
that
that's just
previous-
not
I'm
acceptable. to
saying
them.
that structure has proven itself to be poisonous, to be incapable of riding its ship, and so
Yeah, you'll start a
they
world war, but like it would be
because
right to
at
get rid of it.
the yeah, sure, at the
Okay, this
start.
is kind of fuzzy, this
Um,
too, isn't it?
Well, I'm saying, look, I understand that this solution would never happen. To be very clear, right? That this
Yeah.
is not. I get that much, right? Fair
Is
enough.
ought dichotomy.
But I'm saying what should happen, right? If we were actually wanted to protect children, we actually take these things fucking seriously. Is that we would say that the Catholic organization, the one that like, because like there is like the Vatican Corporation, right? Like that's how it's organized, right? There's the Vatican Corporation, and then that like is in control, through whatever means of all these other organizations throughout the world. Like that does not have the ability to do business within the United States, right? And the Catholics can decide whatever they want to do, right? Do they want to do a neo Catholic church? I don't know. I don't care, right? That's up to them. Let them decide that. But whatever it is, does not have any corporate relationship, does not have any organizational relationship with like the millennial child molesters. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This could
That's
potentially
not
work.
a rebrand.
It is kind of because
It's not a rebrand. Hold on, how?
I'm asserting that it is, and here's the reason why. Potentially, this could work for some Protestant churches, but for the Catholic Church, it's a non-starter, right? Because when you go up the organizational tree, you get to the Pope. That's the whole fucking point of the organization. And if you're saying, well, there needs to be some kind of cutoff between like the corporate structure here, you're saying the Catholics in America, they just shouldn't like answer to the Pope anymore. The Vatican shouldn't have control of like
It's a new
Catholics in America.
sect. It's a new sect of Catholicism.
They can answer.
Yeah, you're talking about a
No, it's like
schism.
My pastor would be like, "This motherfucker's spitting."
You'd have to get rid of the First
literally
Amendment for that in order to accomplish that.
I mean,
right?
this is
Because-
literally a
No,
schism.
look, the thing is that like
Both
Yeah,
the freedom
great.
of
But hold on,
association
but I
and,
you can't.
Hey,
I had a
you
number
know,
of things I needed to
after
go
one
through.
practicing Catholic
can't-
on this panel,
let-
well, I would like to hear his perspective. I used to be a Catholic, but Ike was the one practicing Catholic.
So I'm
I'd
gonna
like to
let-
hear-
Well, I'm just
So,
saying a
well,
rebrand.
that-
Like you can
it's not
make.
really
Let's
relevant
say
to
you
that,
do
okay.
get rid of the First Amendment and accomplish all of this. It wouldn't result in a rebrand. It would result because this has happened to the church before. It would if it happened in China. It's happened in many countries where the church has become illegal for one reason or another. What would happen is it would just operate underground in secret. And in fact, Prime, you would probably your solution would probably result in the greatest comeback in history of the Catholic Church. Like it would become so popular if you did that to
Overnight.
it and forced it underground. Yeah, because that's
Every
the
wannabe
history of the
right-winger
church.
trad
Like
guy would
Christians have
become
to
Catholic.
Christians have to make it up that they're being oppressed in the West
Fair enough.
today, in order to
dare
like
you start
get
on
at least
Scott.
a handful of people
just
to
wanted to
believe
make
them enough to. But if you actually made it true, actually made it happen, brought us back to the 3rd century, yeah, that would probably be the best thing that ever happened to Catholic Church.
I think that's a fair criticism. I'll take that. Right, I'll take that one. I think
Again-
I think that. But hold on. But I also think that right in this moment in the year of our Lord 2024, that we have an emotional distance away from what happened, like when the revelations were coming out, right? Because this is the things that people were talking about back then, where Catholics were talking about. It's not like I was the first one to come up with this idea, right? So I think that within the wake of that, like that might have been different, because I think there are these moments, right? These like branching points in history where if we had taken a different side, I think the cultural momentum might have given us a different result there. But maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. That maybe that the hold within the Catholic Church is too strong within individuals, and yeah, you just end up getting underground churches, and they do their whole victimization thing. So that's fair. But I do accept your criticism. But hold on, Lactoid's been trying to get this out, so let's get.
Yeah. So for those reasons and more, I'm opposed to criminalizing the Catholic Church in America. I also don't think the Vatican, being technically a state, with a significant amount of gold or other like items of value necessarily should have that wealth expropriated just because some citizens of the country, some cardinals and other people, were engaged in child molestation. Yes, and I understand it happened at high levels, and those higher levels should be pursued by Interpol, and there should be an international effort on that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the Vatican should be destroyed
But
as a
it was
legal
done with
entity.
organizational resources. So I'm curious, like, and I'll let Scott answer this. But like, it was done with organizational resources, with like, and
it wasn't done with the gold.
Seemingly, wasn't. I mean, what? I mean, it was done with their money. It was done with the money of the organization.
Sure. So the people, yeah, I understand the people who did it and the people who oversaw that money. Sure, you can go after them. But like the gold and shit that's in the Vatican, that's ancient shit given by the King of Spain back in whatever fucking century. Like this is like.
But if they don't have enough to cover restitution, right? Like I'm taking Scott's argument, right?
No.
They don't have enough to...
That's not my argument. Please don't put that argument on me.
Oh, well, then I'll do it myself. Then fine. Okay, fine. Then I'll finish my words. Then no problem. That's my words. But if we are suing them and they don't have enough to cover it, right? Then and it require confiscation of their other assets. Like why would those assets be exempt?
I don't think that you should be able to sue the Vatican. I think that you should be able to go after the specific people who were engaged in criminal practices or oversaw criminal practices. But like the Vatican as an as a
can
country,
you not sue?
No.
Hold on, people. Then I will have to ask you: can you not sue an organization in general? You can't sue Walmart for if Walmart does crime.
This is what we've been talking about. This is like yes, we believe in the abolishment of this idea of like corporate personhood. This idea of like you can sue a company. Yeah. The company shouldn't exist as a legal entity, and if it doesn't exist, if it doesn't exist as a legal entity, you by definition can't sue it.
Hold on. Okay, so you're talking. All right. Okay, you're mixing things here. You're saying I just want to get rid of corporate ownership in general, and fine. Okay, agree.
No, corporate entities as things that exist.
Sure, great. I agree. I vaguely agree with you. And Aiko, I see your hand there. So I agree with you, but we're still living in a world where they exist, right? And so I'm saying that within this world that exists, should we have the ability to sue corporations?
Okay, well, yeah, sure. If we're talking about the world that exists, but then here's your problem. Then, if we want to deal in the world that exists, like suing another fucking country is not as easy as suing another corporation in America under the laws of America, because the Vatican is a. The Vatican,
in this case, I'll tell you why. Because when these scandals were happening, and before like the big reforms that happened under Benedict, the church had certain immunities, or people in the United States, priests and bishops and stuff like that, had certain immunities because they were considered to be part of the Vatican, and any crimes that happened had to be investigated by the Vatican, and the local police weren't supposed to get involved. And that policy got changed under Benedict. And so that policy got changed under Benedict, and now the policy is if something goes wrong, you immediately report to the local authorities. But back then, because that agreement wasn't there, then ultimately it was the Vatican that was responsible for what happens, because they were claiming to have policing powers over their own people above the local police.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, like, for example, we can't just Russia invaded Ukraine. Mm-hmm. We could try to sue. We're going to sue Russia. Sure, we could do that, and then we get a piece of paper that says we sued them under our laws. We decided we win, and then what?
Well, that's not the parallel. The parallel would be if Russia committed crimes in the United States, we would then hold Russia responsible, right?
Pursuing Russia in a lawsuit. Good fucking luck. Pursuing the Vatican, trying to get the gold out of the Vatican with a lawsuit. Good fucking luck. If we're dealing in the real world, you're not going to be able to do it.
Judge made his ruling. Now let him enforce it.
Am I incorrect in this? Because I think we had a conversation about this. If not, maybe I was watching a video on this, right? But my understanding is that the Vatican, there is the Vatican, the sovereign state, but there's also Vatican, the corporation. That there is a
Vatican, the
state. Sure, but one reports to the other. It's sort of like how China owns TikTok, there's a corporation in between the two, but it's still ultimately China that owns it all.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that, but there is a corporation to sue. Like, because he's saying, at least, well, I think he's saying, and maybe I'm incorrect, right? That like it's just a sovereign nation. How can you sue a sovereign
No,
nation? I'm saying there's a corporate entity to sue here.
it doesn't. It doesn't. It
I think
doesn't
you're saying
matter.
you can't collect no
And
matter
and,
what.
it, and
You're
it's
just
not.
Yeah,
And
Oh
it's
well, then
also and
TikTok
it's
is another
also
great example, right? Because we were able to take action against TikTok.
now we're going back to banning it from the America. Like you guys are just
no, no, no,
please
no, no,
let me finish a sentence because I just what I'm trying to say is we don't like on principle we don't believe in the existence of corporate entities, and you're saying no, let's deal in the real world where there are corporate entities. Great, okay, there is some fucking corporation, let's say, that calls itself the Vatican. Good luck under the reality we currently live in. Good luck getting the gold out of the Vatican. What are you going to do? You're going to sue them. You're going to
how do you
Vatican
enforce
to
the laws?
enforce.
So okay. So I think maybe that's the break.
Are you going to invade the Vatican?
Hold on.
Yeah.
I think that's the break that we're having here because I don't actually I didn't put this idea of the gold here. That was Scott, right?
And I was disagreeing with it.
Okay, great. So maybe so let me say this. So I don't care necessarily about the gold. My point was that like the gold isn't like untouchable, and that like it. I thought you were saying that it simply shouldn't be touched, not that it couldn't be touched. Like what I'm saying is that
I don't think it should be in principle, but it
can't
be in reality.
Now let me finish. What I'm saying is that like if we're suing them and it's like a whatever amount, right? And they don't have the liquid assets to do so, and they had to like sell off their gold. Well, that's fine. I don't care about the individual gold bars, right? And like, hey, we have to give these gold bars to like victims in Boston or whatever. Like, that's not the point that I was making.
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm saying that. Well, then what difference? What do we care about? Then why are we talking about the gold?
Here. So,
I think maybe we.
Yes, if the gold of the Vatican was personally owned by people who molested children, then when we go after those people, and assuming they're also under the laws of the United States, then we can go after those people and we can get the gold. But there's several breaks in reality here. A, it's not in America. It's not under American law. It's in the Vatican. It's a different state. Good luck. Two, if the gold's not owned by the individuals who molested people, it's owned by the sovereign entity of the Vatican, right? These are gifts given by ancient rulers. Like this shit's been around forever.
That has nothing to do with my argument, though.
The criminals in question took vows of
okay.
I don't know how much you can squeeze out of that.
I'm just confused.
I'm just talking about liquidating assets. That's all I'm talking about. Liquidating
assets. Whose assets?
I'm saying that if the church needs to cover it, right? Like I'm saying
that
church,
the Vatican Corporation
no,
run by the Vatican.
Yeah. I don't particularly care what assets it is, as long as like if we are suing the church, that like
why is the whole church responsible?
Why wouldn't what Iko said previously, first of all, right? And then beyond that, like the Vatican leadership in the Vatican was part of the crime. So I don't know that.
Okay. Yes, then hold that leadership responsible personally. Why go after the whole Vatican? This is the exact same problem we talked about with Wells Fargo.
I agree that first of all we should do both. We should have those people accountable, actually be in jail. But I don't know how. But if you're saying, hold on. But if you're telling me that it's impossible to sue the Vatican, right? That is just like, oh, wow, that's crazy talk to sue the Vatican. Okay, right? Well, then on the same note, but even more so, we have the Vatican employees in a different country, in a sovereign nation, right? How are we going to hold them responsible? But for the exact same reason you just said.
I think he's saying you can't sue the corporation. He's saying you can sue.
No. He already. I know what he said. No,
that's not even what he's. Okay, hold on. Let's break this down. Okay, so let's talk about solely in theory now. We're not talking about the real world for a second. We get to the real world. We can get there in 1 second. But this is just solely in principle and theory. Right. You agree with me that just like we should go after only the people that molested children and only the people that oversaw the molesting of children, and they don't own the gold. So we can't get the gold because they don't own it. We can only go after them and their assets, right? Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
Why should you be able to get gold?
Poverty, they have no assets.
Why should you be? They don't have no assets. So
who do you?
How are you getting to the gold by going after the people responsible?
Hold on. Listen, I don't give a fuck about the gold. The only point of bringing the gold was that like if they need it to cover
who needs
liabilities, the Vatican Corporation, if they needed to cover their liabilities, that's all that I'm saying. So what I'm saying, I guess you should go for those individuals. Absolutely, put them in jail, under the jail, and take all their assets as well. But also,
We're in theory only. No. We're in theory. We're in theory. The corporation doesn't exist. Remember, we're against the corporation existing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we're purely in theory realm. There is no such thing as the Vatican Corporation. There are only the individual child molesters, and we go after them. But none of them own the gold.
Oh, okay. Then that's the case. Then okay, well then
then we can't get the gold, right?
Yeah, sure, fair. Okay.
Great. That's the world that me and Scott want to live in. Okay. Now, the world that we currently exist in, there are corporations that you can sue, and there is this concept of collective responsibility. Okay. But the problem with applying this to the real world is there's other impediments with suing the Vatican, aka they're not under under our law. They're not under American jurisdiction.
How do we enforce rules. But hold on, but we do this all the time. We sue foreign companies all the time from the United States, right? And why do they respect our judgments? Tell me why.
Why. Yeah, because we can prevent them from operating within the United States. We can work to confiscate their assets within the United States. But ultimately, and we saw this a lot in 2008, there were a lot of Chinese corporations that were fraudulent corporations. This was about the time of the collapse, by the way. There was a lot of Chinese corporations that were fraudulent. And Chinese law specifically did not criminalize stock fraud if it happened outside of China. It only criminalized stock fraud if it happened within China. So the US couldn't do shit against all of those companies. They didn't get in any trouble at all. None of them ever got in trouble. They didn't have to pay a penny because we didn't have jurisdiction over them. So we had to sit in our hands. We couldn't do shit.
I'm saying there might be ways to shield those corporations, and if the Vatican can do that, then that's one thing. That's fair enough.
They can.
But I don't think they can. I think that the Vatican has bank accounts here in the United States, right? Right? We can seize Vatican bank accounts, correct?
I don't know how many bank accounts Vatican has in the United
States.
Then
I'll answer the question for you. They absolutely have bank accounts in the United States. The United States federal system, right?
This is like give me some of that internet money.
We can absolutely sanction the Vatican. We can absolutely impose consequences on the Vatican.
Sanction the Vatican?
Hold on. You're telling me that there's no way of doing this, right? I'm saying there's a pathway.
No, you're right. It's possible. Okay. Legally, we could sanction the Vatican.
Great.
It is completely unfeasible.
Great. Hold on, but it's also but we don't have to do all that. We can start by suing them. And hey, if you don't respect the judgments, we can seize your bank.
Like you're right. Great. We could sue. We could sue the Vatican,
and just like we did to the Vatican. Did to the Vatican, correct? Because in reality, we did to the Vatican, and they did pay out judgments.
We could sue.
We could and we did.
I don't know. I don't know if we did to the Vatican.
We did too.
Hey, hold on. I'll look into whether or not we did. I'm sure the United States, you could sue some entity called the Vatican. I'm sure. And
we sued archdioceses for the most part. If you're talking about the scandal, if you're talking about something outside the scandal, I don't know. If you're talking about the scandal, it was usually the archdiocese that would get sued, and then they would there were always conversations about how much you could expect them to pay before they would go bankrupt and or have to close down hospitals and other things that they fund, stuff like that. Those were the conversations. So that wasn't the Vatican, that was bank accounts. This is to Prime's point. Each archdiocese has its own bank account, and the diocese underneath them. I'm sure they have thousands of bank accounts all across the United States.
Sure, I have no doubt that if we have an archdiocese that's organized with the United States, of course you could sue them, right? And that'll be a lot easier than trying to go after the Vatican or some kind of international organization associated with the Vatican. And I'm not saying that this is impossible. You could sue them, and then you could get the government to impose sanctions or impose some kind of judgment and try to seize U.S. assets or apply sanctions to Vatican business. But it's possible.
I don't know why you lawyer brained me this entire time, right? Just to tell me that, I was right, that you can sue the Vatican.
He's a lawyer.
Right? You lawyer
Actually, Courthouse News Services,
in the end,
European Court of Human Rights found Vatican City is
in the end to tell me, of course you can sue the Vatican, because of course you can sue the Vatican. Now, but yes, if you're going to tell me that sometimes suing
European Court of Human Rights says
if you're telling If you're telling me that sometimes lawsuits
Like-
fail, then yes, I agree. Sometimes lawsuits fail for all kinds of
Right.
reasons. But you have to like fight me on this. I'm saying
So,
all I care
no,
about
no, no,
is
no,
their
no, no,
life.
no, no.
The Vatican is protected by state
This
immunity
this
from
all
lawsuits.
this started by me just saying I don't think you should take the gold, and I don't think you can take the gold. This was primarily to Scott. And I know that he's like got a more nuanced position on this, but I just wanted to like emphasize that if the theory here of going after the Catholic Church is like plundering the Vatican, this is bad for multiple levels. It's bad because I don't think the Vatican is necessarily collectively responsible for the pedophilic acts of some of the clergy, even at high levels. I don't think that the gold is owned by those people who did something wrong. And also, if we want to ignore that part and just talk about like, well, the Vatican has some kind of collective responsibility, well, then good fucking luck trying to get the gold out of them. If you're saying we can get some money from like Catholic organizations here in America, knock yourself out, right? I understand. In the real world, I understand how that can happen. In the theory world, I would like it to be the case that only the people who did something wrong get punished. So
You should probably shut down Catholic hospitals. Go ahead, Scott.
Okay.
In the real or theory world, ain't nobody getting that gold out of that vault.
So, in the theory world, we have to understand that the Vatican Bank is owned by no one. It's managed by the Catholic, by representatives directly under the Pope, but it's not actually owned by anyone. And so the problem with having in the real world, there are assets that are managed, but they don't actually belong to a single property owner. Nobody has property over them. The gold is essentially
They would say it all belongs to Christ.
It's in a magical fucking limbo state where like property. Prime, are you there?
Shit, I think he froze.
Yep, he's frozen.
All right, revel, fucking bedlam.
Oh my god, I waited so long.
This is sweet. Oh, what's that, Prime? You think capitalism's based? Oh, dude, I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. He'll be back. He'll be back. Don't worry, folks. But in that meantime, be sure to subscribe to Primecayes here on YouTube, the Reverie panel. Great time, folks. Definitely give him, I think we might be shutting down here soon. I'm not sure, folks. But if you're still within the sound of my voice, be sure to give a subscribe right here to the Reverie panel. We hope Prime joins us here very, very soon. And of course, give me, KOE Nation, a subscribe on YouTube as well. Sorry, folks. I'm never above shameless self-promotion. It's never going to happen, ever. Okay. And I hope you join me May 18th for the Andre the Giant Memorial Beer Bash we're going to do. It's our 5th annual.
Oh my God, dude.
Awesome.
Well, Ical, maybe you can answer this question. You're muted, Ical, I believe.
Yeah, he's talking to somebody.
No, he always does.
Just wanted to say the church has paid out $4 billion. I think that was relevant to the conversation because it's not from the gold in the Vatican vault in Vatican City, but the church has paid over the years.
Isn't that a pretty small sum of
money?
Yeah, for sure. Prime isn't here, but
I don't think any amount of money is going to be sufficient to the task.
So
We're still going on Twitch.
Okay. So just to
I think we're just going on lecture.
Okay. Thank you, KOE. Appreciate that status update that nobody asked for. So anyways, to actually answer.
Well, I'm letting everybody else know.
Oh my fucking God.
Oh, yeah, I just can't even right now.
So in theory, the question is, well, who owns the gold? Because it's very unlikely that this is unhomesteaded gold, right? Like it's not like it's never had a first user or an owner at some point. And so what you have to understand is that almost all of the assets that the Vatican would have, for the most part, are going to be stolen property, just like any other nation state. Getting gifts from a Spanish king, right? That conquered people and murdered people to get the gold that they gave to the Vatican is at some point in time stolen property. And so
a lot of it is North American gold and South American gold.
Right. So it's like, well, we recognize that this property is already stolen property to begin with. It belongs to somebody, So when you're trying to understand, and again, this is obviously in theory land because it's going to be so difficult to actually do this. So the question then becomes, well, who is prima facie owner of assets? And the prima facie owner of any form of asset are those that are able to prove that they are owed restitution in some capacity. So, for example, if we look at the current conflict in Israel-Palestine, right? There's a lot of fucking conflict there. There's a lot of evil. There's a lot of stolen land. There's a lot of murder. There's a lot of things. But if I'm a Palestinian in Jordan right now, and I have in my hands a property deed to land from my grandmother that I was forced out of during the Nakba, right? I have physical proof that this specific property is mine. I'm prima facie owner of that property, right? There's no argument unless someone has some other form of documentation that supersedes mine, that shows that my great-great-great-grandfather stole it or something, right? I ought to be the one that is given that land because I have proof that it's my land. And so it becomes this causal chain of how we figure things out. And so what I would think the most practical way of determining how we figure out certain things is, was the money used in the cover-up? Right? So it's when we talk about the gold in the Vatican bank, I don't think the kids that were molested are going to have a very strong claim to the gold in the Vatican bank. It's stolen. It belongs to somebody, right? But there's probably better claims to that gold. But if a company under the control of the Pope, right, utilize resources in its active bank account or whatever, right, to fly a priest that was molesting kids in Ireland over to France or over to South America or somewhere else, right? I think the company that was managing assets in its day-to-day operation.
They did that with George Pell.
Right. Those assets, I think, are absolutely something that we can go after because the funds were used in the participation of the crime. So the individuals that were engaged in the criminal activity were exercising their authority with funds that are also stolen funds. Right, because the Vatican Corporation is one that has all of this restitution that's owed for all of the property it has as an entity, as a state. So I would say that the gold itself in the bank is a complicated, convoluted way of determining who that belongs to. But in terms of victims of sexual abuse, managed assets in companies that were utilized in ferrying people from point A to point B, I think are absolutely up for grabs in quote unquote theory land. In reality, as Lactoid and most people have agreed, the ability to sue a nation state that is also tied to one of the largest religions and the largest charity organization in the world is nigh fucking impossible without starting a world war, right? It's even harder than suing a nation state that isn't the seat of a religious power, right? It would be hard. It would be easier to sue China than it would be to sue the Vatican, because the Vatican is obviously going to I think Italy might immediately declare war. I don't know that they would, but they might. You know what I mean? You're going to cause some serious fucking problems if you go too heavy-handed with your suits or your demands by force. Because ultimately, you have to use the power of violence, right? You can sue someone and say, "Aha, it's our money," right? But if the Vatican goes, "Or else what?" And the answer to that has to either be, "We won't think very nice of you," or it has to be, "We're going to use guns to seize your assets." And the moment you use guns to seize your assets, you've declared war on the Vatican and Catholicism. And I don't think, obviously, declaring war on Catholicism is not a good look for any country. It's just it won't work, obviously.
Well, it's like Eichau said, it'd be the single greatest Catholic recruitment tool in 500 fucking years. Are you kidding me?
Someone in my chat said the Spanish liberated natives from Aztec tyranny. It's kind of not wrong to a certain extent.
I've been doing a lot of research in the fall of the Aztec Empire, and it's not really quite cut and dry. There's its own politics, its own Game of Thrones to the entire fall of the Aztec Empire. It's a fascinating story.
Here you go.
Nobody truly knows. Sorry, guys.
Tenochtitlan fell to disease. There you go. That's the fall.
So,
Tenochtitlan was destroyed by disease.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry guys. Yeah, my internet is proper fuck. Anyway, yeah, there's no point in. I didn't make any money this stream, so it doesn't fucking matter. So, But yeah, thanks guys for coming through. I do appreciate it. I'm sorry that it ended so abruptly. But I appreciate every single one of you for coming through. Phil KOE, man, like I really miss you. And I was so happy that you managed to join us today, friend.
Anytime, sir. Like I said, this is a kind of special one. We got a lot of rain because it's planting season. I would actually still be on the drill right now, drilling beans right now if there wasn't the rain. So I do appreciate, and once planting season's over, definitely get a hold of me more, and I'll swing by any old time. And yeah, I finally got good news to report for a change, Prime. Usually, last couple of times you'd swing by, I was just a bummer of a fuck to talk to, but now I actually got some good news. So, thank you, sir. God bless. Travel well.
I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. Follow me and read Ayn Rand. I don't know what to tell you.
Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged is a wonderful book. I used to read it once a year. Very good, good writer.
Fuck that.
Whether you
fuck that. It is. I looked at it on
Prime, are you
audiobook.
there?
It's 67 hours. Like
Can you hear
reading
me?
it once a year. Fuck that.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
well, now I'm in the Bible more. So,
I got disconnected again while you were talking, but yeah, go ahead.
I was just
I was just saying goodbye.
thanks for being here.
This is what happens when you try to take the fucking gold from Christ. They
Right?
think you fucking did stupid.
Yeah,
Like, you're like a half.
That's why.
God smites your internet completely.
Hey, I mean, look at the
Alright, guys,
timing,
I'm
right?
out.
I'm defending God. You're shitting on God. My internet's fine. I don't know about yours, but
Right. No fucking solar winds
Lord
coming
works
at
in
my
mysterious
internet.
You're forced to concede.
in fact,
Yeah.
my internet's faster
See
than
you
it's ever
guys.
been. This
I
is
don't know.
crazy.
You got some solar winds right behind you, Scott. Oh,
That's all AI.
Nah.
That's all. It's an AI image that I made.
he was so happy this whole panel long. He was so happy. I'm so glad.
All right, hold on, boys. Dude, KOE annoys the fuck out of me, dude. I don't think that guy made like a substantive argument about anything the entire time. Which honestly is impressive. For 4.5 hours, like he just said things. It's like a random interjections of like, we need community and spirit. And then I'd call him out and he'd be like, shut up, Stefan Molyneux. Just like such a throwback. I gotta find Stefan Molyneux's old stuff. I hadn't watched most of his shit. Like, I remember when he was popular, I was a communist. I haven't really watched that much of his stuff. I watched like a documentary of his from like on like Taiwan or something a couple years back. And like I've watched some of his stuff, but substance doesn't matter, just volume and enthusiasm. I mean, that is true for most online politics, right? I mean, I don't think you can, if you have too much substance to what you're saying, then you're not really going to be entertaining to the masses, because the masses aren't going to understand what you're saying. It's unfortunate, but it's just true, right? Like if you talk about philosophy too much, if you actually showcase what's going on, it's very difficult. I mean, like there's some people that do it, right? Like James Lindsay's an example of someone that like does it. But like he doesn't have like a robust philosophy himself. He's just explaining the philosophy of the left in a lot of ways. And he's also very bombastic and content brained, right? He still falls into that category of like being an entertainer first and educator second. But he does really good work, and I think it's worth acknowledging, even though he says stupid shit and like gets mad and refuses to debate libertarians. And I don't mean like me, I mean like any libertarian. Like he won't debate national divorce and shit like that. He just says if you believe in national divorce, you're a communist. So I mean, he does the same shit, but I will give him credit where credit is due, that he's one of the people that has a lot of substantive content that does really well. But it is something that's like few and far between. I guess Dick Tick does all right. I think most of you guys are asleep right now, which is fair. I'm gonna hop out of here. I will definitely be back Wednesday. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, other than watching my kid. Depending on what's going on, I might hop on the gaming channel actually, and slightly off topic. Have you heard of Dads Worldwide? He's a libertarian that tries to throw that at Phil. No, I've never heard of them. Also, Phil is KOE, I'm guessing. I feel like I remember that his name was Phil at some point. But I might hop on the gaming channel tomorrow. I don't know. I'm just to like hang out and play some World of Warcraft or something, because I gotta level my fucking Resto Shaman for my buddy's threes team. I plan on doing some threes on there just for shits and giggles. So if you join the Discord, you'll get the link. But I may or may not do that. We'll see. I might just hang out and play some games. Who knows? It depends on how much energy I have after watching the kids and everything tomorrow. I have to eat though. I haven't eaten anything except a protein shake today, and it's 1:00 in the morning almost. So join the Discord. I love you guys. Potentially see you tomorrow. I will see you Wednesday though on this channel. We're gonna do some reactions. We're gonna talk about some stuff. We're gonna do a Disney film tier list in terms of what to show to your kids. I don't know what KOE means. K means oh god. King of Extreme. Oh my god. I don't mind people being bombastic if they have an argument, but they usually don't. Or something interesting to do, I guess. Like Alex Jones doesn't have a lot of good arguments, but he does have he is crazy, but also will say crazy shit too. And some of the stuff turns out to be true. So it's you know what I mean? I think it's worth something because there's some substance there, I guess. I don't know. I got to go cook some food. I'm starving. And then I got to wind down and get some sleep to get tomorrow started. So I will see you guys either tomorrow on the gaming channel or Wednesday.